Morning. 40,000, 10,000, 5,000. No, giving it out to the top 3 people that were here first. Mark Hopper, Sis D, and Golden Coin. Mr. Bill was the consolation 4th. He gets the participation medal. And awesome Mama Owl. Different name. Multiple owls. Looks like I'm gonna have to squirt the medicine in Simon's mouth this morning. I mixed it with the churro, and then he ate like 3/4 of it, and then he stopped eating it. And then I tried mixing that with his food, and he wouldn't eat any of it. So I had to dump his food on a plate to give to the outdoor cats, and put him a new bowl down because he could barely taste the chew treat in it. Eating now, though. I have to act fast when he's not eating because he only has a certain amount of time that he can eat. I can't just wait around and call his bluff and be like, yeah, you'll eat that. You're gonna eat that. Yeah, I'll leave it there a little longer. I can't do that. It's cool that the outdoor cats, I got these cats will eat it up. At least it doesn't go to waste, because that really bothered me when I was just throwing it out. In the game stream early last night, I was so frustrated that she got out again. What she does is anytime I'm playing and y'all see her shut this door, if you ever see this door shut behind me, please tell me, because that's when she makes a escape for it. Because I can't hear it as well when that door is blocking it, and I can't see it in the back. I can't see it happen behind me.
You can change your mind. It's like the ocean.
I don't need people to see her. It's not your fault. I just need people to see, like, if you see the door shut behind me, that's all. That's usually when she's able to do it now. I don't know if y'all heard, but today's a day without an immigrant day. So apparently restaurants all over the country are going to be shut down today because immigrants aren't going to come to work. Here's what I got to say to that. I don't go to restaurants anyway. Fuck them. Go to hotels anyway. Fuck them. Here's another thing. I think what the news and everybody's failing to realize that we're not against immigrants. We're against illegal immigrants. Now, if all the illegal immigrants stay home from work, they'd be doing ICE a favor, maybe. Could they just do that? Could they do that? Could just the illegal ones stay home so that we could weed them out a little bit better? But when the legal immigrants stand up for the illegal immigrants, it doesn't make us like the illegal immigrants more when we see them in droves, like yesterday, with their Mexican flags looking like they want to go back to Mexico. Doesn't make us like the illegal immigrants more now, does it? No, it makes us like the legal immigrants less. Why would they do that to themselves? It's common sense, man. We voted for Trump. Are they? It'd be different if Harris was in office and this was happening, and we like, hey man, the country is with you guys. Yeah, but they should know that the country voted for this to happen. They don't think that they were tricked by Trump. No one is like, oh man, Trump tricked me. He's kicking out illegal immigrants that don't have murder charges. He tricked me. Nobody's thinking that voted for Trump. They're thinking, hell, they're getting them too already? Awesome. Hey, quicker than we thought. No, they tricked the Democrats into thinking he was just going to go for the violent ones first. He didn't trick us. We didn't give a shit if he went for the violence first or not. We want them all gone anyway. Bro. Yeah. Anyway, so you see what I mean? It just doesn't. Yesterday, I couldn't get it. I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. What are they doing? They're making it worse, not only for the illegals, but now they're making it worse for themselves. Yeah. Probably pick their battles a little better. I got everything I need. It's go time, baby.
I know sooner or later it will come.
I try to stay away from lyrical songs. Sixteens. Can I do it that fast?
Well,
3 minutes and 29 seconds. I can do it in that amount of time. Alright. Oh, this means this way. This. Oh, this. Don't bite me. When I'm telling you to do something, you don't do it and you bite me, that's a problem. That's. turkeys, little turkeys. Day without a immigrant day. Are we currently underway? Mexico's president's talking about something right now. It's everywhere. Everywhere. It's
Pero sí conoció qué instrucción dio al secretario de Hacienda, Rogelio Ramírez de la O, para hablar con los inversionistas de manera privada. Lo que se dice es que va a reafirmar que hay apoyos a las inversiones. ¿Qué otra instrucción dio al secretario de Hacienda?
Trabajamos en estos días mucho con el secretario de Economía, el
They don't know who they're fucking with, do they? We remember the Alamo, Mexico.
Pues todo el equipo, porque obviamente pues
en
el momento en que se anuncia lo de los aranceles por parte de Estados
Music,
Unidos,
well,
pues
it's not
ya habíamos
anymore,
venido
Mark.
trabajando, pero había que tomar
Now the
decisiones
disease
de
is
qué
going to
hacíamos
fester
en el momento.
due to watching
Ya tenemos ahí guardado el
politics.
plan B. Lo guardamos por lo pronto. Pero fue muy importante. Y entre otras cosas también dar certidumbre a los mercados financieros y en general a los mercados. Entonces el mismo secretario de Hacienda planteó que
let me see if they spoke English at any point.
De la mañana.
Really?
O así es. También el trabajo. Y que
vivo está
en México uno que sacó.
y esto viene.
Well, I guess we're back to the music, because I can find one that actually has English. Otherwise, what's the point? Christy Noem is going to be talking about the security measures being put in place for the Super Bowl. Okay. Mark Rubio meets with Panama's president. I thought that happened yesterday. What's USAID? Okay, well, apparently this
Developing
is
not too far away here on Capitol Hill, Elon Musk says President Trump has now agreed U.S. aid needs to be shut down.
The Trump administration has already put 2 top security chiefs at USAID on leave for refusing to hand over classified materials to Musk's inspection teams. According to anonymous sources, Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, eventually accessed the agency's classified information, including intelligence reports, last Saturday. USAID was established in 1961 under President John F. Kennedy's administration and is the U.S. government's humanitarian arm, dispensing billions of dollars in aid around the world to fight poverty, treat diseases, and respond to famines and natural disasters.
Please stop funding this. You know why? Because I just talked about it last week. These countries used to need us. They used to need us because they didn't have health care, they didn't have proper nutrition. And for those 2 things, oh, Mama's here. Hey, because of those 2 things, they needed us because, for one, they needed their birth rate to be super high to be able to keep up with their population, because the birth survival rate was extremely low in those countries. Well, since we've stepped in with stuff like USAID and came in and given them doctors and nurses and food, medication, well, now their kids are living, but they're still popping them out at crazy rates, like eight per family or some shit. The averages are super high out there in some of the African nations, and they're not dying. So now they're they're saying their population is gonna explode, right? Why the fuck would we fund their population explosion when ours is starting to dwindle? It doesn't make sense. We're giving away our money for other countries to prosper. When we first started doing it in the 60s, they really needed us. Otherwise, they would have failed. Their people, their population would have dwindled and their country would have died out. And we wouldn't have had miners go in and find the diamonds and whatever precious materials we want out of their ground. We need their workers there to do that shit for us, right? Get cheap labor, cheap everything, lithium for the batteries and whatnot. But now, like, they don't need us so much. They have, like, their corrupt governments using our money for other shit probably at this point, and not using it for the country to build itself up. Because I mean, look at some of these places. We should be done with that shit, dude. Done funding their babies to be born. Right? Oh, Milo, that's not fluffy, is it? Oh, it is? Oh, man, I thought it was Mama. You're right. Tail's too long. What do y'all think? Y'all think we are like, maybe, like, what country could we still, like, help out? I'm thinking, like, they need to actually need help, and at the same time us not be at fucking war with them, like Gaza, for instance. Like, why would we help out Palestine while we're at war with them? We're gonna shoot rockets at them while at the same time sending them food so that they can sell that food and buy rockets so that they can shoot at Israel so we can shoot them down with our more expensive missiles. Like, bruh, you gotta wake up, man. America has to wake up and stop wasting so much of our fucking hard-earned money here. Like, just giving it away to these other countries. That's awesome, dude. Is there more information on this? USA. Like, how much money? A news story that talks about how much we were actually spending.
Also tonight, it seems like dramatic changes are happening at USAID. That's the agency responsible for providing help to developing countries and those in crisis. Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. So, Vaughn, what's going on here?
Like,
and
they
how
put themselves in this crisis, and they were supposed to bail them out of it constantly? What kind of... Who the... Bro, it's different if they're a superpower. You know what I'm saying? It's different if maybe they're our next door neighbor. Like, all of a sudden, Mexico, some craziness like started happening. And we are trying to help Mexico, you know, by killing their cartel members. Now that we've made them terrorist organizations, we're trying to help them because apparently they're never going to fucking do it, dude. They're too overwhelmed with them. They need us to kill them for them. What else is it? Because they're there with them. They do have a military army, the Mexican army. So, yeah. So maybe help them out like we are. But us sending money to Africa because they're having some kind of tribal conflicts? What are we doing? Let Europe take care of that shit. They're closer to it anyway. If it gets out of hand, they're the ones that are going to have to deal with it. It's not like these fuckers are going to canoe ride over to us.
Elon Musk involved?
Right, Hallie. This amounts to a gutting of this key agency. NBC News has learned from several sources that in the past week, more than 1,000 senior civil workers and contractors were fired, furloughed, or placed on leave. USAID's website has been offline for more than 24 hours now, and I'm
it's already
also
off.
told that this weekend the director and deputy director of the agency's security office were put on leave after refusing access to secure files to Elon Musk's Doge office. In just the last hours, Musk calling the agency criminal and saying it's time for it to die. USAID is the backbone of the U.S.'s humanitarian assistance around the world, and the Trump administration has also frozen billions of dollars of foreign aid that runs through it. Several Democratic lawmakers tonight are saying the crippling of USAID undercuts America's national security.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Why? Oh, what are they going to do about it? What's Gaza going to do about it if we're not shipping them MREs that they didn't even want, by the way? Dude. We watched a video of an American that was in Gaza. Talking about how they don't want them. They don't want our nasty MREs. Like, what is this he was saying? It felt like we were sending them, like, poison to eat, pretty much. And he wouldn't eat it. He's like, I'm not eating this. Half of those MREs that we sent them? Come here, come here. What are you doing? You're bugging me, cat. I want to scoot forward and you're just standing there. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you fucking weird? Okay. You'll only move if you can attack me. Great. What did she eat? Oh, she ate all the fancy feast from 2 nights ago that I forgot to put out yesterday. That was the second one. That was some aged fancy feast on that second bowl. The first bowl was all Ziwi plain. And she barked that. Dude, she's hungry this morning. Wow. She's putting her tail in the third bowl. Gotta love that. And the fourth bowl is also Fancy Feast, a fresh plate. She's really eating a lot, dude. What the fuck, Fluffy? I don't want to have to go out there already. Well, she's eating like $4 worth of food right now. Oh, that one too? Oh, no, there's no way she eats all 4 plates. I think time's played up. Come on, Simon. Come on, Simon. Watch it. Just take the gravy off of it. You don't know what chow means yet. It's been happening. What, oh really? Tux 2 just rolled by? What the heck? You didn't want any of it. See him. Was it before or after I went out? That was before I went out, probably. I forgot to put some tunes on when I went. I'm still kind of getting used to having this ability. trying to drink out of it. Do you see her right now? She wants the liquid to come out of it. She's so smart. I need to rinse her off. I'll be back. I'll get a paper towel. For Bitsy. I don't think she does a very good job at cleaning herself. Eddie? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Girl. Oh no, don't fight. I mean, you're next.
Thank you for being here with me. You're incredible.
Okay, this one's a little too sappy.
Thank you for sharing.
Go back there and roll around in the litter. He's like, oh, I'm clean. Oh, stupid human. I like your hands to smell like me. I have to do that, dude, because my hands are doing some crazy shit with all this cracking. I gotta crack there, there, there. Maybe only 3 right now. What? Oh! police presence. Security measures ahead of Super Bowl. What are you doing? You're acting weird.
Going on. Along with the new tariffs, President Trump also has ordered a crackdown at the border and mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. That move sparked a lot of this protests all weekend long in San Diego.
ABC 10 News reporter Yasmin Ludi joins us live at the convention center, where instead of protests, Yasmin, people have a different kind of message for the president today.
Jared, Mel, the protest stretched from here in downtown San Diego to National City and to Escondido. But instead of protesting with signs and flags like we saw over the weekend, today's plan is a bit different. The Instagram post on your screen calls for a day without immigrants. The message in bold, loud and clear. No school, no work, no shopping. Today's protest aims to show the impact that immigrants have within communities. It's a different style than what we saw over the weekend in National City on Friday. The streets of Highland Avenue, a sea of green, white, and red, and in Gaslamp on Sunday, hundreds gathered chanting loudly with flags and posters. The theme, scream for those who can't.
I'm teaching my son. He's like, you're teaching me that we're all the same, so let's go fight and that we're all the same and equal here and stop deportation.
No, you're not all the fucking same, bitch. If you're illegal, you're either illegal or you're not illegal. That is not the same. And she's teaching her son that it is the same. Can we get all the retarded people out of the country, please?
In addition to the day without migrants, the Instagram post says that there will be another protest happening today at 9 near the San Ysidro border crossing. ABC
what are you doing?
Plans to be there later this morning. Live from downtown San Diego, Yasmin Ludi, ABC 10 News.
Put some throat into it, lady. Less nasal, more throat. Oh, looks like he's taking his anger out on her. Yeah, you can come here. Come here. It's okay. Come here. You can hide from me. From Simon on me. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, you go back down there. You deserve everything you get coming to you. Come here. Hey. I'm offering you. Okay, she went up there. Don't look at me. I don't like this camera setup right now. Good for when I'm outside. Cool camera. On me setup. It's kind of weird.
So, Rev, we also have some breaking news.
Oh, this will be good. Oh, baby, I love it when MSNBC covers something that Trump does.
About USAID, its uncertain fate. We've just confirmed an email went out early this morning to staff saying, do not come in.
And look who's there. They didn't even put this in the title. This is an added bonus.
Headquarters will be closed this morning.
The Black Tales of the Crypt is there.
work remotely. And Elon Musk is saying in his spaces last night, said that Donald Trump agreed with him to shut down the entire agency. Congress should have a say in there. They've been mute so far. Give us your reaction, though, as we know what good, both strategically and in terms of humanitarian terms, this agency does. Today, it's not open.
Strategically, it is very detrimental to the interests of the country because this aid that we do humanitarian-wise is also goes hand in glove with protecting and securing Americans and the United States because we need people to see us as a humanitarian.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You know what happens when we give Gaza humanitarian aid after giving Israel the missiles and the Predator drone? Well, helping arm the Predator drones that Germany gave them, and whatever else we've done to help make Gaza look like a demolition site. You think they really care that we're giving them MREs? For one, I was just talking about they don't eat them. They don't want them. They're selling them for rockets. They're laughing in our fucking faces, dude, as we're giving them humanitarian aid, actually. While they hate us. While if we were to have an attack, a bombing, anywhere on our soil, they would be in the streets rejoicing, even though we give them humanitarian aid. So what's the point?
Country as we try to deal with.
And I'm not just saying this hypothetically. I'm saying it because they've done it multiple times. I'm just talking about Gaza in particular. But look at Iran. They do the shit too. Look at all the countries that we give money to. And whenever some bad shit happens to us, if they're mostly a Muslim nation, they're going to have to cheer for it. Allah says so.
China,
we're infidels,
Russia are making inroads into Africa and other places. To just abruptly cut this off and to in essence get rid of or terminate those that have been doing that work is, in my opinion, not only a
I say at the bare minimum, cut off all the Muslim countries.
This judgment is a cold, calculated play that I don't understand how it serves the interests of the American people. So at one level, you sympathize with those that work at USA, but at another level is to what end are we saying we're going to cut this off? There's been no problems with them. There's been no questions about their service. So what is the point here?
There is, though. Was UNICEF funded by USAID? Let me look. I'm pausing for just a second. Bear with me because I want to hear everything they have to say with this. I like learning. Aid. Funding. UNICEF. The United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, funds UNICEF to support humanitarian and development efforts that improve the well-being of children around the world. Right? Okay. Perfect. UNICEF funding Hamas. UNICEF has been supporting Palestine children in West Bank, Gaza since the 1980s. UNICEF terrorists. Wasn't there a thing on them just recently? I thought it was UNICEF. Well, who was it if it wasn't UNICEF? Oh, UNRWA. UNRWA. Okay. Let me see something. Is UNRWA. UNRWA. Funded by USA. I stand corrected. USA does not fund UNRWA. The Biden administration paused all U.S. funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East in January 2024. Congress then prohibited U.S. funding to UNRWA until March 25th, 2025. Also, what? Was it funding UNRWA? It must have until January. Yes, the USA has funded UNRWA in the past. How? Yeah, so interesting. So it was giving money to them for a long time, helping Gaza buy rockets. And we were doing that through USAID. And see, here's the thing. For me, if we found fraud in that program, in UNRWA, I think what Trump is looking at is Biden even found that fraud. So there's probably fraud in a lot of these programs that we're giving money to, is what he's probably looking at, and stop that shit because we're getting taken advantage of. I agree, because the Biden administration even saw how we were being taken advantage of. So if they could find it, the Trump administration is definitely going to find it. Wow. Okay. Well, now we know.
Then can we remind our audience, you said Elon Musk's directive. Elon Musk is a private citizen. He was not elected. He's not appointed. He has not had a background check. He has not been vetted in any way. Okay? This is a private citizen that the president signed an executive.
What do you mean he's not been vetted in any way? Do you really think that the government doesn't know everything there is to know about Elon Musk, dude? They know everything about Elon Musk. They have fine-tooth combed his ass because he's the richest person in the world. Before he was even in office, they knew everything they could possibly know about him. Are you fucking stupid, lady? No. Our government, though, knows Elon like no one else. For sure. You can't be the richest person in the world with that much power with the government not all up in your business. There's no way. They know everything about him. You think the government knows shit about you? They probably know when Elon goes to the bathroom. Oh, they're getting a little rough back there. Put her on our back.
Order, right? He even put Doge in parentheses. This isn't real. But Elon Musk and his team have now been given access to start to take over and control established government offices, right? When you talk about protecting U.S. interests, who's protecting U.S. interests? Elon Musk has always argued, I go to where the problem is. Well, who are you looking to solve it for? Right. Yourself and your personal interests, or the American people? We have tons of waste in this country. Let's do it.
But the thing is, Elon doesn't get paid unless America does well. They want America to do well so they can do well. If we do shit, then their kids or whatever will have to live in a world of dystopian They don't want it. I don't think he wants that. He's got kids. Trump has kids. That's why we usually want people in office and in public service that have children, because they care more about the future.
Why aren't the people who doing it, why haven't they been confirmed? Why don't they have background checks? If they're going to like shake things up, let's do it. But let's do it with some level of transparency.
Yep. Well, and
she looks like she doesn't have kids. Burnett.
Literally focused my entire adult life on the national debt, which is at $36 trillion. It's supposed to go up another $20 trillion over the next decade, and understands and has been warning for 30 years now about the debt bomb that will go off, and when it goes off, it'll be bad. I would be the first to talk about the need to get.
Why is everybody scared of us going into debt? I don't get it, because who gives a shit if we're in debt? We're keeping the entire world safe with our Navy. If it weren't for our Navy being all over the place, the world would be much closer to a midnight, with the midnight clock for nuclear doomsday or whatever clock. If all of a sudden America didn't have enough money to have an operating Navy, I don't know. I can't even imagine what would happen.
Under control, but you do it constitutionally. And by the way, going after U.S. aid, this is so preposterous. It's less than 1%. Of the.
Yeah, but that is such a large amount going to places that hate us, that are using those donations, possible straight money donations, sometimes food that they end up selling for a fraction of what we end up having to pay for, so that they can get cash out of it. Just like the fucking person selling food stamps here for 50 cents on the dollar. You got these people selling this shit, man. The government's selling it. And then they're using it to buy rockets to shoot at our allies. So that is where the big money is going to... Because when they're shooting a $100 rocket and we're having to use a $10,000 to $20,000 missile to shoot it down, and we bought the rocket and the... That's where it starts adding up, you dumbass. Especially in Gaza, but it goes to this other countries that we're funding for them to have a population growth, so that we can fund more eventually, because they'll have more people, and then and those people are going to be having kids. We got to fund more because those people are going to be it's just never fucking ending. It's going to grow over time if we just keep this up.
Federal budget. So, John Heilman, though, you look, following up on what Stephanie just said, and looking at the hatred, again, the hatred spewed this weekend from the world's richest man for the United States actually helping the poorest people across the globe, the most destitute people across the globe, and not just because we're good people, but because, as I've said before, Harry Truman made the calculation after World War II and Europe was in ruins. I have to get Herbert Hoover over there, and I
really wish this fucker would talk faster. They need to stop having so many kids in these countries, dude. That's the main problem. We shouldn't fund other countries to have better birth rates than we have. Better fertility and birth rates and survival rates. Their survival rates are lower than ours, but since they're having so many kids, their birth rates are still their population is still growing, while ours is at a stagnant, right? Or it's actually going down now, isn't it? We could be using that measly 1% that they think is such a small amount it'd probably be enough to make our population start going up again.
Needs to organize a humanitarian response, because if we don't do that, the communists will, and they will take over Western Europe as well. They understood that. Now we have China.
How will they take over? Because they're giving them, and then why? Why would they take over? Is he going to tell me why?
We have ISIS, we have Al Qaeda trying to make their way through and establish a foothold all across Africa, all across the southern hemisphere.
This bitch. Yeah, but why do we have to give them all kinds of shit so that they don't let terrorists in their country? We have to give them food for that to happen?
And you have, again, somebody who's not even a government employee.
Well, fuck them then. Let them let terrorists in, and once they do, we'll bomb the shit out of them.
The Treasury Department this weekend,
it's that
kicking down the door of USAID this weekend, sending his people in to have access to classified material that they have no right to have access to that classified material, and it appears to just keep going. And you do wonder, when are the Republican heads of these committees going to step forward and say, can't do that? That's actually my jurisdiction. Get out.
It's a very good question, Joe, and I would say there are a lot of things all built into that question and into the setup here. I mean, there is the Elon Musk of it all, which is, has been one of the most important stories of this new term. The notion, it's not a good look, obviously, in some sense. You wouldn't have thought the world's richest man campaigning to take out USAID in the way that he has been. But, you look at we don't have a head of the FAA right now because the prior head of the FAA decided to step down because Elon Musk was attacking him over things that and demanding his resignation. He is, as Stephanie said, this is not even just a question about transparency. It's a question about accountability. There is no such thing as the Department of Government Efficiency. It does not exist.
Wait, it does exist.
It has not been created. It is
what
now.
What are you talking about? You see that shit's happening because it. The fuck? This guy's got a Wu-Tang box in the background. Isn't that what that is? Is that the Wu-Tang symbol? Sure.
The head of it, the head of a fictional organization, is now shutting down a long-established and congressionally authorized institution that has the history that you just said with USAID. But your question at the end is the crucial question. If you add up everything that Donald Trump has done,
look. Fucking weird. It's the same exact symbol. Without the words Wu-Tang across it. Yeah, that's it. This guy's a fucking Biden Harris to the max, bro. You fucking he's some old bald white guy that can't get enough of the Wu-Tang. Hilarious.
Since he took office, it amounts to a strategy of subjugating the legislative branch, whether it is the firing of the inspectors general, the purge at the FBI, shutting down the USAID, the discussions about buyout offers for federal employees. You could make a list of 30 things. All of them are about expanding the executive power and essentially saying to Congress, we dare you to assert your institutional prerogative to rein this in and daring the courts to stop it. And your question, when will committee chairs? I'm not sure they ever will, because one of the questions that's at hand right now is, does Congress want to be have its institutional prerogative? Does this Republican Party in the United States Senate and House want to be about a check and balance against the executive, or does it actually want to be, politically and otherwise, subjugated to Donald Trump's agenda? That question is, to a large extent, along with the question of whether the courts will intervene and what will happen if they do, those are like the whole ball of wax here.
This is portrait in the background.
All I'll say is this, Mika.
I just noticed it last minute.
Again. Everything that happens now, as Jim Vandehei and Mike Allen wrote this morning in Axios, everything that happens in 2025 with a Republican president could happen in 2029 with a Democratic president. I think more to the point, though, when there are all these strategic missteps, when there is the gutting of USAID, an organization, again, that helps us actually collect data on Al-Qaeda, whether it's in the Ivory Coast or across the world. We actually collect data on Al-Qaeda through USAID. We actually get sources on Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
This guy's fucking hung up on Al-Qaeda right now. Maybe we can use something else. Maybe it's like the DEA, Department of not DEA. What's the one where it's like drugs, firearms, and drug, alcohol, and tobacco? What is that one? No, guns, alcohol, tobacco. Which one's that one? Yeah, ATF. Like, what is that? Like, why are the people that worried about guns worried about alcohol and tobacco? It's like that kind of thing, you know? Like, why is USAID worried about ISIS? Maybe there should be another organization do that. That's what they do. They're the ISIS, Al-Qaeda people.
ISIS and others, China trying to make moves across Africa. There will be blowback. And when that comes, those Republican senators that are sitting back letting this happen will be responsible. It's the same thing, actually, when you look at what's happening at the FBI. Internal purges are going on.
But no one was responsible for all the shit that's happening in Afghanistan right now, because we withdrew out of there, and all the negative repercussions that the females are feeling there. She doesn't care about the female rights in Afghanistan when they have zero rights now at this point. They're probably getting beaten in the streets again and shit. But no, but this is different. Now we want to know where ISIS and Al-Qaeda is. That matters so much now. But pulling out of Afghanistan, that was totally different. Like, that wasn't giving us any intelligence.
The FBI right now.
We'd rather have humanitarian aid workers giving us intelligence on military movement. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's great news for Al-Qaeda.
Democrats,
That's great news for ISIS. That's great news to fentanyl drug gangs. That's great news to China. Spies for China, spies for Russia, spies for Iran. That is great news for our enemies. There's no way two ways cut it. Every Republican senator knows this to be the case. Every Republican House member knows this to be the case. If you are focusing your attention on purges at the Pentagon and purges at the FBI,
it's just the beginning. There's Trident.
Then your enemies are the ones. Your foreign enemies are the ones who are celebrating, because they're getting more powerful, because you're taking your eyes off the ball. And by the way, I'll be the first to say, and I've said it, reform at the FBI, reform at the Pentagon, reform at USAID, reform across the government. A great idea. But, you know, one of Elon Musk's close associates said his goal, and the goal of other billionaires that are involved in this, are to strip the government down to its stubs.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of a handful of Republican senators that we have known all over the years that we've met with. Barrasso, Thune, Lindsey Graham, Dave McCormick, Susan Collins. I mean, they know this. They absolutely know this.
Everyone.
100%.
Every last one of them knows this is dangerous. A purge at the FBI is dangerous. If somebody stepped over the line, then yes, deal with those people accordingly. But a wholesale purge there, a wholesale purge at USAID, as John Lemire just said this morning, telling every USAID worker to stay at home. There are ramifications. Hard power, soft power, investigative power. Our enemies are loving this.
Still,
if our enemies are loving this, why do they want Biden to be in office and not Trump? I don't think they're loving it. Democrats are just retarded. They're so used to career politicians running the show here when it was never meant to be set up like that. People weren't meant to be in office for their entire lives. Getting all these connections with corporations and shit. War machine. They want it to be like, they want only career politicians. Because they're the experts at being political. And she didn't eat any of the Ziwi. That's plain Ziwi. She ate very little of Simon's food. I guess she's not that hungry. It was only about a half a can of Fancy Feast. Oh, doing all right. And you got Homie that felt the need to put a Wu-Tang Clan thing within frame. That was very intentional for that to be in frame. Like, you can't tell me this dude's gonna go on international TV and not look at what's in frame behind him before hitting the live button. Silly. Who is he trying to impress? I'm even conscious about what's behind me, like in frame. Watch it clutter. I used to care more before her. I would have it all like set up. And then she changed all that. Simon's been laying in my lap like every morning lately. Ever since I started giving him the fish oil. Must feel better. Remember, he was doing this before I got her. Every morning he would lay in my lap. But then I got her and he stopped doing it. But I think it's because his back hurt. And now he's able to like smack her around when she tries to hurt him. So he's got his confidence back and not as depressed, I think. It's really bothering me seeing her be able to conquer him over and over. His food might go to waste today out there, though. Oh well, they don't like his food for some reason. He's got the weirdest palate of any cat. Except Sweet Pea will eat anything that he eats, so she doesn't care. She'll eat anything though.
I put on the radio and I
turn the station. Turning the station on him and him. I'm singing aloud, buddy. J.D. Vance is going to visit East Palestine, Ohio. Mexico cuts a deal with Trump. Was that what that was this morning? Oh, really?
Developing story as we are hearing that President Trump has agreed to pause tariffs on Mexico for 1 month in exchange for Mexico placing troops along the border. Let's head back out to this, the post from the president via Truth Social, and I do want to bring it to you here in full as it says this. I just spoke with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico. It was a very friendly conversation wherein she agreed to immediately supply 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the border separating Mexico and the United States. These soldiers will be specifically designated to stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal migrants into our country. We further agreed to immediately pause the anticipated tariffs for 1 month period, during which we will have negotiations headed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and high-level representatives of Mexico. I look forward to participating in those negotiations with President Sheinbaum as we attempt to achieve a deal between our two countries. We also continue to have this live picture out of Mexico as President Sheinbaum continues to address a crowd there, including the press. She was answering some questions regarding that phone call that she had with President Trump early this morning around 8 in the morning local time. And I do want to just recap this breaking news for you all here, reading some reporting from the Associated Press in which they say Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying Monday that after a conversation with U.S. President Donald Trump,
she's repeating what she just said.
Are on hold for 1 month because of any deals and whether the tariffs are with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Okay, she doesn't know anything else. I fucking news sucks. I gotta skip the news. I gotta give you all this extra shit. And I gotta say it twice. Joe. What? Oh, that's funny. Fuck you, Canada.
Kentucky bourbon and Tennessee whiskey are whisked from BC store shelves.
You know what though?
Before the US
you know what though,
Canada?
I got 4 bottles of Crown Royal 29 year. Y'all can't even get it, and it's so limited, Canada. It's so limited. I got your precious juice. I'm holding it hostage.
It's sad. It's a sad state. Our two countries rely on each other. Our economies were interlinked after generations of
Look at this sign. Dude, can we get these? Can we get these all over the grocery stores here in America? Buy American instead, please. We don't really, well, I mean, aside from fruits, we don't really buy that much international food, right? Fruits and vegetables, though. About it. Fresh fruits and vegetables. But oof, we gotta start growing our own fruits and vegetables, don't we?
And it's sad to see that we're here today.
Manitoba liquor marts will pull American products by Tuesday.
This means that we are going to be taking $80 million out of the U.S. economy.
In Ontario,
That's a drop in the bucket,
is scrubbing
bitch.
American products
We
from its
gave more in
catalog.
diapers to
American
Gaza.
distillers say bans in multiple provinces will affect more than $1 billion in cross-border booze trade.
In the Canadian and the American distilled spirits industry
That's a false fact.
has
I don't know.
thrived together without
Condoms,
tariffs
maybe.
and without trade barriers. And we need to muscle through this.
That's a good one.
It's going to hurt. But hopefully cooler heads will prevail with our government.
Some economists warn fighting the U.S. tariffs tit for tat is a losing battle.
And for the mouse to
This guy's a
attack the two-ton
gamer.
elephant and say we're going to get in there and beat him up and knock the mouse, the two-ton elephant out it's just preposterous. And so we're going to lose.
They do? Trader Joe's?
This Vancouver bar manager says they'll be making old fashions in a new way, substituting BC spirits for American ones.
It feels kind of like we're caught in a schoolyard fight.
People just stop drinking, man.
Childish and disappointing, and we're just hoping that this kind of gets resolved quickly.
For provinces still stocking U.S. alcohol when tariffs kick in on Tuesday, expect those prices to climb. Yvette Brand, CBC News, Vancouver.
I bet you just stop drinking. You don't have to worry about it. Oh, a lot of these.
As Canada braces for the impact of these tariffs, government officials are swinging back with their own, both federally and provincially. But locally, just how much can be done to brace for impact? Roger Collins joins us now to see how locals in and around the area are reacting to the news. Roger.
Adam, there's no escaping these tariffs, especially here in Hamilton, where the manufacturing sector makes up a large part of the city's GDP. But there are also concerns for the city's service sector and retail sector. And just today, we're learning that Premier Ford plans to remove all American-made alcohol from the shelves of the LCBO.
We are definitely going to be impacted here in Hamilton and be one of the more
Hamilton, hey,
communities across
you remember
Canada due to
Hamilton?
our manufacturing.
Hamilton Patty, that's where she was from. She would come here. She would not here, the other channel.
Our strength in manufacturing. So when you look at the impacts to Hamilton's economy, 80%
wow, is that metal?
Manufacturers export to the U.S.
Is that liquid metal?
With even more than that of those exports going to the United States.
There are 28,000 jobs in Hamilton that rely on manufacturing. Most of it steel-related, something President Trump has specified is in his crosshairs.
There's a potential using data from the conference board that we're going to see over $1 billion in GDP decline in 2025 due to the tariffs.
But it isn't just manufacturing that's going to take a hit. Local retail and service industries are also about to get caught in the crossfire of this trade war. One possible measure we could see at the LCBO is the removal of American-made products from its shelves and its catalog. Earlier today, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford released a statement saying starting Tuesday, we're removing American products from LCBO shelves. As the only wholesaler of alcohol in the province, LCBO will also remove American products from its catalog so other Ontario-based restaurants and retailers can't order or restock U.S. products.
Dude, this is going to hurt them way more than us. That is going to hurt them. The alcohol drinkers there are going to be pissed because their whiskey is not known for being good. Actually, where's Brody at? Dude, they're like, they have whiskey, but like after I bought that Crown 29, I started looking into whiskey a lot more, in Canadian whiskey in particular. And it's because their seasons don't fluctuate enough. The reason why we have good whiskey is because our humidity levels as well as our heat gets so high in Kentucky. Humidity and heat causes the aging to be able to happen very rapidly. And that's why, like, alcohol that's aged in Scotland has to be aged like twice as long to have the same amount of flavor in it. So like, this is gonna piss off drinkers more than anything, I think, because if they can't get American whiskey anymore, they're gonna have to drink Canadian whiskey. They're not gonna be happy about it. So, I mean, there's that. Most of the stuff is blended, and the laws surrounding their whiskey isn't the same as ours. It's not as strict. They can add additives. They can put flavoring in their whiskey. So it's not considered as high quality. So yeah, we'll see how that turns out for them, dude, because there's not much to do in Canada but drink. I mean, you can smoke, but I think they got a lot of drinkers up there, man. I mean, look at how rambunctious they get at them hockey games.
Move that garnered plenty of support from Hamilton's locals.
I don't buy many American products, but so I definitely won't get that anymore.
From the wine my wife likes is from Australia and South Africa.
Whiskey,
the
though.
two favorite ones. So yeah, we can do without California wine.
Whatever we got to do, we got to do. And if it means we got to suffer a little bit on the alcohol we get, so be it.
Oh,
good for you, Doug.
He's a little
Good
upset
job,
about
buddy.
it.
And at this popular restaurant in the city's West End, its owner says his customers will adjust accordingly.
How much you're going to miss it? You usually go somewhere because you like the ambiance and you like to be there and
Yeah,
feel
we'll see,
comfortable.
buddy.
You don't go there because of
Hasn't
the
happened
bourbon
yet.
there because it's the best bourbon. It's all the same.
It's not all the
There's
same.
alcohol, there's different flavors, but you can
Fucker.
adjust and find a new flavor.
Homie, if it were all the fucking same, it would be all the same, but it's definitely not all the same. You fucking weirdo. That dude was a severe alcoholic. He doesn't care what it tastes like.
According to the LCBO, it typically stocks over 3,600 products from 35 different states, making up nearly $1 billion in yearly purchases from the U.S.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. They talked up some people that weren't whiskey drinkers, honestly, and they might have beer that's comparable or to ours, but as far as I know, whiskey, if you're gonna get whiskey that's like anywhere close to ours out there, you're gonna have to pay like over $100 a bottle or something. And out here, you could get the like whiskey that's comparable for probably $30. But we'll see. Somebody's got a fucking leaf blower out here right now. 9 o'clock in the morning. High on the high setting. I can't stand those fucking things, dude. They blow shit all over the place, you know, they blow shit all over everybody's cars. Plus, they normally just blow it out into the street. I hope in hopes that the street sweeper will collect it for them. And the noise from it. They don't even throw away the shit when they're done. Like when you sweep, normally you would sweep stuff up and you throw it away. Got a rhythmic sound to it. It's not bothersome. It's like a heartbeat. It doesn't blow stuff all over everybody's vehicles and stuff. And it gives you a slight workout. Over time of using a broom, it's not even a big deal because your most muscles are used to doing it. Leaf blowers, man. They used to suck, so hardly anybody had them. They used to have a good one. You had to like have a high-powered gas one. Now everybody's got one. They weren't that cheap. But now they're cheap. Everybody's got one. Constantly hearing leaf blowers. I'm a sweeper. I have a broom. I have a push broom. I have different brooms. We're back. No, I don't even think they have them in Japan. I bet they don't have them. Pick up your nails doing again already. That's my least favorite thing to do for Simon and the kid. Let's see. Does Japan have leaf? They do have leaf blowers. Wow. That's. I wouldn't have thought that. It seemed like a more peaceful country with less pollute. Oh, I had a neighbor too that lived there for a while, and he was a sweeper. Oh my god, the concept of the leaf blower is actually credited to a Japanese company. It was originally developed as a backpack fogger. The leaf blower originated in 1947 as a backpack fogger apparatus invented by Japanese-based Kyoritsu Noki Company. Kyoritsu followed that design with a backpack blower misting machine in 1955. Gas-powered blowers are being targeted by government across the country. A ban in California starts next month. Oh, this was in June 20th. Wait, is there a ban on them? Ban on gas-powered. California banned the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers and string trimmers on July 1st, 2024. The ban was part of AB 1346, a law signed by Gavin Newsom in 2021. Gas-powered leaf blowers pollute the air. They are harmful to operators and bystanders. They create high levels of noise that contribute to climate change. New gas-powered leaf blowers and string trimmers can't be sold in California. Existing gas-powered leaf blowers must reduce their emissions. What are some cities in California that have banned? Los Angeles passed a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. Pasadena banned the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in 2023, April. Pleasanton enacted a ban on them on June 1st, 2024. I guess Long Beach doesn't have a ban yet, maybe. Interesting, though. Damn, gas-powered string trimmers? I didn't know they stopped the sale of those. I have an electric one anyway. Yeah, that one's gas powered that's out there now. That's why it's so loud. I get the battery power much quieter. I wouldn't be talking about right now if I do have a battery powered one. I wonder if I'm supposed to charge this thing periodically though. I haven't charged it in a long time. Oh shit. I need to charge it actually. Hey, get up, buddy. Here, do it like this. Does it make you feel better if I don't pick you up? Come on. Come on. He's like, I'll be right back, Simon. Hey, right back. There you go. Yeah. And I forgot what I was even doing. Oh. I noticed this thing's reading a weird. Big boy. Such a big boy. He went and actually did get the litter all over him, because every time I pet him, it's like coating. Plane wreckage. Potomac. No new gas sales. Well, some locales simply restrict blower use to certain times of day. Alright, well, what are those times? Oh wow, dude, Long Beach was talking about it back in 2017 actually.
It's been a long day. It's been a long year.
Classic. Yep, 9 a.m. Oh, 8 a.m. on Monday through Friday. They can start running them. That's kind of crazy. This person says some people are doing it at 6:45 a.m. next to his house in Long Beach. This song came out back when I was in high school. We were banging. We were like, man, young again. And I got laid to this song. Man, we were drunk as shit. And we were like, oh shit, that's my jam. What you doing? Oh, take it off, baby. Yeah, you know, we get freaky with this song every time. Takes us back, you know. I can't be the only one, huh? Skirt, 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 skirt. I can hear the bed squeaking now. Sorry, I had a flashback. Here we go.
Well, happening today, an annual demonstration called A Day Without Immigrants. The stated purpose is to highlight the ways immigrants contribute to their communities nationwide. But this time, organizers say it really has added significance at a time of stepped-up deportations by government agents.
Nobody
Veronica
cares,
Macias
dude.
joining us live outside a restaurant in South San Francisco this morning. One of the businesses, Veronica, that is closed to show support.
Right, but why are they doing that?
Gianna. Yes, like you said, this is a nationwide initiative, not happening just here in South
they
San
illegal too?
Francisco. But when we arrived here at La Tapatía La Mexicana in South San Francisco, we saw this post that is on the window here, letting customers know they're joining in on this campaign today. La Tapatía Mexicana in South San Francisco's owner posting on this note here that they're closed in support and unity of their entire Hispanic community.
Hey, yo, now if they would have done this on Taco Tuesday, I would have been impressed.
The post goes on to say, we are not criminals, we are hardworking people. Now, this movement highlights immigrant workers, their contributions, and their everyday impact on businesses, from restaurants to retail shops. And over the weekend, we saw big protests in other big cities across the country. The idea is for the immigrant community not only to close businesses today, but also not to spend a single dollar and to stay home from school. In some cities like Chicago and some demonstrations in Los Angeles over over the weekend. We also saw
Hey,
that these big
no.
cities, their Chamber
No.
of Commerce, they're telling
Stop.
their businesses that they're a
Amy.
little worried about this campaign, that it might not be a good idea and it
Amy.
could hurt the businesses eventually. But owners here, like at La Tapatía, feel
Hey,
like sending the
stop.
message is important.
There's a person that's organizing this and was asking businesses, Hispanic businesses, to see if they could participate. We were thinking about our employees because
Stop
taking a day
biting me.
Work is their pay. But
The
we found out
fuck,
from them that
man?
they were okay with it.
One day she'll be cool, next day she's a cunt.
And coming up, we're going to have more information about a rally that's prepared for later today. And we're also going to have more information regarding La Tapatía, seeing how today's closure went for this business. Gianna?
Gianna, where are you? Okay, that's already old news. Motorist drives in a police bike at some anti-ice thing yesterday. Oh, they had a police escort in Dallas. Oh, shit. Did they go after him? They didn't go after him. Interesting. This is getting kind of cool, huh? People really think that this is going to help their cause.
Right now, we want people to get home. We want people to get home. It's okay. It's okay. You hear that? They're trying to find them. Trust me, we wanted to. I know, it's okay. I got family just like that. It's okay. That made me very upset.
Is that what, illegal family? Right. Well, they did? How'd they do that? First time. Wow, look at that jump. Ah.
But Percy and Peter Penguin have a big... Hey, buddy. What, buddy? How you doing? What you watching, pal?
Percy Penguin and his friend Peter Penguin are going to the zoo. Isn't it nice to have friends?
It sure is.
Hello, Peter. Would you like to go to the zoo? Yes, Percy. Let's go to the zoo.
But Percy and Peter Penguin have a big penguin problem.
No. What is it?
They fail to ask each other's pronouns and now risk misgendering each other. Personal pronouns are paramount.
This shows totally what?
Politeness.
The penguins have pronouns.
Percy walked in.
And by the way, you know what? If they're in penguin world when they go to the zoo, are there other penguins behind the cages?
They found.
Or is it more like, animals like giraffes and things like that? Or is it humans? Is it like reverse polarity and like the penguins are going there watching humans? Like that's like, okay, you know what? The important part is that this is woke. This is woke nonsense.
I'm so tired of this. Is there anything that Wesson can actually watch?
Well, we have 7 streaming services and 113 channels, so there's got to be something that we can watch.
Ooh, I know. There was this Facebook mom group, and they were talking about this show that sounded kind of interesting.
Sometimes I feel sad because people make fun of me for being the Asian.
Why do they have to have races? They're puppets.
Nice. We should all love each other.
They're all part of the same race. They're part of the puppet race.
Whether we're Asian or normal.
I can't believe a group of moms on the internet were wrong. What else is there?
Hi, friends. I'm Miss Melanie. Let's learn together. Today we're going to learn about shapes and colors.
This looks great.
And we're also going to learn about how climate change is going to kill us all.
Oh, okay.
Climate change. Climate change.
Okay, how does this work? How does this? It's not working. It's not working.
Climate change.
All right.
Hi, Purple Cat. Would you like to eat at my restaurant?
Okay, Orange Dog.
And you don't have to pay because capitalism is evil and making people pay for things is exploitation.
Definitely not.
Hey kids, I can transform into a car, but did you know you can transform into a different gender?
No! Come on, no, you can't!
Actually, the most offensive thing about this is the lack of clear vision.
Experimental vaccines.
Guess who? Now with all 437 genders.
Do I have your consent to kiss you?
Can you help me find fashions?
All cops are down to talk masculinity.
That's it!
Oh no.
No more Hollywood garbage in this house.
I agree. But what can he watch then?
Just have to make it ourselves.
Okay. Wait, what do you mean by that? Okay, Wesson, get ready to watch your own special show.
Well, hello there, Daddy Rabbit. Hello, Mother Rabbit. Would you like a delicious carrot?
Yes, I will, because I'm a rabbit and I want to eat carrots.
Oh, honey, I think we scarred him. He's probably never going to want to watch anything ever again.
Mission accomplished.
You looking at Kitty? I'm just chilling, looking at the battery charge. He doesn't understand why it's making that noise, I think. The fan inside of it.
I thought I was the only one with a penis problem, but then I found dudes. Seriously, is your peen acting mean? You need dudes.
Whatever.
We're talking to you, doofus. We know your dick doesn't work. Seriously, we're talking to you, you idiot. Why don't you have the full manly capabilities of a working dick? You need dudes.
Oh no. How do they know my dick doesn't work?
Hey, doofus. I bet you thought erectile dysfunction was just for grandpas. Well, guess what? These aren't your dad's dick pills. These are dudes. Dudes are a cool new way to last longer and stronger. And we're going to remind you of that through memes, sponsored content, and straight-up ads like this one. And we will bombard you with opportunities to click on this link to our store ever since we've figured out that you've got www.
What's www?
Wiener won't work. It's a total rebrand of the meaty market of penis pills. We took the aesthetic to a whole new level for young men like you. It's erectile dysfunction for the next generation. That's why our marketing looks like we're selling you a legal version of those pills you took at Burning Man last year.
I remember the days when the sound of a woman's voice would give me a boner. Now I get anxious in the bedroom in front of a beautiful woman. Maybe I'm gay.
Maybe you are. But we're here to make money off that anxiety. We want to keep you young, straight, and always horny. Instead of bogging you down with nonsense like the ingredients of chemicals we put into these things, we'll tell you it's made with Sex RX.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just as likely to take a drug that sounds like a pharmacy-themed sex club where you get chlamydia as the next guy, but what does Sex RX do?
It's a prescription for sex. You literally won't even have to try and get aroused after taking this. It will just scientifically get to work. And don't forget our patented climax control technology, so your sex can be spontaneous and all the time.
So you're saying I can spontaneously combust all over the place whenever I wish?
Well, if that's what you want, sicko, this thing will solve your bedroom woes.
Hey. How is this stuff any different than Viagra?
Hey, it's not. We just hope that you remember us as the erections are stronger, last longer guys, and not the if you have an erection lasting 4 hours or more, contact a doctor immediately guys. See, Dudes is a carefully marketed and contrived pill for younger penises. At Hort's Health Incorporated, we strive to build up your manhood with pills with cool flavors like horny rhino mint. All without a prescription from a doctor. Sure, you'll have to consult online with a healthcare provider, but we make that easy for you. Literally, we will handle that through our website because we know going to your doctor and admitting your junk is malfunctioning would be far worse than divulging that info to an internet stranger. We've been collecting info from your demographic since you post literally everything about yourself on social media. We purchased your data, but it's okay because we're a startup founded by young men just like you.
I love that so much. I'm hard just thinking about it.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're right.
And even though we have cool healthcare startup vibes that completely take advantage of America's addiction to the health and wellness industry, we're actually a giant company. But after directly targeting your insecurities and offering a cure-all with our product, you'll forget we're just a telehealth service that sells prescription and over-the-counter drugs online. Instead, you'll willingly just sign up for all of our pills, none of which are approved by the FDA, to become part of the Dudes Brotherhood. I
don't trust the government anyway, so.
Oh, why trust big government when you can trust big pharma? You wouldn't know it with our viral marketing rebrand, but after reaching a valuation of $1.6 billion after closing a deal with Horton Capital Management, we went public. We're drug dealers on the stock exchange who benefit financially from the fruit of marketing men's health to younger men who are super afraid of intimacy and going bald. It's the best way to make some cash.
Wait, you do hair stuff too?
Yeah, we have Dudes Plus Hair, now in peach flavor and no high fructose corn syrup. Just ignore the designer cavalcade of minoxidil, biotin, vitamins, and DHT squeezed into one teeny tiny capsule. This used to be a thing for older guys with stress. Guys with kids, guys with 2 wives, guys with a younger brother who's squatting on his boat and claiming it as his own. But now, this is for cool, hip, millennial men. You too can have erectile dysfunction and go bald even in your 20s. It's not weird. It's science. Even though I have absolutely no legitimacy in the scientific field, our venture capital experts know best. This market is chock full of suckers. In fact, we figured that we might as well sell a woman's product, bitches. We have no idea what it does, ladies, but it feels like a killer marketing opportunity to remind you that it's your fault you can't come. For you modern men out there, we know times are tough. You're famously a generation so depraved and sad that, according to most statistics, you'll become disenfranchised and depressed with no friends. But for those men who can resist joining a militia and would rather have compulsive sex, load this in your pistol and you'll be straight shooting in no time.
Thanks, man. There's some hope for us after all.
We're all praying for you. I've been Roger, by the way.
And Roger. Simon. Hey, Simon. What you licking on?
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So today I'm gonna be pissing a lot of people off because I'm gonna be talking about an issue which a lot of black people have denied to ever exist on multiple occasions. They pretend like the topic we're gonna be talking about today does not exist. The concept does not exist, but we're gonna be questioning that rhetoric today. So today's topic is nothing but black privilege. Guys, we're gonna be reacting to this video that clearly proves that being black in America today is a big advantage because it affords you some certain opportunities and privileges that you would otherwise have no access to if you weren't black. Now, like I said before, I am going to be aggravating some people today, especially those who always blame the system for any failure they face as a black person. Those people who always complain that black people can never make it in America because the system has been rigged against them. Systemic racism, lack of opportunities for black people, etc., etc. This group of individuals who are pushing this kind of narrative are not gonna be happy with me today, but I don't really care. I don't really mind. Okay, I'm not trying to be liked here. Okay, I am not here to lick people's behind. I am just here to say the truth, say what needs to be said without mincing words. So even though I'm black, I'm still aware that there are some certain privileges.
You think she would lick my behind if I gave her enough money, though?
And exclusively those who share my feelings. I mean, there is a reason our former vice president suddenly allegedly turned black during her presidential campaign season. I mean, if black was super oppressed, like they want us to believe, why would she identify with something that could end her dreams of becoming the president? Unless the reverse is actually the case. Anyway, let me not get ahead of myself, okay? Let's just get into this video. But before that though, do well to subscribe to my channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right, so let's just take a look at this video that might serve as an eye-opener as long as black privilege is concerned.
When it comes to college admissions, how much of a role should race play? That question back in the news this week. For the first time in Harvard University's history, the majority of students accepted into the incoming freshman class identify as non-white, 50.8% to be precise. But at the same time came news that the Department of Justice is investigating allegations the school is denying places to qualified Asian American students. VJ Jojo Chokolingam, now the head of admissions consultant at Interview SOS, has a unique experience with this topic. An Indian American, he realized the only way that he would be accepted at med school would be to pass as black. He chronicled his experiences in his book, Almost Black, the true story of how I got into medical school by pretending to be black. VJ Chokolingam joins me now. So you were studying statistics at the University of Chicago, and you say to yourself, I don't stand a chance with my 3.1. What did you do?
Well, I shaved my head, I trimmed my eyelashes, and I decided to join the organization of black students so I could apply to medical school as a black man. I also used my middle name, Jojo. I subsequently interviewed at medical schools across the country and managed to get waitlisted at Washington University and the University of Pennsylvania, then ranked the second and the third and fourth best medical schools in the country, and got into St. Louis University School of Medicine, despite the fact that my pretty pitiful 3.1 GPA was dramatically lower than their average of 3.7. Now, I wanted to mention a statistic you mentioned earlier in the program, which is that the majority of Harvard is now a minority. And I don't think that's true. I think that's very deceptive, because I think you're forgetting about the Pocahontas factor. And that is that there's a large number of people who are whiter than winter in Alaska who pose as minorities based on flimsy reasons. And as a result, it skews the statistics because they know that it can improve their chances of admission. So self-reporting of statistics that are minority, I don't think that's necessarily the best data to use.
So, Vijay, what you're saying is that you didn't just check a box. You went full-on Tootsie, and there are others out there who may not adopt the personification of a particular group, but they're checking the same box in the same way.
I'm an independent admissions consultant, and I have so many clients who, they have an African-American great-great-grandfather, their great-great-grandmother was Hispanic or something like that, and for very flimsy reasons, they call themselves minority because they know it's going to improve their chances of admissions. So we cannot ignore the Pocahontas factor when you look at that statistic that 51% of people at Harvard are saying that they're
all right, well, listen, because
what a time to be alive as a black person. Abundant privileges to enjoy. I'm aware that there's already preferential treatment of black people in college admissions and workforce employment with the prevalence of affirmative action and so-called cultural programs. But I never knew that black privilege was this far-reaching, okay? First of all, why is there a need for students to state their race in college or university applications? What is the essence of sharing that particular information? Well, I know. I know. So that they can specifically give preferential treatment to black applicants, lower the standards for them, and give them abundant opportunities even without merit. Very important decisions are being made based off of people's race and skin color instead of on the basis of their merits or achievements, even in critical academic situations like medicine. Medicine is one of the academic disciplines where the importance of merit can never be overemphasized because the practitioners hold the power of people's life and death in their hands. But colleges and universities across the country still applies favoritism towards a particular race, even in critical academic fields like medicine. Now, to be a medical student, there are two important criteria you must, check for you to get in. Number one is your GPA, and number two is your score on the medical college admission test, the MCAT. Now, here comes the banger. The standard for these two criteria is significantly different for these applicants based on their race. Now, applicants with an MCAT score of 27 or 29 with a GPA of 3.4 or 3.59, if the applicant has those numbers and they are Asian, they have a 21% chance of getting accepted into a medical school. If the applicant is white, they have a 29% chance of getting into a medical school. But if they are Hispanic, they have a 60% chance of getting into a medical school. And then if they are black, they have a whopping 81% chance of getting into a medical school. Isn't that mind-blowing? Now tell me which privilege is greater than that privilege. This Indian guy with 3.1 GPA knows that he wouldn't even be considered for admission if he were to have applied as an Indian. But as a black person, he was almost more than qualified for admission. And that's right there. Is freaking black privilege. Of course, it is an insult to black people like me. These people are essentially saying that we are not smart enough as black people, so therefore they are going to lower the standards for us. I see that as racism of low expectations, but also I know that it is still a privilege that only Black people enjoy. The same thing is happening in workplaces where some people who look like me are just being hired just because DEI says so, and not necessarily because they merited the position. This, however, doesn't mean that there aren't Black people in workforces who merited their positions. Of course there are. There are in fact plenty. But because of this DEI privilege that has been normalized, we can no longer tell who came in through merit or who came in through plain favoritism. There is massive overrepresentation of Black people and Black culture in the American society, even though the Black population is just a little over 13%. For instance, when you take a look at professional sports, you will see an overrepresentation of Black people. When you take a look at music, you will also see an overrepresentation of Black culture. Now, I'm not saying that this is inherently wrong. In fact, I would argue that there is nothing wrong with overrepresentation of any race as long as they merited the representation, as long as they earned it. And of course, Black people have done really well in these two cultural aspects, and so they merited the overrepresentation. But the privilege I'm talking about comes in when we try to force equal representation in other aspects of society and culture. For instance, when I hear a Black person complaining that Black people are underrepresented in, say, aviation industry, oh, we don't have enough Black pilots, I always wonder, maybe they aren't the most qualified people when it comes to their counterparts in that field. Maybe some other candidates had better achievements than they did in that particular field. Why do we try to force equal representation in all other aspects of society?
And also, like, the reason why Black people are used so much in Hollywood and sports is because they can be capitalized off of. Like, oftentimes these people are coming from low income areas and go into a contract with a white man who makes a shit ton of money off of them. So they're kind of getting used in the sports industry and music industry. And they can't be used in the doctor industry and, you know, the piloting industry because they don't have the aptitude for it.
Culture when the population is vastly different. I mean, the Black population is only 13.5%. Again, the candidates might not be the most qualified for these situations. Why don't we have preferential programs to get underrepresented groups better outcomes in sports, in music, in culture? Because what we are seeing is a great bias going on.
Man, I want to be a professional athlete. Why don't we have like what NAACP, isn't that for like helping to get Black people into sports? Why don't we have a white version of that to help white people get into the football and basketball? I'm tall. I wanted to be an NBA player, but they cared. All the money was to get the Black people into the NBA. You had to be really good to be a white person to get in the NBA, right?
Where Black people tend to overperform, we call the competition fair. In areas where Black people tend to underperform, we call for more intervention.
You can be just tall as a Black person, though, and the coach would be like, "Oh man, yeah, you're perfect. Come in here." They'll tend to work with you more, probably because they know the colleges are more likely to give you a scholarship.
How is this not Black privilege? Currently, Black has become the new white. We are seeing people of non-Black origin pretending to be Black or passing as Black just to have access to a certain type of privilege that is accorded only to Black people. We saw what Kamala Harris did during her presidential campaign, how she dramatically turned Black just to garner support and votes. I once saw a famous American singer by the name of Rita Ora even confess that she pretended to be Black for a long time just so she can get the support she needs to become successful in America.
Now, what are you? Are you Black, white, Spanish?
Everyone thinks that, though. I know I'm Albanian.
I don't even know what that is.
It's Eastern European.
Okay.
So it's like, basically it's an Albanian person. I mean, there's a lot of us here in New York. What do you mean? We're all over the place.
I thought you had some black in you when I heard that you love Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, no, I might as well be. No, a lot of people think that, but you know, I like that. It gets me places.
How you did end up getting. So guys, there is no capping involved when I tell you that black privilege exists. I know most of you are used to hearing things about white privilege, which to me might be true if we are talking about America anytime before the 80s. But in today's America, I think white privilege is a myth. What I have noticed to be more real is the loads of opportunity and privilege available to black people by virtue of their skin color. Black privilege is real, and I just wanted to make you guys aware of that. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buy me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Boom, boom, boom. Black only graduation ceremonies, black only safe spaces, black only college dorms, black only scholarships. One of the comments. That's not racist, though. So what are they saying? Oh, Point Loma! Yo, I used to live out here. What up? Where is it at?
That's what I said. I said that our dog wouldn't like that.
Got media behind you. How's it going, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you with?
Who are you with? I don't
States.
see no badges.
United States Border Patrol.
Looking for those bad brown people, right?
You guys want to take them to the vehicle? Yeah.
What the fuck is this guy? A leftist video? Or is he a fucking auditor of the Border Patrol?
Yep. Did you clear underneath the perfect, that's what we're looking for. Underneath the house? Your dog, I'm like, I jumped up just so there's like there's a little hallway up there that I looked in, but it's taking down this way. Alright, let's go down this faster. Nope, we're going that way. Come on, get up. Oh, you're looking for people. That's what I said.
They're living in the trees? Fine. Chinese nationals? Well, they want to be filmed. Oh. Busted. I'm gonna go back to China. They love wearing all black, the Chinese people. They don't want anything to be able to identify them. The Chinese people are known for wearing all black. She's got a Bible. They probably tell them that they have to act like they're escaping for Christian persecution. I bet they tell them that. Just always have the Bible and act like you're Act like you're a Christian. Damn, there's another one up in there?
No se mueva. Quítate este. Ya, quítate. No te muevas.
Man, they're doing stuff out there in San Diego.
Right here.
Oh, why don't you want to be on camera? Don't you want to be famous in America? Like they're in a weird area of town, man. Point Loma is nowhere near the border. It's a nice area. It's expensive. They think they're gonna be able to hide up in the woods up there? No one was gonna be like, hey, there are people living up in our woods? Is married with a gold wedding band or what? Get him out of there. Hey, keep hiding his face. Yeah, take his hood down, fucking bitch. You know, hoodie rights. Handcuff that motherfucker. Why isn't he handcuffed yet? In the back. Why is he handcuffed in the front?
¿De qué país es ciudadano? ¿Brasil? ¿Habla español? Sí, no. Okay. ¿Traes documentos para estar en los Estados Unidos legalmente? ¿Estás aquí legal? Usted bajo arresto para estar en los Estados Unidos legalmente, ¿me entiendes? Sáquela aquí, es que la mujer dice que llegamos ahí. No. ¿Este es tu celular?
No, es mío ese.
Ah, no, es mío. ¿De quién es esto?
No.
Este es mío. Es tuyo. ¿Esta es tu mochila?
Sí. ¿No poder avisar?
¿Vas a ir?
Mi familia.
Un momento.
Sí,
pues. Dominamos y no.
Está bien.
¿Todo bien?
Sí, está bien. No, mi teléfono.
Oh. Lady doesn't know any English. She got some right. Okay. Good luck trying to figure what that says. Or somebody commented on it. Yeah, but there's not even a good way to even try to figure out what that says. Doing it again.
¿Todo bien? ¿Por ahorita? Sí. ¿Necesitan más aire?
That's a last for being called.
Bien una vez más tus pantalones, que no tenga, ya sé que tienes la cadena.
Ya lo puse ahí.
Eso también. Ya lo pusiste, perfecto. Lo último.
For Simon's medicine. All right.
Todo lo que tengas.
Oh, nice stuff.
Yep. Yep. Say it again. Yeah,
Kitty. You don't get a treat, I'm sorry. All these treats.
Anything, I'm walking him, but my husband's home. It's hard. Oh, coming in from, I don't know, from out there, but we didn't. My husband's like, I said, I think I hear something in the cul-de-sac. I mean, it's not crazy infrequent. It's just heartbreaking on all accounts, you know? Like,
exactly.
There by the grace of God, go
Yeah.
on. You know?
By the great, she's got her Bible and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they
Right,
do
yeah,
things
no.
the right way, but
She's got her Bible. Right, she's got her Bible. Dude, just like they're training these people to come over here and act like they're gay, escaping persecution for being gay, but then they come over here having kids. If you're fucking gay, how are you having kids once you get here? Like, there was a news article or a video. They interviewed this chick. They had all kinds of kids, and she was here for escaping persecution for being gay, and her kids were upset that she was going to get deported. Make it make sense. Had her Bible. She had her Bible in front of her because she was trying to say, "I'm escaping the Chinese persecution. You're not allowed to be Christian."
it's hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
They come here and practice
yeah, no. I mean, he was barking.
Taoism or
at
some
people
shit, probably.
attention, so they just came up
Like, yeah.
because we saw the lifeguard running.
Right.
And it's. Do you guys need to get up there? No. Okay. Do you need access to anything?
We're good for the moment.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Yeah. If you guys need anything, I'm walking him, but my husband's home. Yeah. Thanks for what you're doing. It's just heartbreaking.
Thank you.
Jiggly. I really need to make breakfast.
Hey, I want to play your watch better? Or you want to try to... Hello?
You've never had an Asian illegal? What do you mean? I don't know why they're fucking coming here. Their country is not our ally. It's like not having a problem with Afghani nationals coming in here unvetted. Gonna rob you or assault you? No, they do it white collar crime. Look into it. They do it much bigger, at a much bigger level than strong arming somebody.
El último que trajeron? Supposedly the last guy that they just brought had a report. So I don't know where he's standing. Oh, look out.
A little scammy. They might be a little scammy. There you go. Get out of here. Oh, you want this jerky? Get out of here. I'm sorry you want it. Ugh.
I'll take a couple of questions because we're off schedule already. But
Tell us what USAID, what's happening at USAID and how this affects the country.
well, look, I mean, my frustration with USAID goes back to my time in Congress. It's a completely unresponsive agency. It's supposed to respond to policy directives of the State Department, and it refuses to do so. So the functions of USAID, there are a lot of functions of USAID that are going to continue, that are going to be part of American foreign policy, but it has to be aligned with American foreign policy. I said very clearly during my confirmation hearing that every dollar we spend and every program we fund, that will be aligned with the national interest of the United States. And USAID has a history of sort of ignoring that and deciding that there's somehow a global charity separate from the national interest. These are taxpayer dollars. And so I'm very troubled by these reports that they've been unwilling to cooperate with people who are asking simple questions about what does this program do, who gets the money, who are our contractors, who's funded. And that sort of level of insubordination makes it impossible to conduct a sort of mature and serious review that I think foreign aid writ large should have. We're spending taxpayer money here. These are not donor dollars. These are taxpayer dollars. And we owe the American people the assurances that every dollar we are spending abroad is being spent on something that furthers our national interest. And so far, a lot of the people that work at USAID have just simply refused to cooperate.
Are you currently in charge of USAID?
I'm the acting director of USAID. I've delegated that authority to someone, but I stay in touch with him. And again, our goal was to go in and align our foreign aid to the national interest. But if you go to mission after mission and embassy after embassy around the world, you will often find that in many cases, USAID is involved in programs that run counter to what we're trying to do in our national strategy with that country or with that region. That cannot continue. USAID is not an independent, non-governmental entity. It is an entity that spends taxpayer dollars, and it needs to spend it, as the statute says, in alignment with the policy directives that they get from the Secretary of State, the National Security Council, and the President. And it's been 20 or 30 years where people have tried to reform it, and it refuses to reform. It refuses to cooperate. When we were in Congress, we couldn't even get answers to basic questions about programs. That will not continue. That's not going to continue.
Elon Musk is called a terrorist organization. Do you believe that?
I've articulated to you my challenges with it, and they go back to my time in Congress. Okay, we would ask them questions. Who does this program fund? Who gets the money? We won't tell you. We don't need to tell you. We're apolitical. Well, American foreign policy isn't apolitical. American foreign policy is to further the interest of the United States. If someone wants to spend apolitical dollars, they should spend private dollars, go start a charity, and you can fund anyone you want. But if you're going to spend taxpayer money, then you need to spend it in furtherance of the national interest of the United States. Yeah. That's exactly what I said at my confirmation hearing. And this is not my frustration. This frustration has existed now for almost a quarter century, and multiple administrations that have gone through this challenge. It's going to stop and it's going to end.
Can you tell us a little bit about the canal conversation you had with the Panamanian president yesterday?
Well, we had a frank conversation. What I expressed to President Molina, look, he's a friend of America. He is. He's a friend of America. Panama is a strong partner and ally of the United States. As the president has articulated, when we turned over the canal, we turned it over to Panama. We didn't turn it over to China. So you get there, and the Chinese control both entries to the port. Both entries to the port. We have a treaty obligation to protect the canal if it comes under attack, but our Navy is paying fees to go through there. So I express frustration about those things, and again, I understand that it's a delicate issue in Panama. We don't want to have a hostile or negative relationship with Panama. I don't believe we do. But we had a frank and respectful conversation, and I hope it'll yield fruits and results in the days to come.
But are you pleased or at least encouraged with his response about looking into this and especially
he's made some announcements about the Belt and Road Initiative, which is good. I mean, they're the first country in Western and Latin America to end their relationship with Belt and Road. We do a lot of other things with Panama that go beyond just the canal. I mean, they've been a great partner on the slowing down the rate of migration on the Darien and coming across the Darien Gap and the like. So I think
they could have fucking stopped it.
There's still more work to be done there, but I think it was a very good visit, and it was a worthwhile visit and a very respectful, and it was one that I think is going to achieve potentially really good things that assuage concerns we have. But time will tell. We'll see. But I felt good about it.
What's your role in Mexico? The deal with Mexico to pause. Can you talk about?
Well, they're going to send 10,000. Yeah, they're going to send 10,000 border agents. The president's expressed his frustration with the flow of fentanyl and illegal migration. So that's a good step. So the president, I think, has extended it by another month. And I wasn't on the call, but my understanding it was a good call with President Sheinbaum. And we want to have a good partnership with Mexico. They'll always be our neighbor. And so it's a country that we do a lot of things with, but we have legitimate concerns about not just the existing, but the rapidly growing presence of dangerous cartels, who in some cases operate as governments in parts of Mexico. It's a huge challenge to the sovereignty of the Mexican state. And so we seek to be good partners in that regard. I think deploying 10,000 National Guardsmen on the Mexican side from Mexican National Guardsmen is a very good sign. I'm not sure it resolves all the issues that were raised, because beyond that, there's some trade imbalance issues the president wants to address. But obviously you saw the result of that.
Will you travel to Mexico?
Will I travel to Mexico? I'm sure I will, but we're not planning to as part of this trip. Obviously, things can change on any moment, but right now I've been in touch with the foreign minister. We have started a pretty good relationship, and I'm sure we'll be talking or seeing them very soon, but it won't be, as of this moment, there's no plans for this trip, and I know some of you that are traveling with us want to know the answer, but we don't have any plans at this moment.
A lot of the money that USAID spends that's criticized as being charitable, I think you used that word, or welfare for poor countries. Defenders of USAID and some members of Congress say that it's in America's national interest, that it promotes stability.
At this town in Venezuela, they have a crazy way
overseas. So, I mean, what's your reaction to that? Do you think USAID does a lot of that work, but you have issues with some of the specific spending?
Well, my issue, as I said, is yeah, there are things that USAID, that we do through USAID, that we should continue to do, and we will continue to do. But everything they do has to be in alignment with the national interest and the foreign policy of the United States. And the attitude that USAID has adopted over the years is, no, we are independent of the national interest. We fund programs irrespective of whether it's aligned or not aligned with the foreign policy. That's ridiculous. These are taxpayer dollars. Every penny that we spend in foreign aid needs to be in furtherance and aligned with the national interest and the foreign policy of the United States. So this is not about ending the programs that USAID does per se. There are things that it does that are good, and there are things that it does that we have strong questions about. It's about the way it operates as an entity. And they're supposed to take direction from the State Department, policy direction. They do not. Not only do they not take policy direction, they're completely uncooperative. When you ask questions, when you try to go in and find out, okay, what does this program do? Who's getting the money? Why was this funded? Why are we doing this? Why aren't you coordinating with the embassy or the State Department? Their attitude is, we don't have to answer to you because we are independent. We answer to no one. Well, that's not true, and that will no longer be the case. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Who you delegated the authority to?
Thank you, press.
All right, so listening there to Secretary of State Mark Rubio.
Don't tell me what I'm listening to, lady. Look at this.
And don't worry, even the rabbits get paid. At this town in Venezuela, they have a crazy way to gamble where they put a rabbit inside this basket and let it decide their fate, where each of these little entrances have bets on them, and whatever one the rabbit goes through wins all of the money. But just watch how intense these rounds can get as the rabbit decides which one to go through. And don't worry, even the rabbits get paid with extra food after every round. At this town in Venezuela, they have a crazy way to gamble where...
Yeah, whatever. They eat the rabbit afterwards, probably. It gets fed so they can eat it. Oh, rabbit, baby rabbit, don't you be sad.
Well, if you walk up and down Cermak right now, you'll see several closed signs here on the city's southwest side. An ice cream shop here and a bakery next door. And that's because dozens of businesses are participating in today's movement, closing, they say, and community here in Chicago.
Omar Corral posted this sign outside his popular Southwest Side Mexican ice cream shop, letting patrons know it will be closed today for a cause. He's joining more than 60 businesses in Illinois and California taking part in a Day Without Immigrants, a social media-driven campaign that calls on immigrants to stay home from work and school.
This guy probably wasn't selling hardly any, so he's like,
shopping.
take a day off.
To show support to my Latino community.
Wait, buy ice cream on a Monday
for the people that don't have one, and together, we're bigger. Together, we definitely make things happen, make a change.
This demonstration comes as advocates rail against immigration crackdowns that have been in effect since President Trump took office.
Oh my God, the fucking House Democrats are having a pissy fit right now.
Speak up.
USAID.
Thank you all for being with us today. We very much appreciate your responding so quickly. We are here today. We're here today to shine a light.
That was probably Telemundo's fucking mic. Those idiots are always just laying their shit up there. It's okay, hey? It's okay, hey? It's okay, hey? Hey, I say it's okay.
That is unfolding before our eyes and support our tremendous U.S. civil servants and USAID. President Trump directed his corrupt billionaire friend, Elon Musk, to ransack a critical agency of the U.S. government. Musk and his band of
Yo, what
unelected
the
acolytes
fuck
at
is up with
Doge
Old Man River back here? If you haven't already noticed this guy. Okay, right.
have locked out USAID employees from their offices, improperly accessed highly classified information.
Is he crying? His bottom lip won't stop
nonpartisan
moving.
leadership, and thrown the agency into chaos through a concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation of its employees. This is on top of Trump's freeze of crucial foreign assistance programs. These actions severely harm our national security. They put thousands of children around the world at immediate risk of starvation, disease, and death.
You need some USAID,
Some
I
of our
think.
finest civil servants who work tirelessly every day to make the world a better place. This is a case of the very worst among us attacking the very best of us. The work USAID does is vital to all Americans. Agency employees stationed here in the capital region and in posts around the world work hand in hand with our military to counter terrorism and to stabilize dangerous regions. They monitor and they fight diseases like Ebola and bird flu to prevent them from coming to the United States. And they work with U.S. companies to provide life-saving medical care and food assistance for children. Through these activities and others, USAID has been an invaluable pillar of U.S. foreign policy and projecting American power overseas. Its elimination only helps our adversaries, Russia and China, who want to see our global influence reduced at any cost. It's no coincidence then that Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man with billions of dollars of investment in China, is doing China's bidding. Lastly, what Trump and Musk have done is not only wrong, it's illegal. USAID was established by an act of Congress, and it can only be disbanded by an act of Congress. Stopping this will require action by the courts and for Republicans to show up and show courage and stand up for our country. Further, I'm urging my fellow Democrats to use every legislative tool we have at our disposal to slow down and stop this crime from succeeding. We're here to shine a light on this. You see the wonderful people that are here with us. Let me give you my good friend, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you, Don. Well, thank you. Thank you to Don Beyer and all of our colleagues gathered here and all of you who are here at this moment of a clear and present danger for the future of our country. Make no mistake, this effort by Elon Musk and so-called Doge to shut down the Agency for International Development is an absolute gift to our adversaries, to Russia, to China, to Iran and others, because AID is an essential instrument of U.S. foreign policy and U.S. national security policy.
The women wooing in the background. Where's all the
This has nothing to do
non-existent
with making the U.S.
Women
government
want
more
this
efficient
shit.
and everything to do with aiding
Beta
and
bitches
abetting
like
our
this guy.
adversaries around the world. If you doubt that for a moment, listen to what the former president and Putin crony Medvedev just put out on X. Quote, "Smart move by Elon Musk," referring to shutting down AID. Former Russian president and stooge of Vladimir Putin.
So what?
This is
so
also
what
a
that they
huge
think
gift
it's
to the
something's a
PRC.
smart move?
And it's interesting that Vivek Ramaswamy,
Fuck
who was
Democrats.
originally the Elon Musk co-pilot on
someone be a
Doge,
Democrat?
is no longer here. But here's what he said just a year or so ago. Quote, "Tesla is increasingly beholden to China. I have no reason to think that Elon won't jump like a circus monkey when Xi Jinping calls in the hour of need," unquote. He went on to refer to Musk as a Chinese puppet, and then posted on X that the U.S. needs leaders who aren't in China's pocket. This is Vivek Ramaswamy,
Right.
who had been originally, as you know, one of the co-chairs at this so-called Doge. The recently
Vivek is a traitor.
Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had this to say a number of years ago with respect to Elon Musk.
Oh, this was years ago they were saying this?
Right after President Biden signed Senator Rubio's Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act into law, at Tesla opened a store in Xinjiang. He went on to say nationless corporations are helping the Chinese Communist Party cover up genocide and slave labor in the region, unquote. That is Secretary Rubio, and as we speak, he is allowing Elon Musk to essentially take over AID. This is a corrupt abuse of power that is going on. As my colleague said, it's not only a gift to our adversaries, but trying to shut down the Agency for International Development by executive order is plain illegal.
I thought this was USAID.
It is illegal.
This was a USAID thing.
Elon Musk may get to be dictator of Tesla, but he doesn't, and he may try to play dictator here in Washington, D.C., but he doesn't get to shut down the Agency for International Development. Now, as we're speaking, at a federal court, at the district court, right down the road, there's an ongoing hearing, I don't know if it's over yet, about the earlier effort of the Trump administration to stop federal grants around the country to communities and people in need. There's a stay on that, and then in Rhode Island, the Attorney General's got a TRO on that. So what you're seeing here with respect to AID is a continuing effort around those illegal actions. Now, over the weekend, I had multiple conversations with lawyers.
Not that hungry today.
And I want to commend all the lawyers who are working on upholding the rule of law here, including Democracy Forward, which is an organization that helped file the lawsuit pending right now in the D.C. District Court. I am confident that when they look into this, and they are looking into this, that they will also file suits to hold the Trump administration and Elon Musk accountable. This is a clear violation of our law. Finally, let me just say a word to all the men and women and employees who work with AID. Thank you for your service to the United States of America.
What are you doing?
And we have all asked the authorities at AID, we've made multiple calls, to allow us just to enter the building in AID when this press conference is over, simply to talk to the civil servants at AID, those who may be in the building. As you know, they were told not to come in. But we would like to see firsthand what is happening to this essential agency that does such good work on the American people. So to our colleagues at AID and across the government, stay strong. We have your back. We will do everything in our power in the Senate and the House to stop this outrage. And in the meantime, since we don't have many Republican colleagues who want to help us, we are doing everything we can with our colleagues through the courts to make sure that we uphold the rule of law, stop this illegal shutdown of AID, and stop the other illegal actions around the country.
USAID is
Let me now
AID.
bring up a really good colleague of mine, known him for years. He now chairs he's now the ranking member of the Oversight Committee in the House of Representatives. He knows AID and foreign policy
Tills the Crip over there,
as well as anybody, better than most. Jerry Connolly. All right.
Good afternoon. We're here today not only to fight for federal employees who dedicate themselves every day to a humanitarian task. We are here to save lives, because that is what AID does. You name it, AID is there. In the fight against HIV, in the fight to protect the Uyghur population in China, in the fight to protect refugees, in the fight to make sure that there's food security everywhere. AID is there. It is the lead development agency in the world. And no one elected Elon Musk to dismantle it. We are going to fight in every way we can, in the courts, in public opinion, with the bully pulpit, in the halls of Congress, and here at AID itself. We are not going to let this injustice happen. Congress created this agency with the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. And if you want to change it, you got to change that law. It is a matter of statute. It's a matter for Congress to deal with, not an unelected billionaire oligarch named Elon Musk.
No, Trump's taking care of it. He was elected. Trump agrees with it, so...
And Elon, if you want to run AID, get nominated by Trump and go to the Senate, and good luck in getting confirmed.
These people are fucking lost, dude.
I want to say to
I'm sorry, but if anybody saw the DNC shit from yesterday, I watched a little recap of that. It's extremely laughable to see what kind of production these guys put on when they're not extremely well funded. It's fucking weird. Dude, they're all tied up on gender still. Their voting has this weird gender rule where they pick one person that's male, one person that's female, and they try to make it so that there's at least a chance for a non-binary person. It's super complicated in how they're doing it, though, for no reason at all, just so that they can be all inclusive. Like, we'll see how they do 4 years from now. I don't know. It doesn't look good from how they're starting, though.
Employees of AID, we are with you. We will stand with you shoulder to shoulder. This may be a long and difficult struggle and fight, but we're with you. Don't give up. Keep the fight. And remember, the mission is so sacred, saving lives all over the world. Thank you. And let me give to you a fighter from the beautiful state of Hawaii, where the weather, I think, is different than today here. Senator Schatz of Hawaii.
This dude needs to learn how to wear a scarf, by the way. This isn't really how you wear a scarf, because this whole area of your neck is still exposed. I learned how to wear a scarf when I went to Europe, actually. I looked like an idiot American when I first went. I did it like this. Like, oh, no, that's not what you do. You do like a lark's head knot with it. You might know what a lark's head knot is. It's the most simple knot there is. You just take it like this. You put that through that, like that. I can't see my string. You know the one.
If you want to change an agency, introduce a bill and pass a law. You cannot wave away an agency that you don't like or that you disagree with by executive order or by literally storming into the building and taking over the servers. That is not how the American system of government works. That's number one. Number two is, it is true that there will be suffering all over the world. There already is suffering all over the world as a result of this. But it's not just that.
Right.
It's that instability from starvation and disease will visit us in the United States of America. There is a reason that USAID is an arm of American foreign policy, and it is because we understand that a stable world means a stable America. And in the last 10 days, Donald Trump has done more to destabilize things across the planet than perhaps any other president in recent memory.
It's not destabilizing them, though. The thing is, in the beginning, when this started in the 60s, yeah, they were extremely unstable and needed help, and their government, like, needed help because they were They were just fucked. But now, they're not keeping track of where this money's going, man. Like, look at what happened with UNRWA in Gaza. That they have proof that funds were being funneled to Hamas. Like, we're not going to stop helping other countries. I just read a headline right here. It says U.S. aid to merge into State Department with major budget cuts. CBS News 1 hour ago. So, but these guys are out here live right now talking about this. As if America is just going to stop helping all the countries. We need to pull back the reins a little bit, because we've gotten stupid as shit with who we're helping. These people hate us. Why help people that hate us? Let the people, and their argument with it is because we use those organizations for intelligence, because they're in country and they can give us movement of ISIS and what was the other one? Al Qaeda. Let us know if they're moving in that area and shit. But we're paying. How much are we paying for that? Like, how much aid do we have to give to be able to have that intel? Couldn't we just have someone there living there low key? Be a lot cheaper, wouldn't it? Just feed one person.
And one final point, and I know my colleagues from especially Virginia and Maryland feel very strongly about this. They are counting on some sense of inevitability. This is a bluff. It is a harmful, dangerous, killer bluff. But they don't have the law on their side. And so every civil servant, every contractor, every individual who is scared, stand in solidarity with each other, because if we are going to push back on this kind of autocratic behavior, Raskin.
Oh, this guy Raskins, always
Elon Musk. Elon Musk, you didn't create U.S. aid. The United States Congress did for the American people. Right. And just like Elon Musk did not create U.S. aid, he doesn't have the power to destroy it. And who's going to stop him? We are. We're going to stop him.
Oh, he sounds like Lochner. There's no way there are that many Democrats in the world. I can't believe that they're not cheating. I just can't. I can't fathom that. It has to be they're cheating, and that's why they think that they're so represented in the Congress. It's bullshit, dude. They're somehow able to cheat more in the cities, dude.
Elon Musk, you may have illegally seized power over the financial payment systems of the United States Department of Treasury, but you don't control the money of the American people. The United States Congress does that.
The cities are more indoctrinated with the belief system of the Democrats because colleges are in the cities. That's what happens. And they got all those college kid votes. If they vote in the city that they're in college, the state they're in college in, the city, which I think they would, right? Or they could. I don't know if they have that. It depends on how long. How does that work? But still, though, like, the communities are going to have more of that because of the colleges. That's what, dude, bro, that's why the Democrats want to say the colleges so much. They're helping to spew their bullshit.
Under Article 1 of the Constitution. And just like the president, who is elected to something, cannot impound the money of the people, we don't have a fourth branch of government called Elon Musk. And that's going to become real clear. This illegal, unconstitutional interference with congressional power is threatening lives all over the world. I'm hearing from my constituents who work for USAID and USAID contractors in Maryland, in Washington, all over the world, and they're telling us that this is a killer
all over the
in
world.
terms of their cutoff
places in
of
America.
HIV and AIDS preemption. It's a killer in terms of anti-malarial education. It's a killer in terms of all of the efforts to shut down global viruses.
Can these fucking people not fix their own? Dude, if Africa doesn't care enough about malaria to educate themselves about it and continue on with that, I think we've been doing it long enough for them to be able to now carry it on. Kind of like how we don't feel the need to continually go out with what is it, the people that try to convert people into Christianity. Like, once they have converted a town over to Christianity, now they can leave them and they have their own little church that they're making money off of and shit there. We've seen the live streams of them in Africa. So, like, why do we have to continue giving them help with that, with learning about AIDS, with learning about malaria? Can't they teach their own people by now? What the fuck, man? Can't they stop missionaries? Thank you. Can't they stop having so much unprotected sex too, maybe? I mean, they're already having too many kids. And then they're having kids that have AIDS. So that's then who's taking care of that? Who's funding the AIDS kids? We probably are.
Now, I don't know what Elon Musk's intentions are. I don't know what Elon Musk's motivations are. I don't know what his purposes are, but they've got nothing to do with what has been lawfully adopted by the people of the United States of America through the Congress of the United States. We're going to defend U.S. aid all the way.
The thing is, this is good, because if this does have to go back to Congress, I think a lot of people will support Trump on this.
And I want to say finally this. I've heard some murmurings in support of this outrageous, scandalous, illegal maneuver that they just need some time to do some studies for evaluations. Wow. Well, I've heard from multiple constituents working in USAID that they have removed all evaluations from the USAID website, and they have shut down immediately, as of right now, all of the evaluations taking place of USAID efforts all over the world. This has nothing to do with evaluation. This is about termination and obliteration of the major foreign aid programs.
I mean, let me see what this other news. I'm gonna come back to this guy, but let me see what it says.
News on the future of the U.S. Agency
this says
for
it's State
International
Department.
Development. A reminder for our viewers: this morning, staffers were told not to come into work today at the agency's D.C. headquarters. USAID dispenses billions of dollars every year across the world to tackle poverty, diseases, and respond to natural disasters. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House reporter Jennifer Jacobs with the very latest on all of this. What more can you tell us?
Hi there. So my sources are telling me this morning that USAID will be merged into the State Department. It will still exist as an international aid entity, but it will be folded into the State Department. It sounds like the situation is still fluid, but the discussions today are that there would be a significant reduction in the workforce, and it also sounds like they're discussing cutting funding for this humanitarian aid organization, but the amount of funding cuts are still fluid. The other piece of information that my colleague Sarah Cook and I gained today was the reason why the headquarters are shut down right now. We were told that it's because of a security incident. There was a case where some staffers at the USAID, including a political appointee, someone that President Trump himself had appointed for USAID, had tried to block some of those DOJ government efficiency officials from entering the building and accessing certain information.
Weird.
Those officials have caused an unsafe condition, according to my sources, and that's why headquarters was shut down today. So it doesn't mean that the agency is shutting down completely.
Okay.
It's a temporary shutdown, but separately it will be merged into the State Department.
Jennifer Jacobs, thank you so much for that update. Again, we're going to have very latest on the
Why
USAID
don't these stupid politicians that are currently live and they are live, went live after this news report was out, so they should have the same information. They're fucking trying to piss off their constituents, dude. Acting like the program's completely gone and ain't nobody in the world gonna be getting help anymore from America. These people are evil. Over exaggerating what's happening.
United States of America, all of which together total less than $40 billion. We have a Pentagon budget of $900 billion. The Pentagon budget is where the defense contractor Elon Musk, who became the richest man in the world off of our money, he collects his payments from, and now he's trying to shut down U.S. aid. We're not going to allow...
What does that mean? Off our money.
This to happen. It will not stand.
Because he came from Africa?
I'm bringing up from the Free State of Maryland, Congressman Johnny Oshesky.
Elon's done more for America as a rich person than any other rich person in my lifetime. Like, I'm not even talking about political, how he helped Trump out. Just the rockets, man. And PayPal. PayPal's huge, dude. If it weren't for PayPal, Bitcoin might have actually taken off, or when it was first invented. Because PayPal gave people a way to pay people instantly, like Bitcoin was. Before PayPal, there wasn't anything like it. You had to deal with Western Union. You had to deal with a bank or something, you know. So if Bitcoin would have been invented before PayPal, I think it would have been massive, actually. But because he invented PayPal first, whether that's good or bad, but he's given back like that. He gave something to humanity with PayPal. Whether or not he was the inventor or the money behind the inventor. But yeah, Starlink too, Tesla. Tesla's cool. Everybody might not be trying to have an electric vehicle, but the fact that he got that going to the point to where I was seeing Teslas in Europe back in 2013. So he's accomplished. And for a there's a lot of fucking rich people in our society that it's like, what the fuck? How are you rich? Why are you like the Kardashians, people like that? Or even sports players. Like Conor McGregor, how much money does that dude have just for punching and getting punched? I get that he's a good fighter, but what's he contributing, really?
Good afternoon, all.
Elon contributes, man.
I might be new to this, but I grew up in a steel town, and we're tough as hell, and we know how to fight, and we're going to fight like hell, because our phones have been ringing off the hook with constituents terrified by what President Trump and Elon Musk have been doing since their very first moment in office, which is defying Congress, ignoring the law, and defying the will of the American people. Congress has appropriated foreign assistance to protect U.S. interests and global stability. The Trump freeze on foreign assistance has halted vital humanitarian aid and medical deliveries that have already been paid for. It's not only a complete waste of American tax dollars, it's directly ceding the competition for influence to U.S. adversaries like China. And most importantly, it's jeopardizing our safety here at home. Prison guards overseeing thousands of ISIS combatants in Syria walked off the job after their pay was frozen until a waiver was thrown together after the fact. Let me say that again.
That doesn't make sense to me. This just happened last night. What? last night was pay night or something, and they just happened to be on duty, all of them, or there was one guy. Was there one guy that was like, "Hey man, we're not gonna get paid. Fuck this shit," and like this guy's like taking it out. Like, I don't believe that. Why would they do that? It wasn't that long. Just like the other day when they acted like Medicaid was down for forever and people were denied health care or some shit. Like, I don't believe that. It was such a short period of time. Yeah, it might have startled people. It might have made people think about it for a second, like, oh man, this shit could actually get cut off. But I don't think it hurt anybody.
Again, prisoner guards overseeing thousands of ISIS combatants walked off the job.
I want to see proof of that.
This is real life, this is serious, and this is dangerous. We're also deeply concerned about the hard-working civil servants who woke up this morning and found their agency virtually dismantled under the cloak of darkness. As has been said, and I'm just a bumpkin American government teacher, but I know this, USAID is an independent agency by law, and changing that law, as has been said, requires an act of Congress. This is just another unlawful and intentional step until an absolute executive abuse of power. The U.S. Constitution is clear. It gives Congress the power of the purse,
it didn't happen last night.
which is a critical check on executive abuses just like this. It's also a reflection of our founding fathers' desires to prevent a monarchy. I'll end with one more thought. We will do all that we can in Congress, but we need you, America, to listen and to act, because today it's USAID. Tomorrow it's our health care, it's Social Security, it's our livelihoods, it's our freedoms. So stand up for USAID today, so that we can stand up for all of our freedoms in the days ahead. I am grateful to be standing here with incredibly patriotic and smart colleagues who join me in this outrage and who commit to doing whatever we can to stop this assault. I am pleased now to introduce one of those individuals leading the charge, the senator from Connecticut, Senator Chris Murphy.
Thanks, man. So, Elon Musk has been floating all sorts of awful, terrible conspiracy theories about what happens at USAID. Let's make it very clear that every single day, America is safer because of what happens at USAID. USAID fights terrorist groups all across this world, making sure that we address the underlying causes for a retreat to terrorism. USAID chases China all around the world, making sure that China doesn't monopolize contracts for critical minerals and port infrastructure all around the world. It supports freedom fighters everywhere in this world. Up until yesterday, delivering firewood, for instance, to the brave Ukrainian defenders on the Eastern Front.
They have trees.
But let's not pull any punches about why this is happening.
Axes.
Elon Musk makes billions of dollars based off of his business with China. And China is cheering at this action today. There is no question that the billionaire class trying to take over our government right now is doing it based on self-interest. Their belief that if they can make us weaker in the world, if they can elevate their business partners all around the world, that they will gain the benefit. But there's another reason this is happening. They're shuttering agencies and sending employees home in order to create the illusion that they're saving money in order to do what? Pass a giant tax cut for billionaires and corporations, right? This is all a smokescreen, a shell game, in order to turn this government over to a handful of unelected billionaires and corporate interests, and we are not going to let them do that. So we will use every power that we have in our disposal in the United States Senate. My colleagues will do the same thing in the House. This is a constitutional crisis that we are in today. Let's call it what it is. The people get to decide how we defend the United States of America. The people get to decide how their taxpayer money is spent. Elon Musk does not get to decide. We are weaker today than we were yesterday. China sees that, Russia sees that, and they will take advantage.
China.
Our job and your job together is to raise our voices, raise the alarm, so that this crisis, this emboldening of our enemies, doesn't last a second longer than it has to. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Really, really important. Let me introduce my colleague from the House, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Senator. It is really, really a sad day in America. We are witnessing a constitutional crisis. We talked about Trump wanting to be a dictator on day one, and here we are. This is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like. When you gut the Constitution and you install yourself as the sole power, that is how dictators are made. What Trump and Elon and all of their cronies are trying to do is take away the constitutional power of Congress. We get to decide. We have the power of the purse. We get to decide where money is allocated, and it's the executive's power to make sure that that money gets to where it needs to get. When we talk about civil servants being let go, what we are talking about is not saving money. It's essentially saying they can get paid while they're home and their work doesn't get done on behalf of the American people. Right. It is us, taxpayers, who are being ripped off. It is us, taxpayers, who are not getting the resources that we paid into. So I ask the American people, do you want people at home and getting a paycheck and not providing services to you? The answer is no. Do you want the executive making the only decisions in this country, or do you want the elected representatives that you sent to Washington making those policies? I am exceptionally upset about U.S. aid. I lived in a refugee camp for 4 years as a child, surviving with Americans. Through programs that provide essential need, they get to see the heart and compassion of the American people. That's right. When someone is struggling because their bridge broke down, when U.S. aid comes in and helps fix that bridge, that creates goodwill for the American people. When people are dying of malaria and there is medication through U.S. aid, that creates goodwill for the American people. When people are fleeing and they need just a little bit of food and U.S. aid is there to provide that, that creates goodwill for the American people.
Will, what does that do? Is that like karma?
Privileged billionaires who don't give a damn about America and Americans should not be making decisions that put Americans at harm.
I don't think that us giving them aid keeps them from wanting to bomb us.
And a billionaire that hasn't been vetted, has not gone through confirmation, has not been elected by the American people, who we still do not understand
So mad about that.
what in the world he's doing.
He was elected by the American
should not
people.
be telling American employees
Money.
that they cannot access
That's why he's so rich.
the building they work at.
That's right.
What kind of country is this man turning our country into? What kind of country are we becoming? It is embarrassing to read the headlines about free America, where one man is walking around like he is the boss of all of us, and we don't know who put him in charge. And it is time for us to put an end to that.
Dude, didn't
Now I
he
have
run?
the privilege and honor of introducing
Run with the Doge thing? Oh, didn't he talk about that before he won? Didn't he, like, I can't remember if he brought Elon and Vivek and talked about the Doge thing before he won or not.
one of my heroes and great mentor, Representative Jim McGovern.
Well, first of all, to all the employees at USAID, thank you, thank you, thank you. You keep America safe, and you help people all around the world.
I don't understand that.
And
that
I want to apologize.
they keep America
I want to say I'm
safe.
sorry that
Like
you
they're
have to
fucking
put
military
up with
or
this
something.
offensive bullshit coming out of this White House.
Oh, aren't you something? Said the
This
B word.
is a brazen attempt by a billionaire who nobody voted for to illegally and unconstitutionally steal from taxpayers so he can give himself a tax break. So if you want to have a debate on USAID, I'm happy to have that debate in Congress where it belongs. I'm happy to debate that. Congress is elected by the American people to have that debate, not Elon Musk. And we can discuss the fact that USAID leads the fight against hunger, poverty, and disease all over the world. USAID supports people whose rights are being crushed by their own governments. You know who hates USAID? Putin hates USAID. Maybe that's why Musk hates USAID. This is an agency that represents the very best of America, and it keeps us safe, and by creating a more stable world, it keeps America safe. You know, foreign assistance is about 1% of our entire federal budget. And maybe before coming after USAID, Republicans should look at all the billions and billions of dollars in tax breaks and subsidies that they give to oligarchs like Elon Musk. You want to save some money? Well, let's start there. And hey, while we're at it, hey, Elon, pay your fair share in taxes. What
They
is
really
happening
want
right
his
now
money, don't they?
Across the government is that an unelected billionaire is trying to gut the government so he can give other billionaires a tax break. And our answer is hell no. We live in the United States of America, and as much as Elon Musk and Donald Trump want, this is not a dictatorship, and we will not allow it to become one ever. And we're going to fight, and we're going to win.
Yes.
This is the United States of America, damn it.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. Enough is enough. We will not stand for this. This is illegal, this is wrong, and this is unconstitutional. It takes an act of Congress to shut down USAID, but you know what? Congress will not let this happen. We will not let this happen. USAID keeps us safe. It prevents wars. It keeps people fed. It keeps people healthy. And it is the shining example of democracy and of the American values that we so hold dearly and that we share with the rest of the world.
Yay.
So the work that the USAID is so important, and we must protect it, and we must fight for it. And As the chair of the Subcommittee on Military and Foreign Affairs on the Oversight Committee, we will call for hearings, and we will ask for answers. We will demand answers on why this is happening. But most importantly, we will not let it happen, and we will fight for you, for all the people who rely on USAID for their health care, for their food security, for the men and women who serve USAID and work for USAID, the contractors, the civil servants. We will stand up for you, because when we fight, we do win. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Congresswoman Sarah Elfra.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Elfrith, and I am proud to represent the great state of Maryland. And I represent 44,000 federal employees, many of whom work for USAID. I've heard from so many of you this weekend. Thank you for speaking up and being here. I received a text 2 days ago from a friend who works at USAID who said, "Sarah, please help us." And unlike Elon Musk, the proud people who work for USAID are not in it for the money. They are in it because they are public servants who believe that they play a role in keeping this world safe, fed, and making sure that not just our diplomacy matters in this country, but our national security continues to be a priority for this U.S. government. Elon Musk has called USAID a criminal organization, and yet he is the one who came in the dark of the night in a takeover that is illegal. Your Democratic members of Congress, especially from the DMV, are here to stand up for you, but we need your help. We will use every tool we possess to slow down, to stop, to make sure that we make sense again in this country, but we need your help. If you are represented by a Republican member of the House, a Republican member of the Senate, you need to call their offices. You need to show up in their offices. You need to make your voice heard to bring sanity back to this Congress and this government. We are here, but we cannot do it alone. I'm proud to bring up next my colleague from the great state of Virginia, Congressman Eugene Vindman.
Me neither.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Vindman. I spent 25 years in the Army defending this nation wearing the uniform. And each and every one of those days, we worked with our partners at USAID to keep this country strong and safe. If we want to zero out the budget, 1% of the budget of this country, $40 billion, we better look at double or tripling the military budget. Because without that soft power around the world, we are making ourselves weaker. We're making our adversaries and allies stronger. We step back and we create a vacuum. You know who steps in? It's Russia, it's China, it's our adversaries from around the world. So from a standpoint of national security, the work that you all are doing out here at USAID, many of you, my constituents, we have over 55,000 federal government employees in the 7th Congressional District. I thank you. I thank you for your hard work. We've got some tough times ahead, but Congress and the American people are behind you. And let me just put one concrete way that we are actually damaging our national security. Right now, every single day, Ukraine is taking the brunt of Russian attacks on infrastructure. USAID programs are actually rebuilding the infrastructure, the electricity infrastructure. If this administration wants to bring peace to Ukraine, you don't do that by eliminating the support for the infrastructure in Ukraine. You do that by applying pressure to Russia and not just to Ukraine. So my message is we support you at USAID. This is a matter of U.S. national security. Democrats, my colleagues, we're going to fight like hell to make sure that we preserve our national security. And I have the distinct privilege of introducing my colleague, Yasmin Ansari.
Good morning, everyone. As
Yasmin
the
Ansari
president of the freshman House Democrats, I'm here to stand with the heroes at USAID who work day in and day out on behalf of the American people. Thank you so, so much for everything that you do. As the proud daughter of Iranian immigrants who fled their country during the revolution, I grew up learning about how we can never take democracy for granted, and never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that in the United States of America in the year 2025, we would be witnessing an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, and oligarchs and so many unelected individuals taking complete control of our federal government, taking illegal, unconstitutional actions, and truly every single day witnessing the demise of our democracy. It is unacceptable. That is why you have House Democrats here today, members of the Senate, standing with the American people on behalf of our democracy, and we will not back down. We cannot back down. USAID does vital work across the entire world, from supporting climate resiliency projects and being there in the wake of natural disasters, to working to stop terrorism, to stopping outbreaks before they become a pandemic. This work is vital. This work is life-saving, and we will not stand for anything less than USAID fully functioning and supporting our government. So thank you so much. We stand with you, and we need you.
This dumb shit. This is in the Long Beach subreddit right now. Dear Beachies, start growing food on every square inch of land available. And I don't have any problem with that, but they're fear mongering, dude. I'm surrounded by these fucking idiots out here. My dear neighbors, don't panic. We need to build community resilience. It is time to start thinking like Cubans before we have to start thinking like North Koreans. I'm a student of history, and my calculus shows that when VA benefit payments, SSD, SSI payments, federal grants and loans, native tribe payments, and other funding fails to show up, then we could have rioting in the streets, which is what they want in order to enact martial law. Please don't wait. Do what you can to increase food resilience now. And they go on to say how to grow different things in your yard. How to compost, getting chickens, medication, stock up. The key is to build a strong community. Meet your neighbors. I love you all. And it has 60 upvotes. Whatever.
Thank you all for being here. Thank all of the public servants who do the life-saving work for AID around the world. As you probably saw, Elon Musk and his crew put a gag order on AID employees. They disconnected them from email, which is putting lives at risk around the world. So we are here to enter the building and so we can hear firsthand.
I wish I had
from
places to grow.
Whoever is here at AID, or at least witness firsthand what is happening with this Elon Musk attempted takeover.
I could do like an above ground thing maybe, but the skunks would probably eat vegetables, wouldn't they? Do skunks eat vegetables? Possums and skunks? We have those out here. I think possums and skunks would eat my vegetables, dude, and the cats would pee on them.
Which will not stand. We will prevail. Let's go.
But it's the pee I could wash off, but what a bummer it'd be to grow some shit and then some animal just eats it. Do a small tent greenhouse. I mean, I might have enough room for something like that back there. I had a little greenhouse with the plastic, like PVC clear, but that stuff, over time, the sun makes it really brittle and it just breaks. It's malleable at first. Sun gets it. It has to be like it has to be a glass one to work properly, I think. Or for longer than a season. I don't even know how long that thing lasted before it got brittle. I wasn't even using it to grow stuff with. Costco has them. Costco has the greenhouse. America, seriously? A dictator?
Hey, where are you? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'm right there.
Oh my god, let's go get some coffee. Let's go to Starbucks. I wonder about how the extra cream, the vanilla, the cinnamon. Oh my god. Hey, buddy. Smoking. It's a bad okay? Oh, weed on the van. That's good. Oh, Costco for buying the actual vegetables and fruit. I mean, yeah. It'd be fun to grow some though. Oh shit, it's happening. They're already demonstrating again. The Mexicans are in the streets. We're taking it to the streets. By the way, if you ever want to hear that, that was incorrect. It's this. No, that's not correct. It's this. Wait. What is it? Ah, Ted knew it. Ted. Dang. How do you know all of them? I'll pay you back for it. So the ISIS prison break thing, I did look into it. 128. Trump's administration ordered a sweeping halt on U.S. foreign assistance funds earlier this week. Some 9,000 to 10,000 battle-hardened ISIS fighters, along with their families, sit in makeshift prisons in Syria. They are overseen by U.S.-backed Kurdish forces in camps set up during the war against ISIS and the backdrop of Syria's civil war, as well as during the transition period after the toppling of longtime dictator Assad in December. So apparently it didn't last long though, and they were back to work. Not too worried about it. New executive orders were signed.
We have for your signature 5 official designations of special envoys. The first is Mr. Steve Witkoff, who's actually in the room, to be your Middle East envoy.
Hey, make bald spots great again. That's what I'm talking about.
Where is Steve? Steve Witkoff, everybody. He's done a great job in the Middle East. Really great.
Does he get the PID for it?
But we'll see how it all turns out.
Does he get the PID?
But I think he's going to do very well.
Dude.
Next we have Mauricio
He doesn't get
to
the
be your
PID?
special envoy to Latin
That's
America.
whack,
Sir.
dude. That's his bill.
Good man.
Yo, Trump, you slipped on that one. That would have been pretty epic of you to give him the pin for his one. But for his, being, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next we have retired General Keith Kellogg to be your special envoy on Russia-Ukraine.
Kellogg should have gotten the pin for his. He would have kept that for the rest of his life.
We've made a lot of progress on Russia.
He would have probably used
Ukraine.
it as a dildo.
We'll see what happens, but a lot of progress.
His woman,
has been
like,
made.
the president
We're
gave me
gonna
this,
stop
baby. How's that feel? Yeah, you like
war.
that? How big it is.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have designation of Rick Grinnell, to be your envoy for special missions.
I sent him to California to turn on the water. We turned it on. It was not easy because we had to go through a lot of environmentalists that are causing a lot of problems. And we have billions of gallons of water. It was on 3 days ago. You probably saw. It should have gotten a lot of press, but it didn't get much.
Dude.
All we're doing is giving Los Angeles and the entire state of California virtually unlimited water,
I heard there's
which
a
they could have
problem
done
with
5
this.
years ago, which I told them they should do, but the environmentalists stopped them. And we opened it, and we did it regardless of the state. And now the state seems to be very happy. I spoke with Gavin Newsom, and he's very happy. I almost called him by the other name. But,
I could tell.
My little nickname for him. But I think they're all happy. They have a lot of water in California. Too bad we didn't have it about 2 months ago, right?
So, yeah, but I've
By
heard.
the way, that was a big move. We have. I don't know if you saw the pictures that were released of the water pouring down from the Pacific Northwest and Canada and lots of other places.
It might affect farmers
And it's a pretty
later.
amazing sight.
In the summer, farmers might not have enough water, supposedly, I heard.
He had a very big Friday trip. You're right. We'll talk about that. He's a good man, Rick.
Lastly, sir, we have a designation of Mark Burnett as your special envoy to the United Kingdom.
You know who Mark Burnett is? I figure he should be good. He's certainly done a great job.
Why do you take all those little medallions out from behind
We have very
him?
talented people working for us.
He changed his backdrop.
I'll hold that one up because Mark gets so much television. We'll hold it up, right? He'll be thrilled to see it. He's going to do a good job.
Thank you, sir. Next, your administration has smashed records for appointing large numbers of highly qualified, capable people at all levels of the federal government. These are 28 sub-cabinet level officials being appointed to a number of different departments and agencies. Some of them are quite important positions like departmental general counsels, but these are people who have been pre-vetted and have received your approval previously.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next, this is an executive order. This charges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We are going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices as done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think we'll create, Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you, sir.
So other countries have sovereign wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that's what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't. But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people, a lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund, and we have a lot of other things that we could put in the fund. And I think in a short period of time, we'd have one of the biggest funds, and you know, some of them are pretty large, I must tell you. Some of the, like the Saudi Arabia fund is on the large side, but eventually we'll catch it. But we're going to create a lot of wealth for the fund. And I think it's about time that this country had a sovereign wealth fund, and these two gentlemen and some others are going to work with them very closely, and they'll be heading it up, and they're going to do a great job. Two highly respected people that have done unbelievably well in the world, in the real world. So that's a big deal, huh?
Yes, sir. I think it's going to create value and be of great strategic importance.
Mr. President, why is it important for Elon Musk to have access to the payment systems at Treasury?
Well, he's got access only to letting people go that he thinks are no good if we agree with him, and it's only if we agree with him. He's a very talented guy from the standpoint of management and costs, and we put him in charge of seeing what he can do with certain groups and certain numbers. Some of the numbers are horrible, what he's found. Think of it, $100 million on condoms to Hamas, and many other things that are frankly even more ridiculous. And they're finding tremendous waste, really waste more than anything else, I think you could say. Probably fraud and abuse can be added to it, the more standard waste, fraud, and abuse. But they're finding tremendous amounts of really bad things, bad spending. You've been writing about some of it, frankly, and some of the things that they've been doing is just terrible. Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval, and we'll give him the approval where appropriate. Where not appropriate, we won't. But he reports in, and it's something that he feels very strongly about, and I'm impressed because he's running, obviously, a big company. It has nothing to do, if there's a conflict, that we won't let him get near it. But he does have a good natural instinct. He's got a team of very talented people. We're trying to shrink government, and he can probably shrink it as well as anybody else, if not better. Where we think there's a conflict or there's a problem, we won't let him go near it. But he has some very good ideas, and we have a lot of very other talented people also. We're bringing in the most talented people in the world. By the way, we just unrelated, but we have two of the most talented people in the world, the legendary Rupert Murdoch and Larry Ellison. So they are two legends in business, publishing, and probably every other. Rupert is Larry pretty much in a class by himself, right? I mean, although you may have a couple of bucks more, I don't know, but Rupert is in a class by himself. He's an amazing guy, and Larry is Larry. Larry's one of the most serious players anywhere in the world, so it's an honor to have you. This has nothing to do with you people, but they're here, and I thought it would be appropriate. I'm sure you didn't recognize them. They're all going crazy. They say, what are they doing here?
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
President, on the tariffs, is there any chance that Canada or China could also get out of the tariffs after you struck a deal with Mexico?
Well, nobody's out with Mexico. We had a great talk with Mexico, and we had President Sheinbaum is a woman. I like her very much. We've had good relationships, but we have to stop fentanyl from coming in, whether I like somebody or not, and we have to stop the illegal aliens from coming in. I think we've lost 200,000 people on average a year for many years, much higher than the 100,000, could be even closer to 300,000. And they've agreed to put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever, 10,000 soldiers at their side of the border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens from coming into our country. They have a big incentive to do. Other than that, we've agreed to talk and consider various other things. We haven't agreed on tariffs yet, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But we have a very good relationship. I also spoke with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and we had a good talk in the morning, but I did ask him a couple of questions, like, you know, banks aren't allowed to do business in Canada. Canada is very tough. Canada is very, you know, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that? That banks, American banks, are not allowed to do business in Canada. Can you believe that? And that's one of many things, and we talked about it, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada. I noticed that in the first term. You deal with people, and after a while you begin to realize, like you learn that Larry Ellison's very tough to do business with, okay? He's a very tough guy. I mean, I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. But Canada is very tough. They're very, very tough to do business with. And we can't let them take advantage of the U.S. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part. They don't take our cars. They make cars, but they basically don't take our cars. And, you know, we don't need, and look, I think we're going to have another good conversation today. We're actually speaking at 3 o'clock again. But we don't need them to make our cars. We don't need them to give us lumber. We don't need them for agricultural products because we have all the agriculture we need. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part, our milk and dairy, etc. A little bit they do, but not much. We take theirs. And as far as cars are concerned, they took in a big percentage, almost 19% of the market. And, you know, I wouldn't mind making our cars in the United States, so we have a problem there. I'd like to make our cars in the U.S. We don't need Canada to make our cars. With that being said, we're going to have another call at 3 o'clock. We had a call this morning. It was a pretty good call, I'd say. So the call with Mexico went very well in the sense that they're very strong now on the border. They're going to put soldiers there. So, actually, they're best military soldiers, and they're going to be at the border, 10,000. That's a lot of soldiers. And they want to protect it also. You know, they don't want people running through Mexico, coming through Mexico to come into our country. So they're going to do that. And then we're going to talk about other things over the next, and we're going to have, over the next 30 days, we're going to have Scott, Howard, and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, lead the delegation, and we're going to have a big negotiation with Mexico. I'll be involved too, and President Sheinbaum will be involved to see whether or not we can work something out on the tariffs.
What about fentanyl?
China will be speaking to China probably over the next 24 hours.
On fentanyl in China, President Trump.
We don't want fentanyl coming into our country. Now, we had another big thing, speaking of China. China's involved with the Panama Canal. They won't be for long. And that's the way it has to be.
China.
Marco just got back, as you know. He's in the process of coming back. I guess he's almost back by now. And he had a very long conversation with the leader of Panama, the respected man, and some others, the entire leadership group. And we're trying to work a deal on the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal was given foolishly years ago to, it shouldn't have been happened, years ago to Panama by Jimmy Carter and the group. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, like one of the great wonders of the world. It's the biggest job we've ever built, the biggest project we've ever built in this country, dollar-wise and every other way. 38,000 people died, Americans, all men, just about, laborers and construction people that went to Panama. The mosquito got them. Between mosquito and snakes, we lost 38,000 people. It was the most expensive project ever built by the United States. The biggest, most expensive project we ever built 110 years ago. If you bring it up to now, it would have been the equivalent of $2 trillion. The most expensive we ever built, and we gave it away for $1, okay? We gave it away essentially for nothing. And we either want it back, or we're going to get something very strong, or we're going to take it back. And China will be dealt with. And we didn't give that to China. We gave it to Panama. We shouldn't have given it to Panama. But Panama, as you know, has violated the agreement, totally violated the agreement. So that's in the process right now. But they did have a very good meeting with the head of Panama.
In addition to tariffs on China, can you say your current thinking about whether China should be forced to pay reparations both for fentanyl deaths and the million COVID?
No, I haven't talked about that, but they do have tariffs. Honestly, nobody, the amount of money that was lost and most importantly, the lives lost because of COVID is not something that anybody could ever even imagine. It's probably $60 trillion, and all the countries in the world don't have $60 trillion. The amount of death and the amount of destruction and the amount of money lost is probably $60 trillion. I had it figured by people about 3 months ago. It just figured out. Nobody knows what the real number is, but it's almost an infinite number, the damage done. But I have not discussed that. What I have discussed is we'll have some good meetings with China. We have meetings planned, and we'll see what happens. But that was just an opening salvo. If we can't make a deal with China, then the tariffs will be very, very substantial. Okay, I'm going to sign this one.
Sir, this is, you've obviously made making America healthy again a key priority of this administration. A key component of that is obviously heart health. This is a ceremonial proclamation declaring the month of February to be National Heart Month.
Okay. I hear we're doing very well with nominations. We'll see, but it looks like we're doing very well with nominations.
Mr. President, have you been involved with calling senators who have some concerns about Tulsi Gabbard or
yes.
RFK?
Yeah, I've gotten great response. And they want to do what's right, and we've had a good response. I think we'll do well. We have great people like this. We have great people coming in. I think I'd like to say the best ever recruited for government. I think we have the finest people ever recruited for government.
Will it take an active Congress?
And you know what? You're starting to see that because we've done more in 2 weeks than Biden's done in 5 years, 6 years. They could be here between him and Obama. You add it up, okay? We've done more in 2 weeks than they've done in 12 years.
Will it take an active Congress to do away with USAID, or do you believe you have?
I don't know. I don't think so. No, if not when it comes to fraud. If there's fraud, these people are lunatics. And if it comes to fraud, you wouldn't have an active Congress. And I'm not sure that you would anyway. But we just want to do the right thing. It's something that should have been done a long time ago. It went crazy.
I'm sorry.
The Biden administration. They went totally crazy. What they were doing and the money they were giving to people that shouldn't be getting it, and to agencies and others that shouldn't be getting it, was a shame. So they're tremendous fraud. But we'll be doing a report. We'll be giving you that report at the appropriate time.
Yeah. In the first term, though, USAID was something that you liked in some respects.
I love the concept of it. Yeah,
program.
Sure. I love the concept, but they turned out to be radical left lunatics. And the concept of it is good, but it's all about the people.
Mr. President, you said you also want to impose tariffs on the EU. What kind of tariffs are you thinking about?
Well, we have massive deficits with the European Union, massive, like $350 billion, if you can believe it. They don't take our farm product. They don't take our cars. They don't take almost anything, but we take their cars. We have millions of cars coming in, BMW and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen and just so many different cars, and we don't do anything about that. And we don't charge them tariffs. They make it impossible to sell cars in the European Union. They make it very difficult, agricultural product. They actually don't take it. And they have a lot of excuses. Some of them are the pesticides and the different chemicals used. And Bobby Kennedy actually is looking at that very seriously, because maybe it's not necessary to use all of that. You know, we want to be the healthiest country, and we're not. We spend more money on food than anybody else in terms of its creation, but we're not the healthiest country. So maybe there is something to the fact that we shouldn't be using so much chemical, and maybe that'll stop. But Bobby Kennedy is the one, because he is not a believer in all of the things we have done, and neither are the Europeans. So we'll see what happens. But they use it as an excuse not to buy our product. And I asked a couple of the leaders, I don't want to use names, but how many Chevrolets or Fords do you see in the middle of Munich? And the answer is none, because they don't take any cars. They don't take anything. So the European has abused the United States for years, and they can't do that. And they want to make a deal. Let me tell you, in all cases, they all want to make deals. There's nobody that doesn't want to make deals. They've been abusers, and they want to make deals. So we'll see about that. But we'll have, I think, some very fair. All we want is a fair deal. And, you know, there's a word, reciprocal. I'd go right now, reciprocal tariffs on everybody, because many of the countries that you feel so horrible about, the way they're being treated by Trump, you're saying, oh, President Trump is so terrible to them. Well, they charge us tariffs. European Union has a VAT tax, which is through the roof, okay? It's a similar thing, similar to a tariff. It's a VAT. And they have it, and it's numbers like you wouldn't believe. And Canada, I told you about the banks, and I told you they charge us. And people don't say that. They don't like to say it. Just like they don't like to say that I opened up the water for California. It's a great thing. It's too bad they didn't do it themselves. I had to do it, and it was not easy. We did it a very rough way. And I didn't like to do it a rough way. We shouldn't have to do it a rough way. But a lot of these countries that we're talking about, you know, they're so-called allies, but they don't treat us well. And just like I got $420 billion, and now it's actually over $600 billion. The Secretary General of NATO came in 2 weeks ago, and he said it was a miracle when Trump came in, when President Trump came into NATO. He said it was $636 billion by saying to them, no, you have to pay. And if you don't pay, we're not going to be there for you. You know, somebody has to say it, and they paid. And it was a large amount of money. And one of the problems we have with the Russia-Ukraine situation is that we wanted to see some equalization, because we're in for close to $300 billion, and they're in for $200 billion less. Why are they in for less? Because Biden never asked them for money. He never said, you got to pay. He never did. All he did is hand out money. So we're talking with them right now, and we're actually working some deals right now. So we have some guarantees and some other things to keep that whole situation to go, really going. I mean, going. We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. And look, we have an ocean in between. They don't. It's more important for them than it is for us. But they're way below us in terms of money. And they should be paying at least equal. They should really be paying much more than us, but let's say equal to us, and they're billions and billions of dollars below. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
The President deal with Mexico this morning, was that
You have COVID.
related to the market reaction and a criticism from Mr. Murdoch's own newspaper? He called it the dumbest trade war on the editorial page on Saturday.
I'm going to have to talk to him. I've been right over the Wall Street Journal many times, I will tell you. I don't agree with him on some things. No, it's not only is it not them. You're going to see. Every single one of those countries is dying to make a deal. You know why? Because they're ripping us off really badly. And the United States is tired of just being ripped off. And that's why we have $36 trillion in debt. We have it for a reason, because we make bad deals with everybody. And we don't allow that anymore. So the Wall Street Journal is wrong, because very simply, every single country that you're writing about right now is dying to make a deal, because the deals they have right now are so good and so good for them and so profitable for them. You didn't know that Canada didn't allow our banks. You didn't know all of these different things. And I think in the end you're going to see
all these different things, fucker. You didn't know.
Either very, very substantial tariffs are going to be paid by them, or they're going to make some kind of a deal.
Or did Mexican President Sheinbaum?
Did what?
Did you blink this morning?
There was no blinking. No, she's a wonderful woman, but she did agree to 10,000 soldiers on the border. I would say that's a lot. Would you say that's pretty good? 10,000 soldiers on the border?
Sir,
and the 10,000 soldiers are going to keep illegal aliens out. And they're going to keep them out, seriously out, and otherwise they're going to have a big penalty. Mexico's going to be penalized. They're not going to come through Mexico anymore, and they're not going to let the fentanyl come in from China. And China hopefully is going to stop sending us fentanyl, and if they're not, the tariffs are going to go substantially higher.
Sir, just to clarify what you said about Ukraine earlier, the rare earths, is that something you want them to give the rare earths to the United States?
Yeah. I want to have security of rare earth. We're putting in hundreds of billions of dollars. They have great rare earth, and I want security of the rare earth. And they're willing to do it.
Sir, you
President, on Canada,
I got a long time ago.
Again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
I don't know.
pause,
I don't know.
like you said, with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big
You
deficits
put
with
oatmeal
Canada,
on. I'm sorry.
like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made. I say, who the hell made these deals? Are so bad. But with Canada, I have a talk with him, and you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting, and we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariff.
Well, we can always look. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know what it is.
On Israel, President Trump, you're prepared to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Coming in tomorrow.
Yes, you've mentioned in the past you're concerned about Israel being too small geographically. Would you support annexation of parts of the West Bank by Israel?
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. It certainly is a small. It's a small country in terms of land. See this pen, this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East.
Houston, we have a problem.
And this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? You know, that's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually. It's a pretty small piece of land. And it's amazing that they've been able to do what they've been able to do when you think about it. There's a lot of good, smart brain power, but it is a very small piece of land, no question about it.
Mr. President, you said earlier that Elon Musk
Hey, thanks, Senator T.
everything that he has done thus far, going to all the agencies, shutting off access, getting access to federal payments, that all has yours. You're okay with all of that?
For the most part, yeah. If we, if there was something that didn't have my okay, I'd let you know about it really fast.
And you think that there's some areas where you wouldn't let him work because he has conflicts of interest?
If there was a no, I haven't seen that, and he would know not to do it. So we haven't had that yet. But if there was a conflict, we would let him work in that area.
Earlier you said with regard to Panama that they were going to make a deal where the U.S. was going to take it. How long do they have to make that sort of deal, and are you still leaving on the table?
We're going to meet with Panama on Friday at about 3:30 in the afternoon by phone, and maybe there'll be some representatives that, here or there. But we're going to be talking to Panama on Friday, essentially. And they've agreed to certain things, but I'm not happy with it.
On the Middle East, Mr. President, if I may, do you still have doubts that the ceasefire will hold?
On what?
On the Middle East, do you think the ceasefire will hold?
I have no assurances that it'll hold. I mean, I've seen people brutalized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. No, I have no guarantees that the peace is going to hold. Steve, you might want to say something about that. Steve Woodcock?
It's holding so far. So, and we're certainly hopeful, and that's the president's direction. Get the hostages out, save lives, and come to hopefully a peaceful settlement of it all. So far it's holding.
Mr. President, on a different topic, questionnaires have been going out to FBI agents across the country who were involved potentially in the investigation. Do you believe anyone involved at any level should be fired, sir?
Well, I think the FBI was a very corrupt institution, and I'm a victim of it in a true sense. I was able to beat it, but other people have been treated horribly. I think the FBI had a great reputation. I think its reputation was really damaged badly, as is DOJ. Look at what they've done in terms of weaponization. Look at what they've done to a political opponent. Probably got me elected by what they did, or I think I was doing well anyway, but they might have got me elected. But you know what? We have to have pristine, beautiful, perfect law enforcement. And what we want to do, and Cash is the one to do it. He's the one guy that is going to do it. We have to bring the reputation of the FBI. We have to bring the fact of the FBI back to what it could be. Not even to what it was, even better than it ever was. Because who would have thought that the FBI could have been corrupted like they were corrupted? Who would have thought that would have happened? Who would have thought they would have been used to go after, political opponents, essentially, but me being the number one, and so many other things beyond that. And they've been hurt very badly, and we'll see what happens. But Cash is the one to do it, and I hear he's doing very well. Cash will straighten it out. We have great confidence that we can make the FBI great again. Okay, one or two more and we'll be done.
Tulsi Gabbard's nomination is...
Say it?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I think Tulsi's going to be doing okay. I'm not sure. I can't guarantee anything, but she's liked by so many people, especially people in the military and law enforcement.
She has a little bit of trouble with some senators over her thoughts on Edward Snowden. I know Snowden, you've mentioned in the past you're thinking about pardoning him. Are you still, and what do you think about that?
No, I don't talk to him about it right now. I just, people feel very differently. Some people think he should be pardoned, and some people think it would be a terrible thing to do, but I don't get involved in that.
Mr. President, what are you discussing with Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Ellison?
Just respect. I have great respect for Rupert Murdoch. I disagree with him a lot of times with the Wall Street Journal, but that's all right. We've disagreed before, and I'm sure they didn't have any idea what they were talking about, because already you see what's happening. Look at Colombia. Look at what happened with that. Everybody said that with Colombia it was going to be a disaster. In one hour, everything was settled. You know why? Tariffs. Without tariffs, they wouldn't have been the same way. They would not have treated me the way they treated me, which was extremely nicely. And I don't want to use countries, I don't want to use names, but tariffs are very powerful, both economically and in getting everything else you want. Tariffs for us, nobody can compete with us because we're the pot of gold. But if we don't keep winning and keep doing well, we won't be the pot of gold, and then tariffs won't be so good for us. But when you're the pot of gold, the tariffs are very good. They're very powerful, and they're going to make our country very rich again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Then you're going to go back to my seat. Not one American flag, you know?
And that's how you solve world hunger. And you prove me wrong. Right.
This is hilarious. I think that I knew this was going to happen. Like, I called it. I called this months ago. Once the deporting starts, that's when the protesting is going to start, and then eventually the rioting will start. But it doesn't make sense. Even though it's happening. I knew it was going to happen, but it's like, what do they think that this is going to help? Especially that they're wanting their countries that they supposedly ran from.
Right.
Well, this person's got the half Mexican, half American flag thing.
Hi. Okay. I'll have their IFB up.
And why were they...
You're not coming back to us, are you?
want illegal immigration to happen if they're illegal. With another half and half. Proud Mexicans.
Up, are they turning again, or are they just continuing on? Continuing on.
Super proud of their Mexican heritage, even though they
I hope I'm on the right IFP.
don't want to live in Mexico. It's kind of weird. That would be like,
Right, it has to be 5 because they have
a European
no 6.
can do the same thing. Like, say, the Irish dude that's like super fucking into Irish shit. I mean, like,
Yep, there it is.
everything Irish. It would still be kind of weird.
I feel invigorated.
I'm like, hey, oh, did you used to live in Ireland? Oh, no, mate. I don't know how they talk. Oh, laddie. He sounds like an Irishman and everything. He's got the thick Irish accent. He doesn't even know regular English. Like, it's hard to understand him. He's like the dude from Snatch. The Dags. You don't like Dags? Dags. You don't like Dags? Right, this character? Like, dude, you know you've never lived in Ireland, right? Yeah, but these people are actually from there. But they're running from there. They're supposedly not
That's not me.
in agreement with the lifestyle of Mexico.
Nice.
So what they're doing is they're telling their fellow Mexicans, like, come here, invade this country.
Qantas.
Look at how many
Maybe
of
it's
us
just
there
an
are
illusion.
here. More of you should come here.
I see
Come
that
on,
we're
invade
live.
this country, Mexico.
Well, I'm just saying that it's large because, you know. Oh, it is a big one. Of course, they went into the shade right when they came to us. Figueroa in 5th.
You see how fast she comes running out the litter box every time? It's like she's out of the litter box is
Northbound Figueroa.
pit lane.
Passing 5th.
And she's exiting, and as soon as she hits the top of the litter box, she's outside of pit lane, and she's able to hit the accelerator as fast as she wants. Oh. She doesn't meet that beat. Hey, what are you doing? You can beep. Beep. How is it? Almost time. I feed her every 6 hours. She ate at 6:45. If she headed her way, I would feed her earlier and earlier every meal, every day, until there was food on the ground constantly. I'm fairly certain she has the capability of being massive as far as fat. And I don't think she was gaining all kinds of muscle though.
Gosh, I can't stand this camera. It's just...
I think I'm feeding her enough. You know,
I can't get it any crisper.
Up or not? Come on. Get it. Get it. Ow, are you okay? I didn't even move. Hey, I didn't do any of that. I didn't move 1 inch. You hit your bump. Hey! Stop riding me so hard. Go. Fuck, man. I console her because she knocked the shit out of her
Does
back
look
when
like
she jumped up here.
I don't know. Are they?
Got on me.
They seem to be getting to one side. They might actually be making a right turn here.
Attack me, butthole. Oh, you gonna come up here to attack me? No. Yeah, that's a... Oh, got me itching.
I'm craving pizza.
Oh, you see it went right to her and she got it.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, nice. Did you see her hit that? You got it midair.
See, why couldn't they have been walking through this intersection during the hit? Where it's, at least it's lit. You know what I mean? Not as hazy. That's a good looking Mercedes-Benz.
I never liked those Mercedes-Benzes. Those front ends are ugly, dude. Like a bug eye looks good on a WRX. I don't know why. But a bug eye on a Mercedes looks funny to me. Remember when those were new, I thought they were ugly too. Still ugly.
Heavy rescue is making their way south. I wonder if it's a physical rescue somewhere.
I don't want to go home. Are you talking to yourself?
What up? What up? What up? I had you guys turned down. I'm listening to the other station. What's up?
This is live. Almost forgot. It's kind of crazy if they're doing this 2 days in a row. Oh, but this is day without a migrant day. Day without immigrants, so they probably won't do it again tomorrow. How many days in a row can these people not work? In a row, and you go out picking some onions or using a hoe or being a hoe. Kitty, you're putting my song up. I can't make up lyrics when you're knocking stuff over. No. Yeah.
What is up with my... All right, everybody, we're going to
don't
lose the
even have it
picture
on
for a little
stream.
bit. We're going to lose the
I have it
picture
on
for a little
mid.
bit. Just give me a minute here.
Why the got her though?
There we go. Still looking blue. I don't know what the deal is. It's all that haze.
The economy would crash without immigrants, and now without illegal immigrants, it wouldn't. We don't need the illegal immigrants.
Can we get a little bit more up on it? Oh, wait a minute. Where are they going? Don't go yet.
The illegal immigrants do
Looks
work.
like we're making
The illegal
a decision.
immigrants don't all work.
They might be going down 2nd
They do
Street.
shit like, well, they actually, what do they do that makes it worse for DoorDash and stuff when they're all doing DoorDash?
12:15, gotcha.
That makes something worse.
We just move a little
Besides
closer.
take the jobs away
Just
from
a little bit.
Americans.
I mean, I don't know what the traffic is out there. What? What's the matter, Dave?
Do something.
City Hall. Crowd. No. You just asked what's the proximity. But I don't know if they're going to turn or not. The guy with the fusion is addressing the crowd again.
They get away with it by using other people's accounts. They get away with it by using a legal person's account. And a legal person will have like 5 illegals delivering shit for them or whatever.
Alright. I better get this stuff done. Tomorrow's big rain day.
Oh, then they're definitely going to be out there tomorrow then. Somalia. Gaza. They could rebuild Gaza.
Hey, Christian, what's up?
And all the Mexicans to Gaza.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think that guy is is like an organizer or something, because he just pulled up again. He got up on the roof and was doing his same spiel. I think he's part of the crowd. Oops, sorry, we're live. Christian. So this part of downtown used to be like the spot. This part of downtown up in here used to be like the high end, all the big houses, before the high rises and.
Wow.
She didn't say it right. Looky lures. It's looky loos. No, I don't remember those. Nice. My favorite commercial, like funny commercial like that was the, I don't even remember what it was for, but it was, you know what, I think it was a car commercial, and the guy gets into the car and lets one rip, and then the girlfriend gets in, and there's like a double date, and the other two are in the back
Chickens
seat.
get on the bike.
That was a classic commercial.
It's not gonna actually drive it. No, the other guy is. This chick. What the hell? The guy behind him is driving it.
What's the guy with the chicken suit?
He was fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Whoa! That's how you get scrambled eggs. We're gonna lose them. I'm saying this more for that other station that's using our picture.
Hey, Desk. Good video just now if you want to mark it. There's a guy in a chicken suit who got on a bike and they were just doing wheelies.
If you want to mark it with a marker. It's permanent. That forever. And save the migrants, save the chickens, save chickens. Penske acquired the Acura Grand Prix. What? It's gonna be the Penske Grand Prix? Oh, way. That's weird. What?
Years ago, just down the road from Los Angeles, a sleepy California beach town woke up to the roar of engines. Race cars had hit the streets of Long Beach, and a new American tradition was just beginning. It aimed to be a one-of-a-kind event. Sun, sand, the sea. A parade of power under the palm trees. An epic weekend where fans from all over the world would come to see the world's best racers battle, wheel to wheel, and thread the needle between concrete walls at lightning speeds. IndyCar joined the party in 1984, and some guy you might know, Mario Andretti, took the checkered flag. He brought some legends with him, Fittipaldi, Rahal, and Unser Jr., just to name a few. And the Grand Prix quickly transformed into one of America's great racing icons. As it grew, Long Beach itself bloomed into a destination. A scrappy, scenic, spirited city at the heart of Southern California motorsports. And now, a new era begins. One that honors the past but also looks toward the future. One marked by more speed, more drama, more stars, and more investment as Penske Entertainment and the Grand Prix Association of Long Beach join forces. As the newest member of Penske Entertainment, the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach is only getting bigger. For 50 years, Long Beach has been the place where the race meets the beach. The California coast meets the thrill of the racetrack, and with every new lap, the legend of this 200-mile-per-hour beach party has grown. If the first 50 years have been this legendary, the next 50 are going to be can't miss. The party's just getting started. So let's race.
It's still going to be the Acura Grand Prix. Oh man, I didn't know that was playing the whole time. Telemundo! Yeah, you like some tacos, you like some tacos. Telemundo knows who got them.
Huh, they've gone past City Hall. Yeah, I guess they're not going interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was so sure they were going back. That might be it. Hey, Booth, got you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Man, what the hell's Skid Row so busy for? Look at this shit.
Amazing.
Why is Skid Row so... You want to get sprayed? You want some of this? Kind
You what, Anton? You want to fly like a little bit south of here, and then we can show the protesters on the move, and then I can pan the camera.
Can I help you?
And show the front steps.
Inmate, what do you want? Inmate, you are not to approach the weapon. Hey. You
30 up. Copy, standing by. You got it, perfect. I'll shoot this out my window and then move the camera to show City Hall.
Almost time for them, though.
Okay, we got no IFB. No IFB.
Cats want my Ziwi or Simon's food. Dang it.
We are live in News Chopper 4, continuing to follow this immigration protest that has spilled out of downtown LA now. About a couple hundred people now marching north along Figueroa. They're crossing underneath the 101 freeway, which of course was shut down
try to get on it again, or what?
because of a similar demonstration. You can see how this is just mixed in with traffic. Police have not shut down any of these streets. But I want to show you what happened about 30 minutes ago when a car got involved in the protest. The driver jumping out at the intersection of Olympic Boulevard and 11th near LA Live, and then getting involved with these demonstrators, jumping onto the top of his car, that silver sedan. You can see in our video from about half an hour ago, picking up one of those Mexican flags and waving. Right now, you can see this march up and down Figueroa Street, and in addition to this, we've spotted a couple dozen protesters also on the front steps of City Hall on the Spring Street side. This does appear to be part of this same demonstration. We are live in News Chopper 4. Back to you. Copy, clear. Thank you.
Dude. Man, hey, that's that building I've been at before at the stream. Always go there to protest. Now what's she looking at? Oh wait, oh there's two different, looks like. Stop knocking over, or you're gonna get the spreads. He's knocking it over. If it were billable. Oh. Teacher. I knock stuff over. Oh.
Copy that. Thank you, Ryan. Clear for live hits. Stay overhead for live picks.
Oh, you see. Get over again.
Yeah, I was so sure they were headed back up to City Hall, but then they overshot when they were going north on Figueroa. So this is in Chinatown right now. They're making a right turn from Fig onto Sunset. So they might still end up back at City Hall, but there's a separate group on the front steps now.
He keeps coming over here knocking this over and then running away. Out at me. Oh, don't meow at me again. Stop it. Try to turn the light off. Texas Guard can now make arrests in federal immigration crackdown.
And I found him again. Guy in the chicken suit.
Oh, I hear you.
Like, what?
The news is obsessed with the guy in the chicken suit. I gotta cook breakfast. So I gotta go do all these things. First part is gonna be giving her lunch. I was gonna wake up as soon as I start making it. He's knocked out over there. He's breathing super deep. He's in deep sleep right now. I haven't counted his respiration in a while. This is how I'm supposed to do it. 11 going on 12, so that's only 22 to 24 per minute. That's good. Oh, his heart must be doing all right. All right, all right.
And we're turning. Hey, desk, turning southbound on a Grand Avenue now. So they might still be heading back into downtown.
I can hear that one. Not work anymore. If you're hungry, what's food?
Hey, desk, keep an eye on this. They've gotten to the freeway on-ramp. We've got two CHP units on the ground.
Okay, come on.
Blocking the 101 on-ramp. This is Grand Avenue, right on the edge of downtown.
Shut up, sweet.
Okay, we've got a couple people stopping for photo ops, but rest of this group is marching past the 101 freeway on-ramp and heading southbound on Grand. It doesn't look like they're trying to get on the freeway.
Hey.
Yeah, but good video here if you want to mark it. We've got two black and whites, two CHP units blocking the 101 on-ramp at Grand. No people, no cars being allowed onto the freeway. Off-ramp is open, but traffic is backed up. We see drivers trying to get off the off-ramp to get around this. CHP is just letting this guy go. Yeah, somebody's in a rush. LAPD helicopter is still overhead. Whoever this is who drove off the off-ramp, over the on-ramp, and then parked it right here on the side of the road. There. These might be crews trying to do work. Okay, no protesters on the freeway. Last of this group is walking past CHP. southbound on Grand. And they're taking a left turn onto Temple Street. Temple from Grand.
Oh, gone already. The speed at which she's able to eat is crazy, dude. And she looks like she could eat a whole nother serving of that same size. Already done. Oh.
Hey, Desk, City Hall crowd on the move, heading down Spring Street. Probably about the same size as the other group. Hey, Ryan, not sure where they're headed. I thought the other group was going to go down Temple and then make their way to City Hall and meet up with them, but I don't know. They're going in different directions now. We got to leave in 30 minutes.
$700,000 for a broken leg. Was it a femur? Was it a compound fracture? I mean, what?
Win! Fuck Simon. Good. You deserve to get attacked for that one, Simon.
Well, turn it down. What? Yes. 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 $12.55 for KCal. Could you tell them to plan it a little better where they're in the light and not in that shady area or underneath trees?
Oops.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, they're not going to City Hall. Not going to City Hall. Either that or they're taking the long way around. Going northbound on Spring from Temple. Northbound on Spring from Temple. Yeah, but they can't really get on the freeway right here. I mean, I guess you could, but I mean, there's not an on-ramp. No, there's no on-ramp over here. That's what I'm saying. They can go to one of the overpasses. So confusing.
Man, this is happening. This is finally happening, guys. Finally getting the word out that we're not going to take it from these Trumpers.
psychology.
We're not gonna take it. Oh. Happen though, they're gonna stop there at the overpass. Oh, the vendor. Hey man, SA, they get hungry, SA. My people get hungry, SA. Here to cook for them while they protest, SA. Doesn't want a good old bacon wrapped jalapeno dog. They're protesting with a mayo. Oh man, oh no, what you doing to me now? You better watch out, man. If they don't like you, they'll give you the extra hot ones though. We gotta go in there and cook, man. Man, and you know this.
Oops, sorry guys. I know some people watching on the internet are like, man, I'm trying to watch this. Ugh.
Good enough now. I can't. I'm gonna do it. Put it.
My God, I would do a trench rescue or a standoff now. No, right now they're on Aliso and Spring. Yeah, they made a square around the freeway. I don't know how long ago you sent me that text. It's downtown. My phone doesn't receive. We don't have internets when we're in the downtowns. I think they're on us. Want to do an orbit? Windshield wiper slapping out a tempo, keeping perfect rhythm with the song on the radio. I gotta keep 'em moving. Oh, they took Eagle Cam. See, I thought they were going to take us. These guys are getting a little brave. Oh, they did? Lighting is much better over here. You gotta keep it rolling.
Hey, Desk, if you got me up on microwave, we got about 10 minutes of fuel left. 10 minutes. Okay, this is going to be the main street on-ramp to the 101 freeway. You got it. We'll stay here.
Oh, you put your water. Brilliant. Here, you want it? You want that? Here, have it wet. Now get out of my seat. Fuck. I was not eating, dude. I forgot my goddamn. I forgot a utensil, dude. This is a fucking like ordeal just to go get a fucking fork. Being weird. I was being a little butthole. He wants it fresh. He wants it as fresh as hers was. Even though they're just as fresh. Hers came out of a cold can, actually. Oh. Weird, man. Oh, they're not letting them on. Thought they were gonna get on again, really? They shut down that on-ramp. They did do that. I don't know, man. Giving us much here. Surprised there's not more news about protests across the country. Oh, is the Super Bowl soon? When is that happening? Oh, it's next weekend, huh? That's right, never mind. Next weekend.
Hey, Dusk, we gotta get out of here. We need to go back to base and get fuel. Thank you, thank you. I'll get one last wide shot for you. This is gonna be Main Street and the 101. They've got the on-ramp blocked off.
On-ramp. They got the off ramp. Where's the on ramp at? Oh, there. Maybe she won't actually leave. Yeah. Oh.
Gold and silver, precious metals. Scan
This
the
is
QR code.
my precious. My precious. Are you my precious? I think that was the last one for that. Glad I didn't like make a whole thing out of it. Pressure would have been a miss. Immense. This is what I watched, and I knew this is when I was like, damn, fucking crazy.
To me,
I didn't watch this shit on stream. Oh, crossback. Wow.
Is he just
gather together to state na kosten will yegi a ba a here that needs in. Welcome. The Democratic National Committee wishes to acknowledge that we gather together to state our values on lands that have been stewarded through many centuries by the ancestors and the descendants of tribal nations who have been here since time immemorial. We honor the community's.
Am I the only person that doesn't understand why the group that spends the most time talking about Native Americans doesn't understand and have the connection? So if you think what happened to the Native Americans was really bad, then why would you want a mass immigration? Like, I feel like, I don't know, like there's just some logic here that's not logicking, right? Like, yeah, it didn't necessarily go very well for them, did it? Holy
native
shit.
to this continent and recognize that our country was built on indigenous lands and hope.
And so they can't get away from identity politics, man. All right, get ready, boys. Y'all ready to hear it? You guys ready for this? You're not.
This is the crazy part.
The rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the...
What if you have 6, and so that doesn't make sense, because like, so if you have 6 officers, one of them is non-binary, now you have 5. So like you'd have to hire more men or more women. Or you'd have to make the person who is non-binary say that they were a man or a... So, like, I feel like this only works with odd numbers, and it doesn't work with even, like...
Previous 4 elections, our elected officers are currently 2 male, and 2 female. In order to be gender balanced, we must elect 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender. So again, this is what we have to do for this vice chair race. We have to elect 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any.
What are these retards talking about? Like, this is amazing. How can you be so fucking stupid? Bro, stuttering? Yeah. Like, it... Maybe he's realizing how dumb it is as he's reading it.
Prospect doesn't like my Ziwi.
Any gender.
Guess he's not that hungry.
To ensure our process accounts for male, female, and non-binary candidates, we conferred with our RBC co-chair, our LGBT caucus co-chair, and others to ensure that the process is inclusive and meets the gender balance requirements in our rules.
Boys. Man. If you are a Republican, you should not be complaining about this.
Oh, not.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. Tell them you are so right. That's so true. You guys have all the right opinions. Absolutely.
To do this, our process will be slightly different than the one outlined to you earlier this week. But I hope you will see that in practice it is simple and transparent.
Okay.
The order of balloting is designed to ensure equal access to the ballot, regardless of gender identity.
Right.
As we must elect a candidate of any gender as well as 1 male and 1 female vice chair, we will first ask members to elect a candidate of any gender on the first ballot. Any candidate, male, female, and non-binary, can be elected on that ballot. After a candidate is elected on the first ballot, we'll have 1 officer of the 3.
Bro, imagine you had a kid and you're hoping for childcare. Imagine you're like, oh man, I can't afford a house.
So we will now. So then,
but what about my medical bills?
Filled of the 1 male, 1 female, and 1 vice chair of any gender.
This can't be
our
real.
Our second ballot will also be for a candidate of any gender. Then our third ballot will be the third position that is remaining based on the 2 results. Either a male candidate if a candidate that is not male has not been elected, or a female candidate if a female has not been elected.
This is an SNL skit? It should be. This is, guys, this is like the Democrat National Convention. This is huge. This is their big thing, guys. There's more. This is crazy.
Hello, Democrats. Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking. Good evening, Democrats.
This is...
You never see me watch him? I watch his clips all the time. I don't watch his live streams.
How do you do a worse version of a Kamala Harris speech? That's impressive. How does this help healthcare? Healthcare?
Look up here. 3 strong black women standing before you. 3 black women who, rather than just grabbing a chair, ran for chair.
Te quiero mucho, Papa. Gracias por todo. My name is Artie Blanco, Freddie Blanco's daughter. Vote for me for vice chair.
Look at this room, y'all. Truly take it in. This is the Democratic Party.
It sure is. It sure is.
All overweight black chicks.
We are our strongest.
Yeah, we know.
We stand together.
We are in a time in this country when our democracy and our rights are under attack. We're at a time where black and brown people, women, and other minorities are being blamed for everything that's wrong with this country.
So let's fight together for a stronger,
and more inclusive Democratic
Oh,
Party.
I didn't have Trident's food out.
Good afternoon, DNC!
Not good.
Let me say something. Over the last several days, we've seen what happens when we have the wrong people.
Sorry about the volume.
Places. And so today, I ask for your support in electing me as your DNC vice chair, because in a time of crisis, leadership matters. My people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We are sick and tired of being the last one hired and the first one fired. We are sick and tired of the...
Damn it.
Now spent.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? I mean, she's tired. Yeah. She was tired.
He's really hungry, huh?
The last 15 years fighting for the American people,
so
all 340 million of them.
Work to do to organize, show up, and win, and that is
Sorry.
why I'm asking.
It's 340 million. There's
Put it
not.
out there and I'm done
It's
eating.
330. I mean, it's
That's keep me
close
busy,
enough.
man.
People who have stood with me in this ride, because you know the work that I do to protect the vote.
Man, it just keeps getting better, boys.
No,
Here we go.
she was
I
hungry.
see if
She'd
I
eat
can
that,
get
though.
some more of these, because it's just, I
Whatever.
physically cringe when I see these people. I think it's really impressive, honestly. They're praying to the universe.
May the endless, boundless energy of the universe wrap around you with awe and love and well-becoming. Amen, Ashe, Amin, and may we together make it so.
Man.
It's even on gender right now.
It's evenly split.
Yes.
So.
I'm so sorry. Hi, Brad Tully, former parliament.
Guys, I want to tell you, like, this is the Democratic National Party officer candidate elections, okay? This is not an SNL skit. This isn't like a joke. This is real. It's happening right now. This is a huge percentage, okay, guys? It's so bad, yet this is incredible. This is not a joke. Okay, it is. This was not supposed to be a joke.
Terry for the city of Utah. I do have a question, parliamentary inquiry for the chair, if she would. What happens? So that's assuming that that so few candidates get zero that we can sustain 6 additional losses on top of that. What happens if we have 8 candidates who get zero on this round? Do we have to eliminate those 6, or would they be eligible again on a subsequent round?
They.
So what happens if we?
So it's 4. So
It's down to 4.
0.
Right. But what happens? But what happens if 8 people get zero and then we eliminate 4? Then we've eliminated 12 candidates of whatever's there. So the question is, so it's down to 4. Let's just say that of the remaining candidates, and I'm not doing math, so please correct my numbers on there. What if 8?
How is this happening? How is this? Is just embarrassing. Yes.
8 candidates get zero. We eliminated an additional 4.
4
Do we
is
have,
8.
or 9 or whatever.
The
candidates get
9.
zero. We eliminated an additional 4. Do we have enough candidates remaining to elect a full slate?
Yes.
Even if they're all women who get zero, and then we eliminate based on that?
The motion was, as amended, was that we drop the 4 lowest performing candidates in the next round. 2 men.
Yeah, bro. Even the sign language lady is like.
Women, as well as anyone who gets 0.
Wait, what?
For as anyone who 2 men, 2 women, as well as anyone who gets 0.
Wait, what?
Lowest performing candidates in the next round. 2 men, 2 women, as well as anyone who gets 0, for a maximum, what we say, up to 4 gender balance.
gentlemen.
Oh, this gender balance shit.
By the time the Democrats finally figure this out and get control again, I don't even know if women will be able to vote by that time. Yeah, like it's gonna be like how many years? Like 12, 20 years? This is gonna be bad.
Would get dropped along with 0 for a maximum of 6 people being removed in the next round. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because then we could still have a fulsome.
They don't even know, like, there's like 4 and no, dig up, stupid. Oh my God, they fall for their own propaganda. Let me see if I can find some more of this. What is it?
There are a lot of good billionaires out there that have been with Democrats who share our values, and we will take their money, but we're not taking money from those bad billionaires. There are
Oh my God.
And say, well, I just want to reassure the American people that flying is safe. I've been on airplanes all my adult life. It is. And I've been on a plane with 2 female pilots and say, wow, this is going to go fast. I mean, this is about opportunity.
Boys, we really, like, I'm telling you, bro, like, this shit is crazy.
We'll have 30 seconds.
This is amazing.
My name is Troy Blackwell. I know that I'm a new face to many of you, but I'm a proud Afro-Latino from the South Bronx.
Maybe what they should do, maybe what SNL should do is they should just play a rerun of this.
York. I got into this work because at the age of 18, unfortunately, I was the victim of a hate crime. Today I stand before you as one of the first non-binary candidates to run in the DNC's 177-year history. I'm proud to be the only Afro-Latino in this race. I'm asking you to take a chance on someone like me, a proud non-binary Afro-Latino from the South Bronx.
Bro, they're actually tier listing themselves. Guys, yeah, this isn't a net, this is real. This is, yes. I think that, you know what they should do next time? They should do a race tier list. And then they should have a gender tier list, and then have a power ranking system of like intersectionality between them, so people can understand who to vote for. Like who has a power? Yeah, maybe they can pay Frogan for consulting for it.
The final tally of
I hear she's good at that.
Troy Blackwell, 0. My name is Troy Blackwell. I know that I'm a new face.
Oh no, I didn't even realize.
Non-binary Afro-Latino from the South Bronx. The final tally of votes, Troy Blackwell, 0.
Oh God.
I already just came in here so he wanted us to feel sorry for him or something.
Thanks
Brody.
to Biden, help is here.
I feel sorry for you,
boy,
Brody.
Oh boy.
Party.
You're Canadian. It's not even cold for you.
Can you
Okay. Party.
What?
Here at home. Okay.
Party. But the other. But.
Okay, hello. Excuse me. Election cycle. You do not.
Bro, I had substitute teachers in middle school that kept the rap on shit better than this. This is wild.
These particular.
And Democrats are still taking money from the university.
Oh.
Would you have done anything differently? I'm sorry. Everyone.
Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention.
You know what? Now what she said makes sense. I don't even think that she's crazy anymore because I'm like, oh, is she like trying to like take this Kamala Harris thing? No. No, literally, they were just interrupting the whole time. It's like a sitcom, yes.
There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention.
Yeah, no. Here at home.
Okay. Party. But the other, but.
Can you, okay, hello? Excuse me. Election.
Why is she getting up? This is not. Peace out, bitches. Oh my God.
Specify that when we have a gender.
Let's see if there are any more of these. There might even be a couple more. I don't know.
Beat down.
But this. Oh, here we go.
Are you ready to go on the offense? Are you ready to go on the offense? We have to win back our young people. I am the only candidate in this race for any of these positions that is under 30. We had a 20-point shift to the right of our young people. We must.
And now it's going to be a 30-point shift.
Show our young people we give a damn about them, that we support them, and we invest in them. I have raised over $11 million in the past year to support the future of our party, because I don't just tweet, I don't just talk the talk, I also walk the walk and I knock the knock in doors across the country, but I'm counting on you in this moment right now. I need your support. Please vote for me. Thank you so much.
I'm going to be honest. I think he's pretty well spoken. That was a pretty good speech.
He's the only white person that said anything. All,
but that was pretty good. And it's probably one of the best ones that we've seen. Right? Yeah, that's the most normal one. Yeah. Too bad he's white. Well, we ended up winning, apparently. Let's see here. I'll see if I can find any more.
Of course he did.
We'll have 30 seconds.
They're not.
And we'll
they're not full retard, I guess.
No, we saw this one already.
Not gone away since 20 people of African descent came upon these shores at Jamestown, Virginia in 1619, and it's going to require us to think and behave in a new way. It is systemic, it's structural. When it comes to addressing diversity, equity, inclusion, access, and belonging, that is for all people of the United States, that must come across the voting line as well. This is everyone's America. Our story has a new form of glory that must come to our shores as well.
Man, it isn't. Yeah, I mean, happening now at the DNC. What the fuck is... Oh man. Well, it's a Karen convention, I guess so, man. And I don't know what to say. Yep.
We shall overcome.
Wait, isn't this the second time that she was singing?
Shall overcome.
Wait, didn't she do this twice?
We shall overcome today.
It's over.
We shall overcome today.
Is this the whole clip? That's it. And she did this again, like at the beginning. It's like, I can get you want to do this one time, but you're going to do it 2 times.
Hard here over the last couple of days. You fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
What is going on, man? What the fuck? What's happening? That's a candidate? Yeah, that's my understanding, yeah. And,
My people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We are sick and tired of being the last one hired and the first one fired.
Yeah.
We are sick and tired of the word white working class being a code word for whiteness. We are tired, and this is the time for us to rise up. One people, one nation.
They're sick of white people being white?
Under the divine, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As being a word white, working class being a code word for whiteness.
What the hell? That's crazy. I never heard of that. Well, these people, they invent new stuff a lot. That they love to invent this kind of stuff. So yeah, no, it's been a what's the DNC? This is the this So they just took it, they stormed this, wait, they're not even supposed to be on the stage?
Dropping the bottom vote getter on the next ballot, that we drop all. I move that we suspend the rules, and instead of dropping the bottom vote getter on the next ballot, that we drop all candidates that have 0 votes. In addition, 6 that are gender balanced also be removed on the next ballot. So basically,
Our parliamentarian wants to clarify what the motion is. Go ahead, Madam Parliamentarian.
This is crazy.
Chair Fried, you said 6 by gender balance. Do you mean 3 and 3, or do you mean 6 and 6?
No, 6 total, so 3 and...
Why do they make this shit so complicated with a gender, dude? Holy shit! Fucking, do women really care that much on the Democratic side? What, that they like
and 3
have
based
the
on gender
ability
balance, in addition
to
to
run
anybody
shit?
who has received 0 votes this round.
Yo, bro! If I ever
I move that we
found out that the chick I was dating was a Democrat, that'd be it. Game over.
I don't even know what to say.
The number of votes necessary to receive a majority, 205. The final tally of votes, Malcolm Kenyatta, 298.
It's non-binary with all them
Please,
wristbands.
no more. It's almost over, I promise you.
David Hogg, 214.5.
Man.
Gina Rapace, 112.
Why is this dude's picture on the screen?
Kaylin Free, 96. Shasti Conrad, 91.5. Abstain, no vote, 5.
What are they even voting for? Who's in charge of the
Based on these
DNC?
results, Malcolm Kenyatta
gonna
and
run
David
the
Hogg
DNC?
are winners of this election.
Man.
DNC, run DNC, run DMC. No, it's
Two
different.
guys won it anyway. After all of that time, rank and file Democrats.
Two white guys won anyway.
Two straight white men picked to lead the party. That's crazy, bro. Like after all of that. In a desperate pivot from its CEO sessions, DNC chaired them. Two straight white men chosen to placate an electorate exhausted by the party's woke theatrics. Naturally, the party's progressive base is in full meltdown.
We can and we will change the world.
Oh, man.
God bless all of you and God bless America.
Is that the Black Power?
And we will
Man.
change the world.
But
Is he white powered it?
I don't know if they can, guys. I
What did you
don't
just
even
do?
know how this is real. I genuinely cannot even believe this. Especially,
Immortals
like,
higher.
the thing is that to me, the two things that stuck out the
They go-
most were, number one, the woman who just started singing, and number two, the fact that they couldn't figure out the numbers. They couldn't even figure out how they were trying to set up their own event.
Come on, Massachusetts, let's hear from you. But you know what? Everyone thinks we're a blue state. Fall River, first time in 100 years, voted for Donald Trump.
Uh-oh.
And what I want to share with you is we treasurers, we manage over $1 trillion in union money, in state worker money, firefighters, police officers, and guess what? Those Republicans are after us because they have figured out that when you can sneak in under the treasurer's office, you can make it to Congress, to the Senate.
Is herbal.
You can
Okay.
make it to Attorney General and the governor's office, and they've done it again and again and again. Come on, Massachusetts, let's hear from you.
Jesus, man. Like,
It'd be nice.
On the other side of the border, the
I'm in.
traffickers,
Hey,
they
I'm in.
pack migrants into 18-wheelers like cattle.
this is some other random bullshit right here. And, yeah.
To ensure that the process.
Be okay?
I don't know what to say, guys.
October of 2024, a large part, about 1/3 of Trump's advertising budget went specifically to this one ad. It was about gender-changing surgeries for a small number of transgender, incarcerated, undocumented immigrants. These particular ads ended with the line, "Kamala is for they, them, President Trump is for you." How should Democrats respond to this attack?
Our party has to live its values. Everyone has dignity. Our party believes that no matter where you're from, no matter where you live, no matter who you love or who you are, you have dignity. We're going to fight for you, and that's what we're going to do as a Democratic Party.
They're going to keep losing. Yep. All right. Well, there it is. So if there's anybody who was worried that, you know, they might win, or it's like this is going to be it, it's going to be over after Trump, no, bro. Like, they just can't stop. Well, guys, there it is. You know what's going to be so crazy is we only need to wait about a year, and then they're going to have more elections. And this stuff is going to heat up even more. Here's what I think is going to happen is that I think that these people are so captured by this ideology that they have to crash and burn in order for them to realize that they're making a mistake. It's like a religion to them. It is. And they're going to ride this ship to the bottom of the ocean. And that's it. When do you think a new party comes out of this? I don't think that there will be a new party. They're not going to be able to figure it out. They can't get rid of these guys, and they're just done, man. I think they're actually just done.
Democratic members of Congress blocked from entering U.S. aid. AKA USAID. USAID. That's how I say it.
Hey, step out, make a line. Step out, make a line. Let's go.
Okay. Hi, Chris. Please. That's Meyer. Nice to meet you. Okay, so you are aware this agency is very busy currently, and they are not able to take a meeting currently. They advise that they will be in contact shortly. And
I was supposed to take her food, man.
At this time, if you need any further comments.
All right, I'll go take her
The front
some.
office of the administrator.
So could I just ask, are you with AID?
I am.
Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for what you did.
They don't have the right to be disciplining people for political reasons, and they don't have a right to usurp Congress's rightful role to appropriate money. We've appropriated money for U.S. aid to render service around the world in fighting disease and fighting corruption, in defending democracy. We know Elon Musk is not interested in that. Donald Trump is not interested in that. But that's what the American Congress has done, and we're going to stand up with the workers here.
Thank you.
Ciao. Come here. Come here. Oops. I left in a hurry, and she still ran off. Dang it! I don't know why she's so skittish, man. I've been within feet of her before. She's seen me bring the food out there. She was eating it, yeah. I mean, it had been there a while. I get fucking weirded out when the food's been there for too long. It starts making me feel weird that that's all they have to eat is like some shit that's been out there for hours with multiple cats eating off of it. Justin Trudeau says American tariffs on Canada will be paused for 30 days following a good call with Donald Trump.
President Donald Trump already announced widespread tariffs on major U.S. trading partners. Now he's putting the European Union on high alert. The president warned Sunday it's only a matter of time before he imposes tariffs on the EU. He told reporters, it will definitely happen with the European Union. I can tell you that because they've really taken advantage of us. And you know we have over $300 billion deficit. I wouldn't say there's a timeline, but it's going to be pretty soon. It echoes what Trump said in the White House just a few days ago.
Am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The European Union has treated us so terribly.
According to U.S. Trade Representative data from 2022, the U.S. imports about $200 billion more in goods from Europe than the U.S. exports to Europe. That would be a $200 billion goods trade deficit.
Yeah,
when you add services to the equation, the deficit goes down to $130 billion.
You know what? I'll tell you why it's not cool. Because when I was in Europe, there was plenty of times when I wanted to buy an American product, and I couldn't. Guess what? They didn't have any Pringles. I could get some Pringles, or maybe some. What else could I get? Couldn't get much, man. Maybe a Coca-Cola. Starbucks. Starbucks everywhere. You want Starbucks? You can have it. You can always have a Starbucks. Everywhere you go, you can have a Starbucks.
Trump's EU warning comes after he signed executive orders to put 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada and 10% on imports from China. He tied tariffs on these three countries to the fentanyl crisis and immigration. But Mexico is already off the hook, at least for now. Trump announced Monday he's putting an immediate pause on Mexico tariffs after Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed to send 10,000 soldiers to the border to prevent drug trafficking and illegal immigration. The pause is for 1 month while leaders on both sides negotiate.
They haven't gotten the memo about Canada, have they?
Canada is still in the crosshairs.
No, they're
National
not.
Economic Council
They haven't
Director
gotten
Kevin
the memo
Hassett
yet.
denied that
This
this
is from
a
2 minutes
trade
ago.
war on CNBC Monday morning.
The Canadians appear to have misunderstood the plain language of the executive order, and they're interpreting it as a trade war. And I think that that's probably consistent with the policies that we've seen from this failed government in the past, where they've let their own drug problem get out of control. And instead of addressing the drug problem, they want to blame the U.S. and perhaps get some political benefit out of saying that Trump's tried to create a trade war. Why would he do that with Canada and Mexico? This is 100% about a drug war. It's 100% about fentanyl.
President Trump is expected to speak with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau Monday. Meanwhile, the EU is vowing to stand up to Trump's tariff threats. French President Emmanuel Macron said Monday that Trump's promise is pushing the EU to be more united and more active to respond to issues of collective security. The bloc's foreign policy chief said there will be no winners in a trade war. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Simone Del Rosario. Trump's action on tariffs is fast moving. To stay on top of the latest updates, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
Are you straight? Are you straight? Are you straight as an arrow? Well, you're what we're looking for. You're the...
Soon, President Donald Trump will speak with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for the second time today. The conversation comes just a day before 25% tariffs are set to take effect on our northern border, and hours after President Trump paused his tariffs on Mexico following a conversation with their president. And CBS News has learned that USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, which oversees humanitarian development and security programs in about 120 countries, will be merged into the State Department with significant cuts in the workforce. All employees were ordered to work remotely today and not come into the office. The escalation comes on the heels of a tumultuous weekend when two top security officials at the agency attempted to block personnel from the Elon Musk-run Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, from accessing USAID systems. They were placed on administrative leave. We've also learned that the agency's chief of staff has resigned as a result of the matter. Meantime, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been named the acting administrator of USAID. He is in El Salvador after stopping in Panama at President Trump's request, as he calls to reduce China's influence over the Panama Canal and end mass migration.
We recognize that many of the people who seek mass migration are often victims and victimized along the way. It's not good for anyone. The only people who benefit from mass migration are traffickers. And so this is a program that shows how cooperating with our strong allies here in Panama can help to stem the flow by creating a disincentive, by sending a clear message that if you come and you come irregularly, you may be stopped and you may be returned to your country of origin.
For more, I want to bring in CBS News White House producer and reporter Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, you're outside the USAID building. Things have been rapidly developing. What's the situation there now?
Yeah, Lindsay, just to give you a sense of what just happened, we heard from Democratic lawmakers outside the USAID building here in downtown Washington. And after that press conference, they went inside to try to gain access into the building behind me. That is happening right now. Democratic lawmakers inside trying to gain access. Now, all of this comes after we learned over the weekend that a lot of USAID staffers no longer have access to their email. And we learned about a security incident where Elon Musk and members of DOGE tried to enter the building and tried to get into some secure areas. We know there was an issue with security officials on site. Those two security officials are now placed on leave. And as a result of all of this, the chief of staff who Trump placed to be in charge of USAID resigned on Sunday. So, of course, today we heard from Democratic lawmakers really pushing back on, one, the efforts to dismantle USAID, but two, not allowing these staffers, one, to have access to their emails, but two, access to the building. They were given an email statement last night that the building will be shut down today and for them to wait further notice. So all of this developing right now very quickly, the situation evolving.
If USAID is in fact merged with the State Department, what will the future of the agency look like? And is this in lieu of shutting it down completely, which is what Elon Musk had said they wanted to do?
It would appear that it would be in lieu of shutting it down completely. If they merge with the State Department, we would expect massive cuts. They would remain a humanitarian agency, but they would not be the size that they are now. Just to give you kind of a scope of what they are, there are about 10,000 employees with USAID across the world. About 2/3 of them actually are in foreign countries. So this would be a massive scale down, really, of that workforce. Also, they control about $40 billion in congressionally approved government assistance to a lot of these countries, which they hand out to NGOs, humanitarian groups, and because of that, the U.S. is really able to expand its soft power around the globe. We heard from Ilhan Omar, the representative from Minnesota, and she said she was a refugee in a camp, and it was because of USAID that she was able
That's
to.
how the NGOs are getting all their money. It's from
Have a
USAID.
roof over her head, have assistance.
Now I
And
see
because of
why
that,
he's
she has a
canceling
better
that shit.
feeling, had a better feeling about the U.S., and of course now she's here as a congressman. So a lot of developing in this situation that we have to watch very closely, especially in the next coming hours, of what this means entirely for this agency that is so
It
focused
didn't
on
have to have
humanitarian
oversight
assistance
before. They
worldwide.
could just
All this
give
is
their
happening at the
money
same
to the
time as these
NGO, I
tariffs
bet.
are potentially being levied. So what are we learning about Trump's
Have
calls
to have congressional
today with our neighboring
oversight
nations?
or approval.
Well, we know that we're scaling back some of those tariffs against Mexico. Trump spoke with the leader of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, earlier today, and she announced that they came to an agreement. There would be more troops on the U.S.-Mexico border, about 10,000 additional troops, and because of that, Trump would not put on the 25% tariffs that he said he would put on until next month, and he said there would be a rolling basis of deciding whether or not to place these tariffs back on Mexico. Now, we know momentarily in the next hour or so, he is expected to have a conversation with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He spoke with him earlier today as well. So we will need to watch very closely to see what goes on with Canada if they could potentially stave away from these tariffs as Mexico did.
Olivia Rinaldi, thank you.
I wonder what Canada did. I guess they're going to do somewhat of the same thing. Because it says Canada is being delayed for a month also. That's the newest news I've seen on here. And I'm fucking looking, man. I'm looking, man. I'm look at this.
Kids are concerned about a growing issue at Virginia airports. They're catching more passengers with firearms at security checkpoints. Several airports are seeing record numbers, including Norfolk International. Eugene Daniel reports.
Before catching a flight to your next destination, the Transportation Security Administration wants travelers to be aware of what they're packing.
It really is a disturbing trend.
In 2024, TSA officers at Norfolk International Airport intercepted 34 guns at security checkpoints. It's the fourth year in a row ORF tallied a new record of weapons caught by the TSA. But Norfolk is not the only city seeing an uptick in confiscated weapons. Richmond, Dulles, and Reagan National all set new records last year.
People continued to tell us they forgot they had their firearms with them. Interestingly enough, they seem to always know where their cell phone is, just not their deadly weapon.
On January 24th, TSA officers stopped a Virginia Beach woman after finding this loaded handgun in her carry-on bag, making it the first firearm spotted at the airport checkpoint this year.
You can fly with a firearm. There's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it.
According to TSA, guns can only travel in checked baggage. It doesn't matter if you have a concealed carry permit. The firearm must be unloaded in a locked, hard-sided case and declared at an airline check-in counter. Taking a gun to a security checkpoint could mean federal penalties, including a hefty fine in the thousands of dollars. In Norfolk, Eugene Daniel, 13 News Now.
TSA seized more than 6,700 firearms in 2024, which is a slight dip from the previous year.
What the hell, man? That's a lot of retarded people walking around with guns. They thought they were going to get through TSA with that thing? Dude, I got through with the knife once, though. I didn't mean to, though. A big knife. This one. Tanto with a serrated blade and a hilt, so it's pretty combat ready. It's very sturdy. I got in the hotel room and was like, what the? I had to mail it back.
As the pro-illegal immigrant protests heat up, we're seeing altercations happen. Here, a U.S. flag was ripped out of a man's hand, crumpled up, and thrown. In the Los Angeles highway blocking incident, where we're assured that they are not criminals, cars that tried to pass through were attacked. That's right. God forbid a car on a highway try to drive somewhere. Crazy, isn't it? They're chanting Elon Musk after encountering that Cybertruck. These protesters surrounded this police officer because, hey, isn't cartel rule so much better? In Arizona, 5 police cars were damaged and 1 was taken for a joyride.
Oh, shit! Oh, somebody took it. Oh, shit!
This patriotic truck driver found themselves surrounded.
Why are they ripping its flag away from him?
I can't say for sure, but this may have been the exact same truck surrounded again. Boy, the sight of an American flag sure is a triggering one, huh? This guy found himself trying to avoid a fight with a crowd that really seemed to want one.
Really? Well, yes, really. You want the attention or what? You want the attention? Yeah, I do want it. I do want it.
As these protests continue to grow with intensity, we can expect to see more of this.
Oh yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Call that shit, baby, gonna be way worse than it is today. We're only like 2 weeks in. Yeah.
Let's head over to the Pacific, where uncrewed surface vessel Ranger and Mariner are transiting to Japan. The Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer USS Shoup is escorting the uncrewed vessels. Each of the uncrewed surface vessel brings a battery of SM-6 missiles and additional detection capability to the fleet. This week, 2 of the USVs are conducting at-sea testing with an LCS ship based out of Japan. This is one of the original goals of Surface Combatant 21 program from all the way back in 1994. That gave birth to the Zumwalt and the Littoral combat ships. This is distributed fleet architecture in action. We're doing it today, folks. It's no longer a theory or a strategy on a whiteboard. It's in practice now, linking multiple uncrewed assets at sea in contested waters. This is the LCS with offensive punch. That's right, I said something nice about your LCS. All you mighty keyboard warriors, hold thyself. Let's head over to the Pacific, where uncrewed surface vessel Ranger and Mariner are transiting to Japan. The Arleigh.
There you go. Punch. That's pretty cool. The hell?
Israeli forces intensified military operations in the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank over the weekend. The IDF says it demolished 23 buildings that were allegedly being used by militants. Israeli officials say the structures contained weapons, explosives labs, and observation posts. Video from the scene shows large explosions and thick smoke rising over the densely populated area. The United Nations reports nearly all of Jenin's 20,000 residents were displaced over the past 2 months due to the ongoing violence. Palestinian officials say at least 25 people were killed since the operation began on January 21st, including 9 members of armed groups, a 73-year-old man, and a 2-year-old girl. The Israeli military says it killed more than 35 militants and arrested over 100 individuals. Israeli airstrikes also targeted the nearby city of Qabatia, hitting what officials described as a terrorist cell preparing an attack. The strike reportedly triggered secondary explosions, suggesting munitions were inside the targeted vehicle. The military operation is now expanding beyond Jenin, with Israeli forces moving into other West Bank cities, including Tulkarem and Tamun. Officials say security forces seized dozens of weapons and neutralized hundreds of explosive devices in the region. The Palestinian Authority, the governing body in the West Bank, is calling for an emergency United Nations Security Council meeting and urged the United States to intervene. Hamas, which governs Gaza, called for an escalation in attacks against Israel following the latest demolitions. Israeli officials say security forces will remain in the area until their objectives are met, but did not give a timeline. For more of our unbiased Straight Fact reporting, download the Straight Arrow News app. Officials described as a terrorist cell.
Wow. That was pretty crazy, guys. Wow. That's what I said. I'm just going to let y'all hear this one.
They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, but not when you ordered a drill. Sylvester Franklin from Savannah, Georgia, paid $80 on the site AliExpress for the item, but all he got in the mail was a picture of the drill. AliExpress is on the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative's list of notorious markets for counterfeiting and piracy. Franklin hopes others don't get scammed as well. Keep that in mind. Yeah.
If you full price, it sounds like, dude. Oh. Poor guy. Poor. Guess you gotta read the small print. You didn't read it, probably. I bet. Oh, so you talked outside today for a little while?
Mr. Trudeau this morning. I think the president has made it astoundingly clear that the reason for these tariffs, and I just talked a lot about this on Fox News, is the illegal surge of deadly drugs and of human beings that we have seen trafficked over the border and the northern border, hence the tariffs on Canada. And so the president is making it very clear to both Canada and Mexico that the United States is no longer going to be a dumping ground for illegal deadly drugs and illegal human beings. And you saw President Sheinbaum already conceding in putting 10,000 troops, permanent troops, I would add, not temporary, Mexican soldiers on the southern border to deter some of that illegal migration. So the president will continue to have these negotiations. I won't get ahead of him. He's also going to make sure that Secretary Bessent, soon to be Secretary Lutnick, and Secretary Rubio are deeply involved in these negotiations as well. Steve.
Will he speak to the president of China and what will be the agenda?
Sure. Well, he said in the Oval Office it'll happen in the next couple of days. I don't have a schedule yet, but I can check with NSC and let you guys know. And we'll obviously provide a readout of that call either via White House statement like we do or via Truth Social like we do sometimes as well. Caitlin.
Confirm that Elon Musk is a special government employee.
Yes.
What kind of security clearance does he have?
I can confirm he's a special government employee. I can also confirm that he has abided by all applicable federal laws. As for his security clearance, I'm not sure, but I can check back with you.
Did he pass a background check, do you know?
I don't know about the security clearance, but I can check.
And do you know about anyone who's on his team that was at USAID this weekend or at Treasury Department, whether they also have security clearance?
I don't know, but I can check on that for you. Sure.
I want to ask about the hostage deal. We saw people coming out of Gaza alive because Trump managed to get this deal done.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was very emotional for people in Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming here tomorrow. He might not want to go through with the second phase of the deal. What do you think President Trump would like to happen?
Well, I'm not so sure that's true. The ceasefire was extended because of the work of President Trump and his presidential envoy, Steve Witkoff, who has proven to be an incredibly effective negotiator. And the president and this entire administration are committed to having all of the hostages come home. And as you've seen, his team is working very, very hard to do that.
And already saw one American hostage coming back home, and another will be back home soon.
Yes, we hope so.
Caroline.
Sure.
Carolyn, the president's a keen watcher of the financial markets. How much did Wall Street's fall this morning have an impact on his decision in regards to the Mexico tariff decision?
It had no decision. What impacted the delay on the tariffs was the president of Mexico committing to putting 10,000 permanent soldiers on the U.S.-Mexican border. The president cares about American lives. And as I just said on television, there's a lot of talk about the markets. There's a lot of talk about, the cost of goods. This administration is wholeheartedly committed to bringing down the cost of living in this country. You see that through deregulation, through the energy actions this president has taken, and also through his commitment to cutting taxes. But when it comes to the cost of an American life, I think for those of us who have children, there's not enough money in the world to bring back the lives that have been lost because of the illegal drug and border crisis. And the president is committed to ensuring that Canada and Mexico and China understand that the United States is not going to be a dumping ground for illegal fentanyl that is killing young people in this country. It's the leading cause of death amongst those aged 18 to 34. And that's the president's #1 priority, is protecting American lives.
Caroline, can you talk more about the first call that President Trump had with Prime Minister Trudeau this morning? What were some areas for potential negotiations and any bottlenecks?
Yeah, I hate to be coy, but just because I believe they're on the phone right now, I'll have to go in and check. I don't want to get ahead of the discussions or the conversations, but in the effort of transparency, we will either provide a readout or you'll hear from the president directly.
Caroline, what do you say to Americans who understand the president's negotiating strategy and understand the goals that he's trying to achieve with tariffs, but are worried they're going to get caught in the middle of this and feel the pain, potentially in the short term or even long term?
Well, they won't get caught in the middle if they just comply with what the United States is asking for, which are very simple measures to work with us when it comes to border security, to cooperate with the repatriation of their nation's citizens. You saw President Trump effectively utilize tariffs when he was negotiating with Colombia last weekend as well. Ultimately, they conceded and agreed to the deportation flights that many of them have landed in the last week. Karen.
Do you know if Mr. Musk took the same oath that you and other senior advisors to the president took about adhering to the Constitution, following the law? Do you know if he took that oath?
I don't know the answer to that question, but like I told Caitlin, I can get back to you guys on that.
And do you know what expertise he has in the areas of global health or humanitarian aid to be able to assess what's happening at USAID?
Well, first of all, Elon Musk is a once-in-a-generation business leader. He is an entrepreneur. He serves as a great ally and a friend to the president. And I think Elon Musk also has a little bit of common sense. And I think the American people really appreciate that when it comes to the federal government, because it seems like all common sense has been lost in this city. And that's what you see when you look at USAID. I know Secretary Rubio made some comments about how he will be acting as the director over that agency. And here's the reason why Elon Musk and others have been taking a look. Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government. Thank you, guys.
Crazy, man. What the fuck? There's probably way more than that. What about drag queen story time for the underprivileged? You know, they should get it too. They need it. It nurtures the soul.
The Haugen family's mission is to educate parents about the dangers of water beads. When Ashley's daughter Kipley was a toddler, she developed a rash and was throwing up. Doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong. Turns out she had ingested the small water-absorbing beads her older sister was playing with.
During surgery, they found the water beads had caused a blockage inside of her small intestine. Because the water beads were marketed as non-toxic, eco-friendly, and biodegradable, everybody thought that she would be fine.
But in the weeks that followed, Kipley began having trouble with coordination and responding to commands. Doctors confirmed she was experiencing developmental delays.
And also, he gave her a diagnosis of toxic brain encephalopathy.
Water beads are made of polyacrylamide, and acrylamide is a known neurotoxin. Our consumer products and the chemicals used to make them are not well regulated.
The beads can expand to 100 times their size when exposed to water. More than 7,800 ingestion injuries were treated in U.S. emergency departments from 2016 to 2022. A 10-month-old died in 2023. Kipley's case has just been published in Pediatrics. Ashley is one of the first parent advocates to co-author a case report in the journal.
It breaks my heart what happened to Kipley, and for me it's been very healing to be able to know that that pain has a purpose.
Ashley started That Water Bead Lady to help families whose children have been injured by consumer products. Kipley has this message for lawmakers.
Please work together to ban water beads. Lots of kids like me got hurt.
Kipley has made a lot of progress. She still has challenges, but she is an amazing little advocate.
Working together to keep kids safe. Danya Backus, CBS News.
We can't have Kinder eggs, but those aren't banned. Weird. Hey, who's laughing now?
Cái người họ ở trong
cái tổ hôm
qua và họ sẽ về và họ sẽ chia sẻ ngày tháng họ ở trong đó. Hôm nay là một buổi lễ cũng như là gặp mặt thôi anh em đầu năm á quý vị. Sau cái ngày nhận chức của tổng thống thì cái hôm mà tụi Trang đi lên Washington DC tới nay á, thì cũng chưa có gặp lại mấy anh em. Mặc dù mấy bữa nay thì quý vị thấy cuối tuần thì tổng thống Trump có về Florida, về Mar-a-Lago thì cái đoàn
These are my
motorcycle
favorite
và
Trumpers.
mấy cái anh chị ở trên quạt Public vẫn là ra để đứng chào đón cái đoàn xe của tổng thống về, và mà với cái tinh thần đó thì vẫn giữ quý vị. Nhưng mà Trang nghĩ rằng là thời gian nó cũng hạn hẹp hơn lúc trước nói đi là đi thôi khi mà chưa có chiến thắng, còn bây giờ thì đã giành được cái chiến thắng rồi thì mình cũng hạn chế cái thời gian lại. Có những cái buổi lễ quan trọng thì tụi em vẫn cùng với những cái nhóm ở dưới Orlando và Florida này, nhất là nhóm Born Certified, nhóm motorcycle của tổng thống sẽ cùng nhau để mà họp mặt. Trong cái tháng 2 sắp tới đây thì tổng thống sẽ có một cái buổi rally, nhưng mà mình chưa có biết ngày, quý vị. Sẽ có một buổi tổng thống sẽ đến để mà chia sẻ cùng với MAGA vì những cái đấu tranh của họ, và có những cái buổi sẽ mời những cái người transit trở lại để lấy lại cái công bằng cho họ và nghe cái tiếng nói của họ, và tại sao trong cái thời gian họ bị bắt như vậy và những cái luật sư đưa vào cho họ thì không có cái tiếng nói nào hết.
Nói lên tiếng nhưng mà không được, tại bị bắt đơn hết, tại vì hầu như là bên đám dân chủ nó đã
Why does his sound so much different?
Giống như mà cái gì một cái bộ hồ sơ.
This is probably the correct way of speaking.
Ngay cái chánh án đầu tiên thôi, nó bắt đơn đó thì
he probably sounds like
đơn thì tất nhiên cái là đơn khi đó nó đâu có open được. Thành ra chính vì vậy mà nó cứ tiếp tục nó làm như vậy và nó chặn đứng hết những cái khay mà của những người
speaks like a nerdy style of Vietnamese.
lại là không được xác nhận.
That's how he got her, because he's smart, he's like an engineer or
something. Tổng thống nó bây giờ cái gì thấy không, 4 năm trời đưa ông lên bờ xuống ruộng.
It definitely has more.
Nhưng mà bây giờ thì ngài sẽ lấy lại hết những cái gì mà những năm tháng mà tụi nó đã làm với ngài như vậy. Đó là một cái điều mà chúng ta thấy được là ai thắng thì nằm trên thì có những cái yếu tố nó mạnh hơn như vậy. Đó là cũng là một cái cách mà phải nói là cái thế lực nào cũng vậy, quý vị, cũng phải có hết trơn. Nhưng mà mình làm sao mà cảm thấy mà nó công bằng thì thôi, làm sao cho thấy rõ ràng nó fair cho mọi người thôi thì ok, chứ không phải mà nó kiểu mà nó làm pháp như vậy được, nó làm quyền như vậy được.
Mọi người ăn Tết vui không ạ? Có được lì xì không mọi người?
Lúc nhỏ còn được lì xì, giờ lớn quá rồi không được ai lì xì hết trơn.
Tết vui mọi người ha. Tết năm nay vui và cảm thấy đầm ấm lắm. Mặc dù cái sự mai mỉa của bên hướng dân chủ vẫn là một cái đề tài muôn thuở dành cho tổng thống Trump. Quý vị biết cái cách của họ, giống như bây giờ thậm chí cái khu vực Washington DC có những cái chuyến bay đang xảy ra như vậy thì họ lại đổ vào cho cái đổ thừa cho tổng thống, hoặc là bất cứ trong vòng tới đầu năm mới thôi mà 4 lần như vậy những cái tai nạn về máy bay, thì chúng ta cũng thấy được cái cách của những cái nhà cầm quyền của đảng Dân Chủ. Họ đã đưa những cái người mà làm việc quan trọng, những cái địa phận quan trọng, họ không có lệ thuộc vào cái chuyện là bằng cấp hoặc là những cái tài năng của người đó, và qua lời tâm sự của nhiều người đã approve vô để đi làm với việc trong những cái không gian, những cái chỗ vị trí quan trọng cho những cái đường bay á, thì mình mới thấy được rằng là họ chỉ có dựa trên cái màu da, màu tóc, màu áo, cái sự sở thích của họ thôi, chứ họ không dựa trên cái tài năng. Và đó là những cái tai nạn rất là buồn cho nước Mỹ của chúng ta. Và cái nhìn mới là họ đã cho người ta nhìn thấy khi mà tổng thống Trump lên thì cái diện mạo của tổng thống sẽ bị
I just realized y'all don't understand Vietnamese, so not fair for me to watch them, you know. No. Out shopping. Why? Ice storm. Would you have to go buy beer? Beer and beer and beer and beer and no, see, I think he already has a complete stash of sardines ready to go at all times, probably. Oh, for real? You got extra beans anyway? You're an absolute mad lad. You're gonna turn into a sardine. Or get used to being in water. But you're not gonna live without it. You're gonna have to figure out a way to walk around with the water on your head. And how to walk her with fins. We won't even be able to talk anymore. You don't have vocal cords. Dude, shit's gonna get weird, man. Sorry. Sorry. You got somebody there to put you in some water. Oh, well, well. Seem to be drying up around you. Oh, they were on sale. For how much? Simon, you're fucking wearing me down, dude. Getting it up. Yowls, man. Wanna come over here? Come over here? Here. Come here. Up, nice. Alright. How do you want me to get up and let him out again? I probably opened the gate for him at least 20 to 30 times today. Been wanting to be in the lab a lot more lately. He weighs like 12.5 pounds now. He got put on some weight fast. Past couple months. Oh, Canada is implementing their $1.3 billion border plan, reinforcing the border with new choppers, technology, and personnel, enhanced coordination with our American partners, and increased resources to stop the flow of fentanyl. Justin Trudeau wrote on his X. Yeah. Those are. Hold up.
Order launch a. Everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. We do have some breaking news that we want to bring to you. We were just learning from Justin Trudeau that he's saying that the tariffs have been paused in Canada now for at least 30 days following the call with President Trump. That's coming from Lucas Tomlinson from Fox News reporting that out there. So just like what we saw with Mexico earlier today with that pause, now we do know that Canada is doing the same pause with the United States here on trying to come up with better terms instead of using tariffs here. So once again, we did hear from President Trump earlier today. We'll play out some more of his remarks, but that was right before he was going to be speaking to Justin Trudeau. He felt confident that the same outcome would happen with Canada like it did with Mexico earlier today, and that's exactly what happened there. So again, major news coming out of the White House as Justin Trudeau just putting this out on X as well, saying, I just had a good call with President Trump. Canada is implementing our $1.3 billion border plan, reinforcing the border with new choppers, technology, and personnel, enhanced coordination with our American partners, and increased resources to stop the flow of fentanyl. And to continue on, saying I just had saying that also the nearly 10,000 frontline personnel and will be working on protecting the border as well. In addition, Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar. We will list cartels as terrorists, ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. I have also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and we will be backing it with $200 million. Proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while we work together there. So quite the change now from Canada after that call with President Trump. Now Canada doing the same as with Mexico and pausing it for 30 days to try to work out a better deal there. But it looks like Canada already stepping up, just like how Mexico did with the 10,000 soldiers there at the border. So again, we will be keeping an eye on this major update coming out of the White House and beyond right here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh man, I was looking forward to the trade war.
New York is taking steps to try to protect doctors who prescribe abortion medications after a doctor in the state was indicted by a grand jury in Louisiana for allegedly prescribing abortion pills online. Joining me now in Studio 57 is Weekend Evening News anchor and CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan. Jerika, this could be the first direct test of New York's shield laws, right? What is the governor saying and doing?
It absolutely is, Lindsay. And in fact, today the governor signed a law saying that it will enable physicians who prescribe abortion medications to request the pharmacy only print the name of the practice instead of the personal name. So this has to do with Dr. Margaret Carpenter. She is the person at the crux of this litigation in which she was indicted on charges of criminal abortion by means of abortion-inducing drugs. And essentially, Louisiana, the attorney general there, Liz Morrell, is saying that it's illegal to send abortion pills into the state and that it's illegal, in her words, to coerce another into having an abortion. So since Roe v. Wade was overturned, as you know, in 2022, Louisiana has had some of the strictest abortion laws to date. But this is a case where you have a mother that reached out to this pharmacy. The pharmacy, well, not the pharmacy, but the practice provided the drugs. What's very interesting, you might ask, is, well, how did we even know that this happened? The young girl, a minor, experienced a medical emergency, had to go to the hospital, and then, of course, more information is revealed about where she got this drug and what she took to try to have this medically induced abortion. So a lot is at play here. Now you see Governor Hochul trying to better protect physicians. But even when you think of it in the context of a practice, what if you're just one person or there's two people?
Right, it wouldn't be too hard to find the doctors in a practice.
And when you have a state like Louisiana that's very clear about where they stand on this, this is something, when I spoke to CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman, that will still have to continue to be worked out because there's so much that we just don't know because we haven't seen this before. The same doctor was charged civilly in Texas months ago, but this is the first time that we've seen a criminal case and a warrant out for her arrest.
Do we know if any precedent could be set by this type of a case? What are you hearing from experts?
I think that's exactly what Ricky Kleeman, like I said, was getting at in terms of testing the limits and what does this state do and what do other states do who are looking to send a message that if this is a state in which we have deemed abortion is illegal, you cannot have prescription drugs, even though they're FDA approved, coming across state lines and being used for that specific way. So much at play here and very, very hotly debated issue. But again, seeing the steps that the governor took today in terms of enabling physicians who prescribe those medications to leave their name off of the prescription is just one way that she is trying to protect doctors here. Even saying recently, in terms of an extradition agreement, she said she would never, ever sign that so that that doctor could be extradited to face those charges. But something else that Ricky brought up that was interesting is now you have somebody that might travel and you wonder how safe she is going to another state. She's protected here in New York, but how does that create her opportunity to move and flow if there's a warrant out for her arrest?
A lot of questions here. Drika Duncan, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hochul sucks pretty much. I'm getting your problem, lady.
The Gulf of Mexico has one of the highest plastic concentrations globally, a problem that Mexican startup PetGas is looking to address by turning that pollution into fuel. Based in the Gulf Coast city of Boca del Rio, Mexico, the company has developed technology that on a weekly basis can turn 1.5 tons of plastic, about equal in weight to an average hippopotamus, into 365 gallons of fuel, enough for the average car to drive around 9,125 miles, or to travel cross-country through the United States about 3 times. To do this, PetGas employs a process called pyrolysis. Propane heats up the plastic in an oxygen-free environment, and the resulting chemical reaction produces gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and other fuels. Using them does create carbon dioxide emissions, but the company says because of their reduced sulfur content, the total amount of greenhouse gases released are 50% less than that from burning comparable fuels. To acquire the plastic used in this process, PetGas organizes collection drives to remove bottles and other material from nearby beaches, and also encourages people to bring their plastic waste to a drop-off point. Right now, all the fuel produced by the company is donated to the local fire department and food delivery services. But PetGas envisions their methods one day helping contribute to a circular economy, where rather than being discarded, the large amounts of plastic being dumped into the world's oceans every day are instead converted into a valuable resource.
Does that
For Straight
make,
Arrow News,
dude,
I'm Jack Almer.
But does that in turn make make plastic worth more? So now all of a sudden everything costs more that's in a plastic container because it's worth more because it can be turned into fuel afterwards? Bro, what if it has the opposite effect and doesn't, it does help get rid of plastic, but it also increases the price of plastic by helping to get rid of it. Oh, really? Gas out of plastic? Alright. Man, I can't pop it out. I want everybody to be just as hungry as me. Is this real? This person scoops out one scoop, but then there's no way that's real. They paid for the big thing, right? Different one, isn't it? What the hell? I can watch it for all the rest of the day though. It sucks me right in. Oh, Netanyahu landed in Israel yesterday. Was he talking to Trump today, or is he having a? Well, yeah, he's hanging out today. Yahoo, baby, Yahoo, baby. Cream-filled nuts. Music. They come out and now they're already ready. Oh no, you gotta put the cream in them. Whoa, whoa, dude, can you imagine just taking that and just like, oh, with the sugar? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, opa, 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 opa. No, just give me all that. I'm just gonna put that in the bathtub. But that, we need more of it though. I'm just gonna lay in it and slurp it. Oh man, oh, that looks so delicious. Alright. Japan knows how to make some donuts, I guess. Drug bust in Niagara Falls nets some millions of dollars worth
Queens
of
man
pills.
remains held without bail after appearing before a judge today in a Buffalo federal courtroom. He's charged after agents recovered more than $12 million in pills. 2 on Your Side's Dave McKinley is live with more on how the case came together, which apparently, Dave, occurred in a relatively short amount of time.
Dave is holding on to that hair.
Indeed, Mary Alice, as you well know, sometimes investigations like these can go on quite a long time before there's actually a bust, but it appears in this case it only took federal agents a couple of months to make this one, and it began as part of a larger probe into online pharmacies, and as you mentioned, resulted in a whopping amount of suspected drugs being seized.
Edwin Batista was arraigned in U.S. District Court on a single count of conspiracy to distribute controlled substances. But it's the amount seized along with his prior conviction for passing counterfeit money that could land him in prison for a long time. The DEA only began investigating Batista in November, and by early December got a warrant to place a tracking device on his car and began surveillance of him. They allegedly observed him making numerous trips between the self-storage facility in Niagara Falls to several post offices in western New York. According to court papers, during a 1-month period, Batista mailed 1,248 packages from 7 different area post offices, the most frequent one being this one on Sheridan Drive in Williamsville, from whence 363 were sent out during that time. Prosecutors say he almost always entered during non-business hours using a self-service kiosk where they apparently take your picture. Unbeknownst to him was that some of those packages were going to an undercover address federal agents had set up in Chicago. Agents had also installed a camera on a pole outside the storage facility, and last Wednesday...
So what you're saying is it's better to go to the one that's like on the curb and wear a mask when you're at it, and a hoodie, and actually just have a friend take it to the mailbox for you. How about that? I think, but the one on the curb, the blue one, but damn, those things only accept a certain size. But that was a small package, though. You could fit that inside of a letter package. So yeah, that would go into one of those. He went to the fucking post office where it was taking us through. That's what busted him, I bet. Well, I mean, they would have ended up probably stinging wherever he was dropping them off anyway. He would have gotten caught regardless. He was being too sloppy, apparently. How the fuck did he start selling to a Fed, man? Dude, something is going on right here on my neck. Alright, over it. Yeah, they look like the fake opiate, whatever. Trident came back. Yep. Why is Trident acting weird with her tail? Went down all the time. I miss seeing Tux's tail all up and happy. He needed a mail order business front.
Morning inside storage unit.
Yeah, but no, he fucked up by starting to sell to a Fed, though, is the problem. But if he would have had a business front, he wouldn't have been able to put that information on the packaging. He would have had to mail out with no return address or a different return address. But then the FBI would still be able to figure it out eventually, like where they were coming from.
$24B. Among the packaging materials and a pill counter, they recovered 846 pounds of pills, which they've since counted. The prosecutor revealed in court today there were a total of 1,229,768 pills with an estimated value of $12,297,675.
It's like all packages are scanned nowadays.
Turning to law enforcement, though, is that the testing of some of these pills thus far have revealed that they are not the pills they are made to look like. In other words, they're not oxycodone, Adderall, Xanax, or others, but often are pills containing fentanyl instead. Charging documents allege that Batista told investigators the pills were coming in from India and that several more large loads were on their way when he was arrested. Live on your side, Dave McKinley, Channel 2 News.
Hungry today. Definitely hungry today. Came back for the food. And oh. Damn, you don't see her drink the water often. She might need it for the milk, though. She didn't have any water. She's just like Simon. All it takes is a little startle while she's drinking and she stops. I heard the thing go by that startled her. Dude, I walk on eggshells whenever he's drinking water or sometimes when he's eating. That's so fast. Ow. Damn. 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, she does. Well, shoot, I guess I better put another one out for her just in case. She's like, cause dude, I've read that she can eat double the amount of food of a regular cat when she's nursing, so she needs the calories for sure. That might be the only reason that some of these kittens survive. But she's got time to be there. Gotta go outside for a second. Oh, he farted. Damn. Right.
Americans. Yep, those are the facts. Trump also keeps lying when he says that, 300,000 people are dying because of fentanyl. Nope, fentanyl deaths have been dropping for the last 2 years, and most reports put it at little more than 100,000. Still a significant number, but it's also a lie. He's calling it 3 times larger. At the end of the day, what's happening here is MAGA is stupid. They're stupid. They're dumb. They're not very smart people. And so when this idiot says something, they go, that's right, look at that, he's making America first again. Yeah, but the value is going up. And here's the fact. After Donald Trump saw the stock market drop 600 points today, that idiot knew he had to reverse because his ego can't handle seeing the stock market drop under his watch. Because he's a liar. That's what he is. He's a lying idiot. And so all of these people who think somehow that these tariffs are going to make a huge difference, again, they're not very smart people. They're not, okay? And his fan base, they believe the stupidity. They really do. They have no problem at all somehow just falling for the okie doke and just, things are going to be, well, he said it, and these things are going to happen, so I think if Donald said it, those things must be coming true. Yo, these people are literally dumb. Then you got these dumb people who sit there and go, well, if Kamala Harris, if she had talked more about the tariffs, I think she would have did better. She did. She talked repeatedly. She constantly said what's going to happen if we make these moves. But a lot of people were not paying attention. People were focused on other things, and now they're learning the hard way. As expected, my pal, Dr. Amakongo Dominguez, Senior Professorial Lecturer, School of International Service, American University, author of Lies About Black People, How to Combat Racist Stereotypes and Why It Matters. Teresa Lundy, Principal and Founder of TML Communications, joining us from Philadelphia. Jesse Hamilton McCoy, Clinical Professor of Law, Supervising Attorney with the Duke Law Civil Justice Clinic. Glad to have all 3 of you here. This is really laughable watching these idiots, Amakongo. They think, oh my God, and Trump 2.0, I mean, he is just pulling all levers of the government, and he is just moving fast to dismantle everything. That's what they're doing. And then again, they love this lie. In this idiot Ben Shapiro, there's this tweet right here again, and this is just how dumb they are. President Trump just used tariffs as leverage again and got a win. Nobody uses leverage like the president. Nobody. Check out the full show today for my full analysis. Just listen to some of this stupidity from Ben Shapiro.
Was built by the United States back in the early 20th century, late 19th century, and President Trump has wanted to maintain control over the Panama Canal. It was handed over to the Panamanian government by Jimmy Carter, and that final facilitation of transfer happened in the 1990s over the course of time. And in the meantime, the Chinese have been using extraordinary power, bribery, graft in order to take control of 2 ends of the Panama Canal. We have here a map of the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal. They're
all, it's leverage or whatever. But here's the deal.
Does he not care about that? Does he not, he acts like that's not a thing. It's not a big deal if China owns both ends of the Panama Canal. It's not a big deal if our warships need to go through there.
It tanked the economy. And they ain't that dumb. They knew that if this went on 2 more days, 3 more days, 4 more days,
say anything about that, what he was talking about. What the hell?
You're going to see the stock market lose 2,000
He didn't even talk about what he was talking about.
And that wasn't going to happen.
And this is going to be the case for the next 4 years. And it's like, buckle up, America, because the fact of the matter is, it's like, even if this was a victory, which of course is not for all of the reasons you mentioned, the fact of the matter is that Americans are going to be in a perpetual state of potential panic every 30 days. You saw that, unions, farmers groups, and all of these organizations were contacting the Trump administration saying, don't do this, it's going to hurt us. People start preparing for that. You see people like Senator Chuck Grassley asking for an exemption from his state, because of what was about to happen. So what's his name? Mitch McConnell on 60 Minutes talking about it's going to be a problem. Man. And so now everybody gets tense, everybody gets nervous, and then it's like, 30-day pause. There's real stress that comes with this. There's real preparation that families have to start making. That companies
these
have
Mexicans
to start making. Some of these
are still at it. Actually, something like that. These ghetto people stop yelling outside. And you go away. Yeah, yeah. Yelling outside my place. So they're still marching even after the Mexico thing. Yeah, of course they're going to still march, because this ain't about that. Actually, they're probably more pissed off now because it's harder for the brethren to come in. 10,000 troops. They're making Mexico do work. Now they're even more mad.
I'm sorry, winning.
This is how foam is removed from the top layer of a raw bucket of honey.
You can't see this, I'm sorry. Oh wow. I could show you. Amazing.
What do you think of this method? This is how foam is removed from the...
Foam, I didn't even know I got foamy. Look, there's some American flags down there now. They must have gotten the memo. Hello? Simon, come here. Simon. He's just meowing at the door. Wants me to open the front door. Meow 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 meow. See what he's got to say to that. No, what is this?
In school, they're supposed to be tuned into learning, but Stony Brook University researchers tracked teen cell phone use in school and found they're tuned out a quarter of the school day. Researcher Lauren Hale.
An hour and a half on average. 25% of the teens are on their phones for 2 hours or more during the school day.
The most used apps: texting, social media, video streaming, music, email, shopping, and games. This, as Governor Hochul has proposed a ban on cell phone use during the entire school day, grades K through 12. In her More Learning, Less Scrolling plan, schools would create their own implementation and give parents the ability to contact their students if needed. But the head of the Nassau-Suffolk School Board Association
kids have rights too. A one-size-fits-all approach isn't really the best approach to combat the issue of screen time, which is really dealing with the issue of the mental wellness of our students.
Bob Vecchio says it ought to stay a local decision and money used instead on mental health resources. We asked parents and students about the bell-to-bell ban.
My son is texting me right now and he's in 9th grade.
And you don't want him to be?
No.
Kids are still going to try to sneak it with all the shootings that are going on right now. If they want to reach out to mom and dad, that's something that no one should stop them to do.
The governor addressed that on the
He doesn't want her kid texting her, is that what she said?
Law enforcement told me, if there is a shooter in the building, the last thing you want your child to be doing is fumbling for their cell phone, texting
24
their
hours.
friends, maybe videoing it, contacting you. They need to be laser focused on the adult in the room to lead them to safety.
The study concludes there are benefits to phones in school for communication, but not education. On Long Island, Carolyn Gussoff, CBS News, New York.
Copy.
Copy.
Well, Simon?
And Alpha Pink,
Already?
thank you. Jess, go ahead.
Not already? Already?
Copy that. We're good to clear out for home. We can go home. We can go home. Yeah.
They're still at that same overpass.
Are considering altering the schedule for special. New York Democrats are considering altering the schedule for special elections in the state to keep a Republican congressional seat vacant. Lawmakers could introduce a bill as soon as this week and use their supermajorities in the state's Senate and Assembly to quickly send it to Governor Kathy Hochul. New York law sets a clear timeline for a special congressional election. It must take place within 80 days of a resignation. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is in the final step of her Senate confirmation process to be the United Nations ambassador. Once she leaves, the Republican majority in the House of Representatives will be 217 to 215. That means the GOP won't be able to lose a single vote to pass legislation on their own because a tie fails. Stefanik won re-election in November with 62% of the vote, and her conservative district in the state's northeast corner is sure to stay in Republican hands. If she is confirmed and resigns this week, New York would have to hold a special election to replace her by May 1st. New York Democrats are considering multiple options. They could try to delay this special election until June 24th, when the state is already holding a primary. They could argue it will save money and resources. It would also be in line with state law that says if a vacancy occurs within 3 months of a general election, they do not hold a special election. The governor's office told the Capitol Press Room in a statement, Governor Hochul believes it's critical to increase voter turnout and reduce the cost of election administration, and she would support legislation that achieves that goal. Republicans are already down 2 members due to the resignations of Congressman Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz, who are both from Florida. The special election to replace them is April 1st, and the seats will likely remain in Republican hands. While that will give Republicans a cushion, they'll still want Stefanik's position filled as soon as possible. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more reporting, download the SAN
baby
app.
boy. Bogan is what they used to call him back in the day. I tell you what, boy. Bogan coming down the hallway. Boom, boom. Baby Bogan. Bogan. Baby, baby, baby Bogan. Baby Bogan. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, baby. My name is David Bogan. Hey, my name is Bogan. They call me is what I am. I'm David Bogan. David Bogan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby boy, bogan, 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 bogan.
Long term, a little pain, and people understand that. But long term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country. Not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair.
Little pain. This might mean a $12 omelet. It begins when the clock strikes midnight, with the Wall Street Journal identified as, quote, the dumbest trade war in history. We are officially in wag the dog territory, folks. A 25% tariff on nearly all.
Dude, the title of this is saying that Trump pauses tariffs on Canada for 30 days. That's the title of this. So why is she acting like the tariffs start tonight when the title of this is like that they don't start tonight?
All goods coming into the U.S. from Canada, an additional 10% on all Chinese imports. Earlier today, Donald Trump said the U.S. and Mexico reached an agreement to delay the promised tariffs on goods from Mexico, a 1-month delay in exchange for increased security at the border. But still, and yet, the American people who told us that the cost of food and groceries were the most important issue by a mile in their selection of Donald Trump over Kamala Harris in the November election, they stand to pay a fortune, more than $1,000 extra on items, on groceries, items like avocados, tomatoes, strawberries, beer, tequila. And who doesn't need tequila these days? Maple syrup, cars, trucks, gas, consumer electronics, phones, iPads, all that stuff. Lumber, you're doing a renovation or building a new fence, on and on and on, affecting every aspect of an American family's everyday life. Joining our conversation, NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, why?
Well, before the why, I guess the breaking news is that Justin Trudeau from Canada just tweeted that there will be a 30-day pause on those Canadian tariffs. So Mexico got a pause earlier today. So this is sort of how this is going to go. The why is the big mystery. Donald Trump says that the U.S. is taken advantage of. The U.S. is bullied by these much smaller countries like Canada with 37 million people, and that the U.S. can't sell its products all over the world, but we take in everything. So there's just this sense of an aggrieved President Trump. There are certain.
Does Canada bully us?
Canada sells us a lot of stuff, and we sell Canada a lot of stuff. It's one of our closest trading partners. If you look, Trump is basically threatening a trade war with Canada, China, and Mexico, by far the 3 biggest countries that send us stuff. A lot of stuff, $1.2 trillion of stuff.
I don't need their shit, okay? I can smoke American weed,
all those things,
I can drink Italian water,
will cost more money, and
American
we know
eggs.
that it is mostly its importers
I don't
and
need
its
their
consumers
vegetables.
Bear that cost.
I'll start
You mean
drinking
Trump says
fiber drinks.
Little pain. This is a guy who downplayed the impacts of COVID. When he's at a little pain, I wonder what they're really worried about.
Well, what's really striking, because we all know that President Trump campaigned on this message and this promise of lowering costs for everyday Americans. It's something that I heard over and over again on the campaign trail from voters, whether they were voting for President Trump, frankly, or Vice President Harris.
He's going to do that.
The message was that they were very worried about cost of living. But to hear President Trump say that there may be some pain, but that cost of pain will all be worth it down the line, I think was him trying to hedge and prepare the American people for prices going up on everything from avocados coming from Mexico, beer coming from Mexico,
we said
lumber,
short
of course,
term.
people trying to buy new homes or build new homes. So this was going to be something that he knew was going to hit the consumers, much like experts, including, of course, Christine Romans and all her great sources tell us when you talk about tariffs. I think I want to go back, though, to this, what Justin Trudeau just posted online, because I think it is striking to hear now that there's going to be this pause, 30-day pause on tariffs to Canada, much like we heard from Mexico earlier today. And Canada is basically saying it's going to roll out new border security measures, which really does go into what President Trump said he wanted out of Canada. I want to read part of it. It says that Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar.
I don't think that's hair at all.
Cartels
or
as
her
terrorist
eyebrows.
groups, ensure 24-hour eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. And they also said he signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and they'll be backing with $200 million. He also said he's going to be sending like a or at least having nearly 10,000 frontline personnel. It's not clear if those are going to be new troops, but we know in Mexico they're going to be sending an additional 10,000 Mexican National Guard troops to the border. So despite what people might have, and I know there are a lot of critics of this Trump tariffs that came out, there is now Mexico and Canada saying that they're going to, as a result of these tariffs and as a response to these tariffs and conversations with President Trump, they're going to be beefing up their border securities.
Well, Yamiche, let me just put up how much fentanyl actually comes from the northern and southern border.
They don't have any.
Border, 21,000 pounds of fentanyl. The northern
they're shiny.
4343, which is bad, right? They don't want any fentanyl here. But let me just say, what the Trump narrative would have you believe is that the only way to have the nations of Mexico and Canada cooperate with the scourge of fentanyl is to threaten a globally disastrous trade war that damages the world's economies. Is there any contemplation that perhaps next time we'll have a meeting about dealing with fentanyl?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see because President Trump might walk around and really do a victory lap here saying that he got Canada and Mexico to do what he wanted them to do. But we saw with the stock markets, we saw with even Republicans like Senator Chuck Grassley, who was asking for an exemption for his state for some of the items that would have really cost his constituents money. There was panic, real panic happening, including in the Republican Party, if this tariff war were to actually happen and this trade war were to actually happen with our closest allies. Let's remember, Canada and Mexico are our largest trading partners, so there's a real issue there. But President Trump is leaning in on this idea of using tariffs as a diplomatic tool. And as you said, Canada says that they're less than 1% or about
some extra shit,
of the
not
fentanyl
us.
that comes into the United States comes through Canadian borders. But even as they're saying fentanyl doesn't come through, here's Justin Trudeau saying, well, I'm going to have a new fentanyl czar. So it tells you that maybe some of this is him just wanting to placate President Trump and saying, I'm going to do this. But this is him saying, look, we're going to do what you want, which is have new people, have new resources going to the border with the United States. Nicole.
Let me show you Mitch McConnell taking the 60 minutes to argue, I guess, against
Aren't they all
doing this.
like they're all college educated?
It will drive the cost of everything up. In other words, it'll be paid for by American consumers. I mean, why would you want to get in a fight with your allies over this?
Work though.
I guess even Mitch McConnell didn't understand this.
All of them
and
know
totally
that we got something out of it, and they're still not saying that it works.
Mitch McConnell wasn't in on the threat of a trade war as a pathway to fighting fentanyl.
That's right. It was striking to hear former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, someone who's had a long history leading Republicans. But let's remember, this is no longer really the Republican Party of Mitch McConnell anymore. This is a Republican Party where Mitch McConnell is one of the only Republican, or one of 3 Republican senators who went out on a limb just to vote against Pete Hegseth. But that nomination still went through. So it tells you a little bit about, yes, Mitch McConnell still has a voice. He's still someone who, of course, has a legacy within the Republican Party. Arguably, you would say the Supreme Court couldn't have been this 6-3 majority without Mitch McConnell. But there is a sense that Mitch McConnell, the Trump White House and Trump himself isn't listening really to what Mitch McConnell says. But I think Chuck Grassley, one of the senators, asking for an exemption for his state, to me, it was an insight into the fact that Republicans were really worried that their constituents were going to wake up and have a lot more cost of living, and that they were going to go to the grocery store and see $15 for eggs and other things
doing the same thing.
Really make life harder for Americans.
Biden wasn't threatening anybody. He was a pussy.
Underscores that people were very worried about the prices going up in this country, Nicole.
These people are pussies too. They want us to be like that. They want our government to be pussies and never be like, no, you aren't going to do that. We're America. You're going to do this. They want us to just bend over for everybody. Weird. Why do some people just want to bend over for other countries? Oh, what is that?
We had Cadel Bosco. Look at this. Yes. Cooper's tea, 6 liter. We have here the yeast and the sugar. Yep. That is moving slowly to the neck, and here it's going to be frozen and removed. So we ready to the gorgement? Yes, champagne style.
I wish y'all could see this one.
Style, Ranchacorta style.
Oh, you want to see it here?
Look at this. Yes. Cooper's tea, 6 liter. We have here the yeast and the sugar. Yep. that is moving slowly to the neck, and here it's going to be frozen and removed. So we're ready to the gorgement? Yes, champagne style. Franciacorta style, Franciacorta style. We have Cadel Bosco. Look at this. Yes. Cuvée Prestige, 6 liter. We have here the yeast and the sugar. Yep.
We have here. Pretty neat. That was sugar? I know the sugar separated.
Reasons why Japan is living in the future. Gum boxes come with small pieces of paper inside. The reason for these papers is that it's a more convenient way to wrap and discard the gum, reducing the chances of it being improper.
Wow, that's smart. Huh. Meow? Simon Meow? Not there.
Organization, the grassroots, they're real.
That's right, John. We are out here because look, Donald Trump is a fascist. This is fascism, okay? This is open white supremacy, open male supremacy, destroying our environment. And fascism must be defeated in the streets. Fascism must be defeated before it consolidates. We need millions of people. This society.
The guy has flags stuck in his tire. Got stuck? Yeah.
Dude, that's Joe. I know that voice anywhere.
Any of his fascist programs. And we are doing this as part of opening up the question of what kind of system
I'm an expert listener, motherfuckers.
Donald Trump.
It's definitely Joe, though. You heard it too. I was taking that. So I guess this is his new channel. He only has less than 7,000 subs. He's in LA. Oh, you didn't tell me about his new channel system.
This whole system is rotten and illegitimate. And we need and we demand a whole new way to live, a fundamentally different system. That's right.
See, Joe's someone who's going to be live for a while. Probably.
With a constitution, with a new socialist republic offered by Bobby Vincent. You gotta know who Bobby Vincent is. This is the leadership and guidance you take up if you want to understand what's the problem, what's the solution, and how to wage this fight against fascism. So get with the Red Plum Corps. Follow us on social media at Red Plum Corps _LA. Come up and talk to us to join the Red Plum Corps. Get into Bobby Vincent.
That shuts down right now the intersection.
Yeah, where is Oreo?
Los Angeles Street and Tampa Street. For those of you just joining right now, this crowd is marching towards the Highway 101 Los Angeles Street overpass, which was one of the overpasses that was overtaken last night here in downtown Los Angeles.
Is that right? Why isn't he monetized though?
From Highway 101.
He doesn't want to be monetized or what?
Officers blocking the on-ramps and off-ramps at the moment.
Oh, he puts his link tree instead, I guess. He doesn't want to be monetized, I guess. Or it's already been demonetized? Oh man. I don't know fucking know, man. These people are really accomplishing something, though. They're getting some exercise.
Okay. So this is an area where we were buffering pretty bad last night.
For them.
So yes, it's correct. LAPD, CHP, which is California Highway Patrol, and the sheriff is on the other overpass.
Real American. I'm available for booking. I am available for booking. I mean, if you're gonna want me to sing for you, I'm gonna need to do it in between cat feedings. So. Beaners, you can't say beaners. You see how that works, Ted? You see how much easier that like the other day when I went off on Mark, I don't know, I was just like, it's like, I don't know. Am I a genius or something for thinking about doing it any other way than one like letter at a time or whatever the hell he was doing? He was doing like a sentence, one word at a time or something. Just figure out what the trigger word is and space it or whatever. Right? The best. No, it's not. Never the best. Beaners, a great word. They like to eat beans. I like beans too, I'm a beaner. I'm fucking definitely a beaner, dude. I live in a neighborhood.
Cans are being thrown to officers at the moment, guys. There are tossing beer cans at the officers.
I'm an honorary beaner.
Going to push them onto Los Angeles Street, guys. They're going to get everybody off, which is at least.
I go live on the other channel, y'all. Probably. It'll take me 30 minutes to do it, though. Unless I do them one at a time. I could just do them one at a time. I recognize this person for some reason. mean that is what I get? What?
Put your fist up in the air, you guys. Put your fist up. Put your fist up.
What are you talking about, man?
In the name of humanity. In the name of humanity. We refuse to accept a fascist America. Again, in the name of humanity.
You should just dip your pancakes in something else, like ketchup. Weirdo. Or mayonnaise. Have you tried mayonnaise for pancakes? Have you tried mayonnaise? Japanese? MSG in it? Oh, baby. No. You put the ketchup on the potato salad. And that's with lettuce. You get the lettuce and the spring mix. Then you take a raw potato and you turn it into a powder almost with the food processor. And you mold those. And you mush them up and you put them in the bowl with the lettuce. You know what I'm saying? You need maple syrup if you bought it. You don't need potatoes. Okay, the potato mashed up is a bad idea. Just have the spring mix and the lettuce, probably without the mashed potato. There's a reason why I've never seen that in a restaurant. I think about it. See, if she's gonna start doing the chanting, though, it's not where I want to be. The fucking chanting.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
I don't understand why they think this makes people want to be in their cause. Why can't they just stand there? And why does Joe have to be standing right next to her? Oh my God.
Chinga tu madre. Chinga tu madre. La humanidad primero. La humanidad primero. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. La humanidad primero. La humanidad primero. Chinga sistema. Chinga sistema. La humanidad primero. La humanidad primero. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. La humanidad primero. La humanidad
fuck did that do? They yelled at the cops?
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
They did that to yell at the cops that were standing there?
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK.
Wow. Well, that's gonna help them. Their immigration problems probably. So it's worth it. That's gotta like do something. Like make the oil go bad faster or something. Because he's not hitting the rev limiter. He has a rev limiter. It's limiting it more than the factory. Launch control, I think is what. It's like bad for the catalytic converter. Something.
They'll be buffering, guys, for bigger crowds, different areas. That was like that last night.
There's not allowed to talk about it anymore. Non-disclosure agreement, right, Ted, with Canada? Word on the streets is Ted syrup was too good. Psychedelic in nature. They just shut him down. The government got involved. They took all the trees. He was the only person that had those trees. What were they, Ted? What were they? Did you keep some seeds?
Street overpass on the Main Street overpass, on the Main Street overpass, on Spring overpass.
But what do they think that this accomplishes? If I were to drive under this, I would be like, is it fucking Cinco de Mayo? What's happening right now? That's about it. Like, oh man, the Mexicans are celebrating some shit. Well, good for them. That's nice. Well, I guess they're happy that the tariffs aren't going to be happening. Watch a boil. Oh, yeah. Just watch the stuff boil. Or just watch it boiling. Bubble, 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 bubble. Mama, it's too hot. I don't know what to do. Mom, it burned me. Splash, splash. Dangerous. Stuff's dangerous. Maple syrup burn. Yeah, man, people down.
Julie, thank you so much for that.
TikTokers are there. I found somebody else. Oh, it's an auditor channel. So proud of their Mexican heritage.
There's a whole lot more, because it was only this one and the other one, remember?
Gallons of sap. Oh man. What if we just keep making it thicker and thicker? Like, what if I want it 4 times the concentration of regular syrup? Does it get better? What about 10 times? Ooh. Huh. The sugar. I want it right before it turns to sugar. I want it to right before, but with all the flavor. Yeah. I want to. Vermont making that happen. And you could sell that. Concentrated syrup. Concentrated maple syrup. Cooking purposes. And then you can dry it out and have concentrated dried maple syrup. Oh my god. You know what you could do with that?
Damn.
Proof it.
Yeah, now it's starting to get to the point where you can't walk now.
Right. You can do anything. Read a book. Take a look. And we'll rock candy. Oh, there you go. Never mind. You already made it. Man. Sounds delicious. Can't go to sleep without horns and chanting. The George Floyd protests ruined me. Maybe that's why I've been sleeping very well lately. I don't put on the horns and the chanting. Something to consider. Yeah, this is when you're drinking. Get drunk with this one. Stella. What's going on in there? Somebody special in there talking. Both my angles just popped. Now what do I do? Inga la migra. Oh, Joe's back on the front line, but there's hardly anybody there. There's like 3 guys. So I don't think LA is gonna let these people do anything today like they did yesterday. There's not enough of them. There would need to be like probably 10,000 of them. There's maybe 2,000.
Who is that? I don't even know who I'm looking at.
The leftist news will make it out to be this was a 100,000 man march. Ooh, back. Ooh. You'll make some yourself? Okay.
Everybody move back. Everybody move back.
We're trees, though. You know, you ever think about how you're hurting the poor tree when you do that, by stabbing it? It's so bad for the tree, man. I believe the trees are the future. I believe the maple syrup can survive without the trees being poked.
Remember the dog in the stroller?
Till I die. Sorry, trees. I'm not gonna drink your blood anymore, tree.
Say, brother.
So sweet, though. I love you. I'm sorry.
Did he say
Insane.
Buñuelos? Yeah, there's a whole lot more people here now, guys.
That was the tree hugger. The tree hugger scene. The tree hugger that just realized he had syrup on his pancakes. Very upset about it. Felt like he had disgraced the trees. Drinking their blood. That dude's out there somewhere, man. There's so many of us in the world. There is somebody that actually is a very strong believer in not poking trees for their syrup. That it's mean to hurt the trees. So we can have something sweet. You think it feels good to be stabbed like that as a tree? Look at this shit, they got like a fucking party up here. Drinks, smoke. They got the guy. Everybody, dude, every Mexican hangout needs one of those. It's not, dude, he makes the fucking party. That guy, that and the hot dogs. The smell, can you imagine the smell? That probably feels like a carnival up there. Or right at home. Fluffy mama, what? What the fuck? It was mama? Really? I miss mama? Eating? 406? Is it really mama? Damn, I ain't seen her in forever. You begin to wonder. Almost all of it. Still about maybe a half a can left, maybe. So just had a little snack. That's good to see that she's not starving out there. Yeah. Goes down now, or he's up, but his shot kind of sucks. He's down. Did I go? Man. Alright, I'm just gonna do it. this guy's out there too. What was it going to with only one person?
They were doing the line dance, but then again, it looked funny. Like I would say maybe like 10 times more than it was earlier. See, there it goes again, fuck ice. They must really hate me. Look at that shit. Feels like a parade, really. Oh shit, hold on. Wow, they closing in? I could show you. It was another block down. Oh, this is the beginning. I got lost. Shit, hold on.
And Joe went down though. Probably come back up though. No way he'll make that whole trip. I'll hit the button on it. On it, baby. Oh, I haven't actually hit the button yet. Hey, I'm gonna turn off kitty cam now, y'all. Let's start the other one up. I'm just gonna start it straight up like this. Here's how it starts. I don't care. You care. Nobody cares. See you there.
Another one.
Thanks for hanging out here, though. Thanks for everything. Being awesome.
Damn, I was over here.
See you on the next one.
I was saying that it kind of looks like a swap meet, a big ass swap meet.
Hang it. Switching it over now, y'all.